maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Monday. It's cold. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Yeah, I woke up this morning. I fell asleep on my couch last night. Woke up this morning, and I couldn't sleep. It was 2:30. I'm like, what the heck's going on? My house was cold, 39 degrees. That's why. Makes sense. It's only supposed to get colder throughout the morning, and then it'll warm up again in the afternoon. But it is not a pleasant day today. High of 49, low of 35. Real bummer. Just for all the high temperatures that we've had over the last few days here. It is going to warm up again tomorrow. High of 65, low of 33. Then Wednesday, high of 73, low of 46. So we'll get some more warm days, but next weekend's supposed to be relatively cold in comparison to what we got this past week. So just be prepared for that. Also, it was really weird too. My phone randomly out of nowhere, it just blew up, just broke. My screen just started flickering. It would go on and off. It was a pain in the butt to get a new one because I couldn't transfer my data because they make you scan a barcode on the old phone with the new one to transfer all the data over. And I didn't know that because my screen wouldn't turn on for a little while. And I was without sports news for 24 hours. I had to go on my computer the old-fashioned way and look at social media that way. I wasn't getting notifications actively, so if I wanted to stay up to date, I had to try to talk to people and look on a desktop computer. So I was in the dark for a little while, and so now I'm back. I see that Aaron Rodgers has a little bit more of an interest now in the Minnesota Vikings, which makes me frustrated. Who would want to see that again? I mean, I don't. When I say it like that, I mean Aaron Rodgers is starting to follow the path of Brett Favre, and I mean it's just now I'm starting to get annoyed. Mason Rudolph, I think, could work out as the Steelers' starting quarterback. I think he'd be good enough, especially for where they are right now in this stage of whatever they're trying to build on. Because they're not going to rebuild. They're going to keep trying to patch, to stack, and to see what happens. And you can react, by the way, at any time. 412-928-9370. I do got my X account back up on my phone, so if you want to mention me in any posts and ask questions or share your opinions, you can. At Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. But I said this last week because this is when the big NFL free agency period started to yield all of these deals that went down. Right, like I said last week, okay, we can be happy about DK Metcalf. We can be happy about the idea of Aaron Rodgers, though I didn't agree with it. If it happened, okay. We can be happy with all of these rumors. We can be happy with all this excitement around the Steelers, but the following week, right? I said last week. I said next week. That sounded confusing. Last week, I told you that in the following week, I'm going to be done having a high on the Steelers after things calm down, and now it is next week. So that first week of NFL free agency, okay. It happened. The new league year has officially been set. It was official as of last Wednesday. The highs of all of this, I don't care anymore. Like I said, did the moves they make them that much better and make you ever so confident they're going to win a playoff game? I don't think so. I don't think they're at that point. So Aaron Rodgers, playing now the Minnesota Vikings are most interested. I'm just seeing so many reports flying around too about this. I don't want him to follow the path of Brett Favre. Sure, it would interest some people, And be like, oh, wow, look at that. Maybe that's his goal, because he wants to confuse people and be like, oh, yeah, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, same person. Did the same stuff. I don't know. But I'm not for it. And I've said my piece on that. I don't like this. I don't like it. I think Steelers need to invest elsewhere, especially because he's trying to command anywhere between 70 and 90 million over multiple years. Like, I don't want to sign him for multiple years. I don't want that to happen. There's nothing good that could come from that. There just isn't. 412-928-9370. If you want to call, get a phone line, talk to me, feel free to do so. Pittsburgh Penguins, they played on Saturday, and they beat the New Jersey Devils 7-3. So that's now 4 games in a row for them that they've won. So they're coming down the stretch here hot. Looks like the season is still about a month long. They've got a month left in this season, and they have passed the Philadelphia Flyers now. They are no longer in last place in the Metropolitan Division. Still a long road ahead if they were even thinking about qualifying for the playoffs, but they have 66 points. The Flyers have 64. And so they are the now third worst team in the Eastern Conference instead of the second. Yeah, I don't know where this revival's coming from. I say take your higher draft pick. And there's no reason to win games at this point. I mean, I don't know. I heard the argument too. Like, you want to see some heart, you want to see some fight in these guys. Like, I get that opinion and I get that perspective from people where, now we're seeing that a little bit. They're winning games, so that's cool. But I don't think it does much for them this final month of the season. Like, I mean, in December or January, while the season's still relatively young, relatively early on, I mean, you want to see them, at least try to fight and have a little more of a grind to their games and not just, look demoralized or feel like there's a lack of energy. Like, at that point in time, that made sense. At this point, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if the trade deadline has passed. I don't really care to see them win games anymore, but okay, past the trade deadline. Same thing happened last season. The trade deadline, it seemed like everybody was depressed because Jake Gensel got traded, and then, a couple weeks after the trade deadline, they started winning games, and they gave fans a little bit of hope that they may be able to qualify for a playoff spot. Now, they missed the playoffs again last season. So obviously that didn't happen, but they got pretty darn close for a team that was pretty far out of it at that trade deadline. They recovered from depression and made a run for the playoffs. I don't think that same thing's going to happen this season. So that's what I'm saying. Trade deadline's over. Players on the Penguins, they're finishing the season with the Pens. Yeah, I don't really mind if they lose a bunch. Wouldn't bother me if they lost more than they won toward the end of the regular season. So the next game against let me start that sentence over. The next game they have is against the New York Islanders tomorrow at 7:00, and their final game is on April 17th against the Washington Capitals at home. So there's a month left of games. There's a month's worth of games left in the NHL regular season for the Penguins to play. They've won their last 4. Don't want to see that. It's time to lose. Time to finish last in the standings and get higher draft capital. That's where I stand on that. The Buffalo Sabres, the only team worse than the Flyers and the Penguins right now in the standings. The Penguins at 66 points, the Flyers at 64, and the Sabres at 58. So those are your bottom 3 teams in the Eastern Conference. The Western Conference still has a couple teams in the 40-point range, which I think is interesting. The Chicago Blackhawks and the San Jose Sharks. So Yeah, Penguins lose. I say that to them. I encourage them to lose games, not win more games down the stretch here. 412-928-9370. Just kind of going around. It's kind of refreshing thing. Steelers news has kind of cooled off a bit. Aaron Rodgers, rumors swirling all over the place. Can't really follow him. He's on his own timetable. Not sure when he's going to sign. There's definitely no clear indications. Nobody knows. I'm seeing conflicting reports all over the place about whether he'll sign with the Steelers or the Minnesota Vikings or the New York Giants. So there's plenty of fresh rumors out there about him, but I don't think anybody really knows. Yeah. So Steelers news kind of cooling off. Penguins are getting hot. 4-game winning streak. They're doing it at an odd time. Then the Pittsburgh Pirates. They have there's a week left. About a week and a half technically, because their first regular season game is on a Thursday. So their final spring training game of this year will be on Monday. Then they have a couple days to travel and then rest, and then they start a 4-game series on the road against the Miami Marlins on Thursday. So that's something to look forward to. Pirates have the Detroit Tigers today at 1 o'clock. Most of their games are 1 o'clock games for the rest of spring training. So just look for them if you're looking to follow them through spring training. But, only a few games left in spring training before the regular season starts. A week and a half left. And, yeah, that's good. It's good stuff. I'm excited for baseball to start. I am. And the Pirates, so the more I reflect on the Pirates as well, just while I think about them, the more that I think about the Pirates, the more interested I start to get. Like, I want them to get to games that matter. Because I talked about this before, there wasn't really any hype coming into the spring training portion of the season because, again, they're big. There were no huge signings. There were no huge acquisitions. And there was no, splashes where they invested a lot of money and made you go, woo. That didn't happen. Which is fine. In a sense. I mean, I still thought that they could have added a bat or two more. With that being said, that didn't happen. And so they're intriguing because there are a lot of young players on this team that I want to see, how they do if or when they get playing time. Like, I want to see how they do, and I want to see how their rotation performs this season as well, with Paul Skeens leading it. So, like, that's, like, they're intriguing because you don't know. You just don't know. Like, I don't know how they're going to perform. Like, it's a mystery. Like, they could have a bunch of young guys break out. And I think they're hoping for that. And like I said, there's no hype because you feel a lack of certainty in this team because there's no huge names on it. But they're definitely they're interesting in a different sense. And now that we're a week away from the regular season, like I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see, like, what they're going to do. I'm just intrigued. So we'll see how they do with how they're constructed. It's actually 10 days away to be completely, specific and accurate there. 10 days away, but still, it's exciting. And then Paul Skeens, that news broke over the weekend. Pirates announced officially Paul Skeens is going to be the opening day starter. That's something that I didn't think needed to be news. But it is. The Pirates do have to make that official statement that he's going to start. Like, it felt like It felt like they didn't need to announce it, though. If they wouldn't have announced it and Paul Skeens would have started on the 27th against the Marlins, I mean, that's, nobody would have been surprised. Nobody would have been like, oh, It was pretty interesting, though. The guy got drafted in 23, debut in 24, a month into that season, and now is a key part of the roster. Has a beard now, not just a mustache, but a full beard. He's growing up right before our eyes. Big-time pitcher. And, opening day starter for the Pirates. That officially announced by the team over the weekend. 412-928-9370 if you have any comments, questions, any concerns, any thoughts, anything at all. You want to have a conversation with me, you can on this Monday morning. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way, officially. I know the big celebrations happened over the weekend. I was down there for a little bit, and traffic was insane. There were police on horses, which is something I've never seen in person, but I thought was intriguing. There were motorcycle cops all over the place. Hope everybody stayed safe over the weekend. Today's the official St. Patrick's Day. Of course, it's not a weekend, though, so no heavy celebration. That always happens over the weekend. I totally understand that. But yeah, while we talk about St. Patrick's Day and stuff, too, don't forget, I do like to keep promoting this, and I know the morning show will as well. June 7th, we're having a game, or the Wild Things are hosting a game against one of Ireland's baseball teams. They want to come here and play, and so that'll be on June 7th. I'm playing in it, like I'm actually playing. It's a legit baseball game that we're going to be playing in. A bunch of other players that still haven't been revealed yet by the Wild Things will continue to be announced. So follow them on social media if you want to see who else is playing in this charity baseball game. But if you haven't heard about it yet, we are raising money for Riley's Poorhouse on June 7th. And I think St. Patrick's Day is a good day to mention. Just a reminder, an Irish baseball team is coming to Washington County to play at Wild Things Park against a team of all-stars that includes me and several other people that are still yet to be revealed. So just keep that in mind, too. And we're raising money in the rebuilding efforts for Riley's Poorhouse. And we talked to Joe Riley about a month ago. Came in and talked with Tony Buscilli of the Washington Wild Things. And, the Riley's Poorhouse is set to open in 2026, set to reopen in 2026. So that's their goal date. And this baseball game is going to help raise funds for their rebuilding efforts. So keep Riley's Poorhouse in your mind today. I know they were a popular eatery, and place to drink, place to go, and and have a good time during the St. Patrick's Day season, especially. They're open all the time, but especially on St. Patrick's Day with the with the Irish goodies that they have there. It's good. It's a good thing. So go support this baseball game if you can. Come out and see it. Again, a lot of proceeds will go and benefit the Riley's Poorhouse rebuilding efforts. So think about them on St. Patrick's Day as well. A great local business. Just keep them in your thoughts here because they're set to reopen next season if all things go well, which we hope they do, and we're excited and looking forward to their rebound as well from the fire that they had last year. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll wrap up this sports talk session, just going around the three pro sports. Something happened with WVU basketball as well that I can address next, actually, that I'm probably going to do. They had a statement about not making the tournament. So we'll go over that next. My name is Nicholas Terry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents around the area. However, we do have one road closure. It is in Forward Township. Watch for the closure of Bunola River Road due to construction between Pangburn Hollow Road and Regina Drive. There is a posted detour. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed and steady from Harmar to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR, 4247, or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This is Ron Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 10 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports in the Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I said we'll just mention this WVU thing about their men's basketball team. Crowley posted this on social media as well. Very funny. He seems to be recorded by people behind the scenes and then doesn't notice. His wife apparently recorded him panicking during the selection show. And he's like, oh, is West Virginia going to get, his daughter asks, is West Virginia going to get in? And he's like, don't know yet. And obviously they can get in. West Virginia men's basketball coach said in a statement, obviously, we are extremely shocked, saddened, and disappointed with not being selected for the NCAA tournament. We strongly believe that we have a resume that is worthy of an NCAA tournament team. I am incredibly proud of this team and what they accomplished. They poured their hearts into the season and put all their collective efforts into making the NCAA tournament, and I believe they did that. West Virginia's men's basketball coach there. Statement they made after not being selected. Did they deserve to get in? Absolutely not. Crowley even said that himself. If they don't make it, it's their own faults. And so it's fun to point and laugh at West Virginia. It is. It's fun to point and laugh. So West Virginia did not make the big tournament this season. Obviously, Pitt, not in either. So we don't want to point and laugh at Pitt, but they had a lot of problems as well. It was just an off year. It was an off year for both of those programs. West Virginia played a little bit better. But, we'll point and laugh at West Virginia anyway. Haha, you can get in. That statement is, Okay, that's it for me. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show every morning, 5 to 5:40 in the morning. For any of you that are just waking up and you just get up insanely early. For any of you that are coming home from work or driving home from work, or maybe you're still working through the night shift, I'm happy to be doing the show for you out there. So appreciate you listening, paying attention, and engaging in sports talk this early in the morning. Have a happy St. Patrick's Day today, a happy official St. Patrick's Day. I know some people are off, some people aren't. It is a weird holiday. It's not one of those super, official holidays for getting off work. I know I have to work my second job today as well, so I didn't get an off day today, but I know some people do. I know some schools have it off, so I mean, however you're going to celebrate officially on the day today, maybe you got all your celebration out over the weekend, but if you are celebrating today, have a happy St. Patrick's Day. It's very nice to be talking to you today, and just have a good day today, and we'll keep moving through the day now. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Barbecue season is back.
Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation, but then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Due to the ongoing repair work, the HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. In addition, watch for the lane restrictions on Route 28 in both directions underneath the Veterans Bridge. In the meantime, traffic on the Parkways East and West mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 also pretty much up to speed for you on the main line. And the Parkway North main line also steady from I-79 down to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. Today we all get to wear green, and I think a lot of people listening right now could be recovering from hangovers. Doran, you and I are not. We are fresh as daisies.
Well, you're recovering from a different hangover.
Oh, I'm pissed.
Yeah, we know.
I'm pissed.
Yep.
We'll get into that in the sports portion of the show. I say. I could devolve into complaining at any moment. I've been talking your ear off all morning long. North Carolina, get the hell out of here.
Look, he's already doing it, Callis. Look at him. Good morning, Callis. How are you?
Yeah, Callis, how'd your weekend go? You had some family stuff going on in a good way.
It was so good.
That's
well,
awesome.
My weekend started off terribly. My phone broke, and the screen wasn't turning on, so I couldn't do the easy transfer thing. And then I bought an iCloud subscription for no reason, and it was just a whole thing. And I deleted all my apps, and I have to re-download them. Wasn't getting any sports news on Friday and Saturday. But then I took my girlfriend out for a birthday celebration. Her birthday was on Friday, so I took her out.
Happy birthday, Jada!
Yeah, very nice. So I took her to this game store. It's like all these old-fashioned board games and stuff that you can get. And
where's that?
And puzzles. It's down on it's like Shady Side area.
What's it called?
Games Unlimited.
Games Unlimited.
It's great. So we got a couple board games, and she got a Wicked puzzle. And she said she was very
Wicked,
happy.
like Boston themed or like the musical?
The musical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see the movie?
Or not even the musical. Like it was movie themed. It was the movie.
Did you see the movie?
No.
Oh,
it's out now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
you can order it.
Really?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
On
Like
stream.
DVD or stream.
Bang! There you go.
Yes.
There's a date. There's a date for you guys. Date idea.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because she was like, "You haven't seen all these movies," and I'm like, "No, I'm not a movie guy."
See, that's awesome.
That's great because I told her, I said, just tell me to watch. I mean, I'm not one that will watch movies on my own, but I get somebody to be interested enough. I'm like, yeah, we can do it. So.
Little bucket of popcorn,
That's
you
what
know,
I'm
a little cuddle sesh under the blankie.
Is there anything that you would say no to? Like, you know, you're in this new relationship, you're happy, you're excited, and there's a lot of things that you haven't explored. But sometimes people don't explore certain things for a reason because they just simply don't like them. Like if she came to you and was like, hey, I'm a big horror movie fan. Like, will you sit down and watch?
No, I wouldn't watch horror movies.
You would say no to her?
Yeah.
I don't think you would, you big teddy bear.
I can't handle horror movies. I hate seeing
She can keep you safe.
I hate jump scares. Fortunately for me, she hates jump scares as well. I don't think she's a big horror
You guys
movie
are peas in a pod, man,
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I love this for you. It seems like you guys really are hitting it off, and I'm very happy about that. There's nothing worse, not to be like overly dramatic, than the phone going haywire, though.
Oh, my gosh.
What a pain in the backside that is.
Terrible.
In the Verizon store, like...
Tear them up. Rip them.
No,
Go get them.
They just...
They're bastards.
No, they're nice people. They were nice people. I don't want to say that it was
No,
terrible.
the people who work there are great, but the whole process blows. It's an entire day.
Yeah, it was tough because they do the activation for you. And, like, my phone screen would turn on, but they activated the phone for me. So for 24 hours, too, I had separate information going through one phone versus the other. And then when my screen turned back on, when I came back home, it turned on for a little bit. I only found out after it turned back on that I could reset my new phone and then scan a little barcode to make the new phone have all the old phone's information. I thought I would have to have an iCloud backup for that.
Yeah.
And I was so mad because I paid $3 extra. I didn't need to. I'll live without $3.
Well, what happens to me every time is because I forget to back stuff up.
Right.
You got to do all that before you go, and then I forget my password, and then I'm looking for my password. But if the phone's broken, you can't find the password because my dumbass wound up saving the password on the broken phone.
Yes.
I couldn't even get to my bank information to like transfer enough money to pay the phone.
Oh man.
So I was like, oh crap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just feel like you're sort of blowing in the breeze at that point.
Yeah.
It is a long process.
But they talk to you like you don't know anything, which is fine because some people I think go in there and they really need help.
Yep, that's me.
I don't get the point of the activation fee other than to like take your money because like I could activate that phone by myself. Like, you know.
It's just like an airline. They'll find whatever way they can to charge you. Banks, they all do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a process.
I saw your buddy Josh though there. He was there. He was a South Fayette friend. No.
Keller?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
He was there. He's like, oh, you sound like Harry Callis. I was like, yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah, yeah. He knows you from the games, from doing all the PA
softball
announcements.
games.
Yes. Yes. Nice. Long day, though.
It was a long day. It was rough.
I can't stand it. There has to be an easier way. I mean, it's 2025.
But there was. All I had to do was I had to turn the screen back on. I had to turn the new phone on, and I just had to scan that thing. But they didn't tell me to do that. She just set up the new phone as a separate phone, and I was upset.
Callis, you better be hovering over that dump button today, buddy. I'm just letting you know.
He's so mad over here. He's like kind of like shimmying, and he's just like shaking his head. Oh man.
Should we sing it together?
Almost heaven.
Except WVU got eliminated.
West Virginia.
Not selected for the tournament.
Blue Ridge Mountain.
Dare to freeze to Iowa.
Yeah, he's going to leave too. All right, just stop the music real quick.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm going to do the thing. Just let me do the thing, then I'll get it out of the way. I'm going to get it out of the way. And I think Pitt fans will like this too. I'm going to get it out of the way. I just got to... Here we go. There is nothing worse than being a West Virginia fan. You pour your heart into it. You pour your soul into it. You got this great new young coach. Roster's injured, gutted. Not a single guy on this year's team was on last year's team. Last year's team wins 9 games. This year's team wins 19 games, including 6 quad 1 games, selection committee. Just throwing that out there. 6 quad 1 games. And I wake up yesterday the way I wake up every selection Sunday, and I annoy the hell out of my family. I start playing the March Madness theme, and I'm dancing around the house. Might we play in Dayton? Sure, we could play in Dayton. Could be a play-in game. Would have annoyed me. But you know what? We're going to get in. Joe Lenardi says we're a lock. Jerry Palm says we're in. Oh, 111 out of 111 bracketologists. That's all of them. It's 100% of the bracketologists on bracketmatrix.com say that West Virginia's in the field. Guess what's never happened before, Doran? It's never happened where every single bracketologist on Bracket Matrix had a team in and they missed the tournament. Who's it happened to? Me! It happens to my school. Never happened to anybody else. It's going to happen to West Virginia. Because we're down there, we're sleeping with goats, right, guys? We got 1.8 million people down there. Who cares about them? North Carolina, they got tobacco. Oh, look at this beautiful blue color they got. Everyone, oh, look at the most beautiful uniforms. Oh, what's going to happen if North Carolina doesn't make the tournament? Oh, yeah. Who was the chair of the selection committee? None other than the damn athletic director for North Carolina. Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself. Reclused. Doesn't matter. I'll throw the extra L in there because I'm a loser today. Recused himself, I think is the word. I don't know. I'm just a dumbass who went to WVU. I'm not smart. I'm smart enough to see we won 6 quad 1 games. North Carolina wins 1. They play in an awful conference, the ACC. And if you don't believe me, Jeff Capel said it's a bad conference too this year. It is. Actually, the committee agreed because they had Louisville as an 8 seed. Make that make sense. Louisville's an 8 seed. They got 1 million wins. They're an 8 seed. Why? Because the ACC sucks. But you know what, North Carolina? We just need to get that powder blue in the tournament. Oh, Crowley, your team is 1 win away from going to the national championship. They're just a 27.5-point favorite. Nothing bad's going to happen there. 13-9. Oh, hey, Crowley, your team's 8 minutes away from beating Gonzaga to go to the Elite 8. 9-minute review. Let's Gonzaga get their legs under them. Nothing good happens. Oh, hey, Neil Brown won 9 games. Maybe he's the guy. 2nd and 30 against Pitt. Can never get nice things.
Huggins.
Oh, yeah. Why don't I just drive drunk through a Taylor Swift concert? I think I'm in Ohio. Anything else good? No. So my wife filmed me yesterday, too.
Oh, I got to see this. I'm surprised she didn't send it to me.
I tweeted it.
You did?
I have the audio, Doran. So my wife filmed me during the selection show because I care way too much about these things, clearly. And
Wait, real quick. Why is it so easy to record you without you knowing?
I was locked in on the selection show.
That's not the first time that's happened.
Well, I mean, it's illegal. Aren't we a 2-party state? Or are we a 1-party state? I don't know.
That applies to phone calls. The privacy of recordings only apply for places you have an expectation of privacy in. And you're at work in a radio studio. I think I have a right to record you if I want.
What are you, a lawyer?
Yeah.
So my wife films me. You will hear my 5-year-old daughter. God love her. You will hear my over-dramatic mother. And then you will hear my 14-month-old really at the end just cement the whole thing. Here we go.
Did West Virginia get in?
Don't know yet.
Oh, it hurts my heart when he's not happy.
Oh, you cut it off before my daughter at the end.
What did she say? I didn't hear it.
She goes, "No."
It hurts my heart whenever he's not happy.
I mean, you've met my mom.
Yes.
She is. If you think I'm dramatic, my mom is more dramatic than I am. It hurts my heart when he's not happy. We're not talking like I didn't get run over by a car.
Basically.
It kind of feels like it. Here, I'm going to play the full thing off of Twitter here, Callis.
Did West Virginia get in?
Don't know yet.
Well, it hurts my heart when he's not happy.
No.
No.
She had it right. She's the one who answered the question. No.
Nope.
Yeah.
You can't have nice things.
No, I can't.
Walked in this morning and I saw you. I was like, you just can't have nice things. You're just not allowed. Just never.
It's one thing. You're one of the first 4 teams out, right? That's one thing. That when you are the first team out.
Yep.
That blows.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it for last year with Pitt is, Pitt got screwed. They got mostly screwed because there were 5 bid stealers. 5. So all these teams that weren't supposed to get in wind up getting in. Pitt would have been in. Pitt probably would have had a bye if not for all those bid stealers.
Mm-hmm.
But they were victims of circumstance. And that's one of those things you just can't do anything about. This one, in principle, is just a freaking disaster.
Yeah, it's fraud.
That's exactly
Fraudulent.
right.
It's definitely fraudulent.
The last team that gets in, the last one, just so happens to it's their athletic director.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Is the chair of the damn thing.
And then,
but he wasn't in the room.
He wasn't in the room.
Oh, okay. I'm sure when they're drinking coffee and eating pizza together, he's not like, "Hey, R.J. Davis probably deserves to play one more game, huh?" You don't think that happens?
Or whenever he comes back in the room, everybody else in the room's like, "Yeah, we left North Carolina out." Like, okay, yeah, good job explaining that to that guy whenever he comes back in the room. There's no way they're going to let that happen.
No, and listen, maybe it's not fraud. But it's human nature. Like, this guy's their buddy. They've been on the selection committee with him. North Carolina is as big a brand as there's ever been in the history of this sport. One of the biggest brands in all of sports. Duke, North Carolina, the Blue Bloods, blah, 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 blah. Beat somebody. They didn't. And take West Virginia out of it, Indiana should have been in over North Carolina. Indiana went on the road. They beat Michigan State. Indiana has all kinds of great wins. North Carolina's got one quad 1 win all year long. One. And then they want to talk out of the other side of their mouth like who you play matters? No, it doesn't. They beat a whole bunch of and they got into the tournament.
What was the reasoning behind leaving West Virginia out? What was their reasoning again?
The head coach's son got hurt 8 games in. And they factor injuries into it.
That's insane.
And here's the other thing that drives me nuts about that, Doran. West Virginia had more quad 1 wins after he got hurt than North Carolina had the entire season. Make it make sense. No, we figured it out. It's North Carolina. And it's their athletic director. I hope they lose, and I hope they lose in crushing fashion. People love when I squirm. I get it, like, whatever. But people say, oh, well, don't lose to Colorado in the Big 12 tournament. Fair enough. And West Virginia did. It's a game that they were leading, a game they never should have lost. It's a bad team they lost to. North Carolina's season should have ended on a lane violation.
Yeah.
You want to talk about earning it?
Yeah.
They could have beat Duke if not for a lane violation. And you want to say, well, West Virginia didn't deserve it. Look at how they lost. They lost on a lane violation. Are you kidding me? That should have been it. They probably got sympathy points.
Yep.
Tobacco Road.
Come over with us. You guys are, we have a seat for you right next to us.
Watching the games?
Yep.
Yeah.
We have a seat nice and warm for you.
Does this mean we don't have to hear about this during the regular show now? Because I think this was worth it then.
Who knows what I'm going to say today? I'm going to get everybody today. Aaron Rodgers. I watched Enigma. We'll get into that. Texter, do you have a favorite team now for the tournament? No, it doesn't work that way. Like, do I want to see Robert Morris stun the world, beat Alabama? Of course. But, like, it doesn't fill a hole in my heart. Like, Duquesne wins last year. Doesn't make Pitt fans feel better.
Right.
Like, not really.
Right.
Like, look, Duquesne beat BYU. Oh, that's nice. We like Duquesne. We love Keith Dambrot. That's awesome. It's not the same as if Pitt won. So, no, I shouldn't yell. I don't mean to yell at you.
Does this change the way that you're going to watch March Madness, though? Like, you were all excited. You're going to get together with a lot of people on Friday. Like, has that been ruined now?
It's my favorite 2 days of the year. And I will not let them take that from me. I'm depressed. Someone texting go Heels. Yeah, probably live in Cranberry. That's the other thing. Austin Bechtold's a UNC fan.
He likes everybody.
I love you, Austin, but like, oh, go Penn State football. Unless Pitt's winning, then I'll jump on Pitt's bandwagon. Oh, go Pitt basketball. Oh, well, they're out. Let me just latch on to North Carolina. He's going to walk up in here today with a North Carolina sweatshirt
He
on.
100% is.
I guarantee I'm going to punch him in the face. And I'm saying it. Right? I am going to punch him in the face. Amy Mock, who's our HR person, who's a tremendous human being. You could use this when there's a settlement going on after he sues my ass, but I'm punching him in the face. Love Austin, but like, come on, man.
Wasn't he texting you last night, just rubbing it in?
Yeah. He's like, the tournament's better with North Carolina in it. No, here's the thing on that. Villanova's won national championships. They haven't been in 3 years. Has the tournament suffered? Quick answer, no. Like, if North Carolina's not in it this year, you know when people forget about that? The same way they'll forget about West Virginia getting screwed. They'll forget about it the second the games start. And we're gambling, and we're eating chicken wings, and we're drinking. Like, if North Carolina's not in, we're not going to enjoy Furman beating Virginia less. Like, I don't need North Carolina to enjoy the NCAA tournament. Nobody does. North Carolina fans do. Nobody else gives a rat's ass. Oh, it's better if they're in. No, it's not. They're an 11 seed. They're not God's gift to basketball. No one's crying in their beer if they have to watch Ohio State or Indiana or West Virginia play San Diego State at 9:10 p.m. Wednesday night. No one cares.
Exactly.
I'm handling this well.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a lot worse.
Oh, it's 5:59. We got plenty of time.
Did you, like, want to wake up this morning and think that it was a dream? Was it one of those type things where you woke up this morning and you're like, oh, wait, we got left out? Like, you kind of forgot whenever you're sleeping, and then you woke up and it just like hit you again?
I woke up excited because we're going to do the show, and, hey, maybe Rogers goes down today. And it was only about, like, 2 minutes into waking up where I went. It was like Home Alone. Kevin! But for me, it was, Carolina! It just sort of hit me. I was happy for like 2 minutes when I woke up today.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Friggin' Oklahoma gets in. They were 6-12 in their conference. But it's the SEC. That's
Were they
thing.
really?
6-12 in the conference, yeah. 6-12.
It doesn't make any sense.
Texas gets in at 19-15. Why? Oh, because why did Texas get indoor? Oh, they had 7 quad 1 wins. Oh, so that matters? The quad 1 wins matter? Well, then why the hell did we get in with 6? Carolina won. Xavier gets in. Combined, Xavier and North Carolina had 2 quad 1 wins. Combined, we had 6. I'm handling it well. All right, let's get into Steelers stuff. Nothing happened with Rodgers except in my personal life. I watched Enigma, and I do have a little bit of a different perspective on Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk all that out. Najee Harris, don't let the door hit you on the ass on your way out, huh? Actually, does the Steelers facility even have doors, Doran?
Nope.
Or are they too cheap for doors? We'll get into that.
They have curtains.
Jerry Dulac with a report on who and what the Steelers could do in round 1 of the draft. Mark Caboli from 9 until 10. We will talk to Chris King, the athletic director of a team that did make the tournament, Robert Morris. He'll be on at 8 o'clock. So, exciting and fun show today. Doran may be hosting at some point after I say consecutive F-bombs and get fired from my job. That's all on the way in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We ended the show every day last week by asking, tomorrow when we start up, are the Steelers going to have a quarterback resolution? Whether it's Russell Wilson, or Aaron Rodgers, will we know who the quarterback is? And the answer was once again no. And we'll ask the same question at the end of today's show and, well, in perpetuity. But really no new news this weekend.
Nope.
And it's obvious as to why Aaron Rodgers has a very tight circle, Doran. It sounds like the Vikings are probably out, that J.J. McCarthy is their priority. That was reported by Diana Rossini and others, that the Vikings, they mulled it over, but they're probably going to go in that direction. If that's the case, then there should be a quick resolution, shouldn't there? Like, if I were Rodgers, I absolutely would have been waiting to see what the Vikings would do. That's a football team that's loaded for bear. Like, that team could win the Super Bowl this year. Like, they're a quarterback away. They're deep as hell everywhere else. So if I were Rodgers, I would want to know on that. Well, if they're out, we should get a resolution here. Steelers, Giants, okay, that seems pretty obvious to me. Why would you not want to come to Pittsburgh if those are the two options, Doran?
Well, I mean, is it about money or is it about winning? So, I mean, if it's about money, then the Giants are going to be willing to pay you more than I think the Steelers are. That's what I read over the weekend.
Yes.
But, I mean, you know what the situation is going to be there. I mean, you're probably going to have a coach for half of the year. Daboll probably won't make it the whole entire season. And you're just kind of just playing football, but you're making money. And I don't know what Aaron Rodgers' motivation is, but
and if money's anybody's motivation, I never rip them for it.
No, but I mean, you know, you would like to think that Aaron Rodgers has made enough money at this point. You want to go out on top with your career as a Hall of Fame quarterback.
And you know what, Doran? That is what I learned from Enigma, the Aaron Rodgers docuseries on Netflix, which I basically got dragged into watching Kicking and Screaming by my wife because I said I wanted to watch it on Friday, and she heard the show, and she said, no, we should actually do that. I said, okay, damn it. All right, we're going to watch this thing. So we sat down, we watched it, and I will say I owe him a little bit of an apology. When in his first year with the Jets, he tore his Achilles. And all the reporting was, and everything you heard out of him was, he wants to come back faster than anybody's ever come back from an Achilles injury before. I thought, this dude's just trying to keep himself in the conversation. This guy's trying to take the spotlight and put it on himself. He knows he's not going to play. He doesn't want to play this year. He's not going to put his Achilles at risk. It could be the end of his career if he re-injures it. This guy's an attention, you know what. That's what I thought. Then I watched the docuseries. And you know what? I was wrong about that. He really thought he could come back from an Achilles injury.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't going to let the fact that nobody had ever come back from it that fast stop him. And he put his heart and soul into coming back from that injury, busting his ass to get out there with his teammates. You know, the third game the Jets played was against Kansas City, and he went in front of the team, and he gave them this awesome, motivating speech about how he cares about those guys and how it's terrible luck that he wasn't going to be there, but how he was pulling for them. He wanted to win, and he wanted to win with the New York Jets. And he really thought he could come back from that injury. That is not BS. You can't fake that. Now, you can say, oh, Crowley, it's a documentary that he made, and he could sign off on all the creative decisions on. No question about that. But he was rehabbing it. He was talking to the doctors, telling them, I'm coming back faster than anybody's ever come back.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how good of and how big of a competitor he was. And so watching that, I don't think the money, again, just from watching that, I don't think the money is the determining factor for him. He should go to the place then where he thinks he's got the best chance to win. And the Steelers aren't a better organization or a better situation than most of the teams in the NFL, but they're a damn better organization and situation than what the New York Giants have going for him right now. And if he is that kind of competitor and he does want to go out with a chance to win, Pittsburgh gives him that chance more than New York does, and I don't think it's even close.
No, it's not close at all. I just wonder what the timeline's going to be now because, I mean, if you follow the Brett Favre timeline of whenever he signed with Minnesota, I think it was like August. I think he took all the way up until August to sign. I think I did read that somewhere. So, I mean, this could get dragged out for a long time. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, we talk about like, hey, like Will he show up to minicamp? Will he show up to OTAs? I think that he would because it's a new offense, a new scheme and everything. But at the same time, he's going to think that he's Aaron Rodgers where he doesn't have to do all that stuff. He doesn't have to show up to training camp. Hey, I can sit out as long as possible. You're still going to accept me probably. If the price is still right in August, you're still going to accept me. I mean, you want to ride with Mason Rudolph? Going to ride with a young draft pick maybe?
It's pretty easy for the Steelers in the locker room to, I'm guessing, wait if the choices are Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. I mean, I said it last Friday. I would rather just go into the season with Mason, build up your defensive line, build up this roster. But if you pulled everyone in the Steelers locker room, with all due respect to Mason Rudolph, who I do think is a popular guy among the people who played with him, I think that you're going to get pretty close to unanimous bringing Aaron Rodgers.
No doubt.
Because of the resume. And another thing that you've said a lot, Dorn, is that his teammates have always loved him.
Always.
And I do watch that documentary, and his teammates loved him wherever he's been. Love Aaron Rodgers because he's a better teammate than I think the zeitgeist will have you believe. We'll keep shoehorning that into the show.
What'd you think about the whenever he was in the tent, in the sauna tent, and having to throw up and then taking a bath in the river?
Well, so here's the part of all that does irk me. Like, if you refer to yourself as an enigma, you probably aren't an enigma. Like, we all know people, oh, I'm funny. No, you're not. You can't say you're funny. I'm a nice guy. No, you're not. I think I've said those things about myself. If you say you're a nice guy, you're probably not a nice guy. Oh, I'm Aaron Rodgers. I'm an enigma. You can't say that about yourself. Someone else needs to call you an enigma. If you're this dude who is, you have to be outgoing and gregarious because of your occupation. And you have to be this leader. And you have to be an extrovert. But really, you're an introvert. And that's how he described himself at the very beginning of this documentary.
Yeah.
If I'm doing an ayahuasca retreat, I can't have the cameras there.
Right.
That bothers me a little bit. Like, I'm this guy, I like solitude, I like to do my own thing, and now you're showing the world about all of it. That kind of irked me a little bit. I came out of it thinking he's a better teammate than I thought, that he wants to win more than I thought, that he cares about football more than I thought. I also still think there are elements of him that are very much fraudulent. So I kind of came away from it like a little still conflicted on him, but I wasn't conflicted before. Before I just thought he was a colossal jackass. Now I think he's a colossal jackass that wants to win football games and will put his body through immense pressure to win football games.
Can't you set aside the other stuff though if you know that the football stuff is there?
Yes, with anybody.
That's kind of that was my point, I think, of watching that and getting a better understanding of Aaron Rodgers. I think I said to you last week, I was like, I don't know if you'll like him more, but you'll understand him. You understand him. And I think that you'll be able to separate some of the things that he does and how he operates and how he lives his life compared to his football life and what he does on the field.
Yeah, and I do think in any sport, you have to separate art from artist. I've said that before. Like when a Michael Jackson song comes on. Saw that documentary too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still going to bump along to Thriller because it's a really good song. I'm still going to listen to Zombie Nation. Those guys, pretty bad. Is it Zombie Nation? No, that's not the one. The other Stadium Rock song. Bad stuff there with that guy. But I'm going to separate art from artist. Like, do I want to win football games? We know what Ben Roethlisberger was accused of. He's a damn good quarterback. We know that a lot of people actually believe what Myles Garrett said about Mason Rudolph. Okay, you can believe whatever you want to believe. Can he spin the thing?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Sidney Crosby was a bad human being, he'd still be a point-per-game player for 20 consecutive years. I'd still probably root for him to put the thing into the back of the net. So I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I like him more now than I did before I watched the documentary. But if he could play, that's all that matters to me.
That's all that matters.
I don't know if he can play because there's so many differing opinions on that. I trust your football opinion. I trust Pat Bostic's football opinion. I think Dan Orlovsky is a really good film breakdown guy. Steve Palazzolo's done great work for multiple outlets forever. He thinks Rodgers is potentially a top 10 quarterback in the league. But there's a lot of people who played the game and watched film who say, this guy can't do it anymore. So what the hell do I know? I can't sit here and I'm going to watch every snap. I don't got that kind of time. I have to bitch about North Carolina. I don't have time for all that.
Right. I think if you want to, like, a broad kind of evaluation of Aaron Rodgers and a quarterback, and especially at that age, an athlete at that age, like if you could still do the thing that you're paid to do, then you're fine. Like, Aaron Rodgers isn't paid to run out and scramble outside of the pocket and go get first downs with his legs. Aaron Rodgers isn't paid to bench press and to block guys. Aaron Rodgers is paid to throw the football. He can still throw the football. That's all. And then full stop right there. He can still throw the football.
And I do think he got better as the season wore on. I do. I mean, while I do feel better about his want to win and his toughness, like I will never question Aaron Rodgers' toughness again. I feel good about those things. But what also comes part and parcel with that is he cares so much that when stuff goes wrong, he will publicly throw people under the bus. He did it last year. He did it at the end of his time in Green Bay. And I just don't think that the Steelers ecosystem can handle that. I think the whole thing, you lose a couple of games early, I think the whole thing could come apart at the seams. And all the while, you haven't been able to address all your other needs. Like, go out and get real defensive linemen. Go out and add meaningfully to this roster. No, you're in a holding pattern. And what's happening now is you're in the Ayuk situation again. And it's still way early on it, but, like, you can feel that.
Yeah.
And you're in that spot now at the most important position in the sport. So you can't spend the money because you might be spending it on him. The longer you go, you're never going to be able to spend that money unless you find some willing trade partner down the line. But the longer this goes, the less and less likely that is to happen. So you know where we are. We're in exactly the same spot we were in on Friday.
Yes.
Except there's a new Adam Silver report. Adam Silver's locked in, one of the better NFL insiders out there. People are sending this to us. It broke overnight. We'll get to that coming up next. Maybe a little new with Aaron Rodgers. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll give you that new report and what it might mean for the Steelers when we come back. Your phone calls as well, 412-928-9370. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers, they made a signing over the weekend, according to reports. Daniel Ekuale, former Patriots defensive tackle, going to join the Steelers with a new contract. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. They've done work on my house. They're the best. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
The Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida are the #1 seeds in this year's NCAA tournament. Beyond the Tigers and Gators, 12 other SEC teams made the field of 68, which is amazing. Meantime, the last team in was North Carolina. I guess they're really a football school now, wouldn't you say? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with the Breakfast Baconator. Roll with the Sausage Breakfast Burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
It's time for basketball. And right now, Uber Eats has deals on McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions since 2020. With Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Clouds then sun today, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. With less than a month left in the regular season, Denver is looking to put together a win streak to move their way up in the East. It won't be an easy task, however, as they travel to Houston in a tough matchup that should prepare them for the playoffs. With few games between them and few games left to be played, this game will have a huge impact by the end of the season. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Now's the best time to get that Hyundai car or SUV you've always wanted. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty and 3 years or 36,000 miles of limited complimentary maintenance. Don't think you can get away with all that? Think again. But don't wait. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now, so visit your local Hyundai dealer today. It's a great day for a new Hyundai.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush starting out a bit rough in spots. This report brought to you by Popeyes. Crews on the scene of an accident in West Mifflin. This is at the intersection of Lebanon Church and Lebanon Road, so watch for delays and lane restrictions heading through the zone. Parkway West, you're heavy around the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, heavy at the Wilkinsburg interchange, and then again between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. Don't forget those HOV lanes are closed along that roadway in the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Popeyes.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've got a Michael Silver report coming up here on Aaron Rodgers. We'll tell you about, I guess I called him Adam Silver at the end of the last segment.
Yep.
That would be the NBA commissioner who looks like a penis. My apologies there. Kind of like a vampire penis.
Yeah.
I do think he's a vampire. Who looks more like a vampire? Adam Silver or Rick Pitino?
Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino for sure. Even Rochelle said that the other day whenever we were watching the game.
He's taken now 6 teams to the NCAA tournament, Rick Pitino. I think there's a case that he's the best college basketball coach in the history of college basketball coaches, but he's undead.
Yep.
Like, have we ever seen him outside? I don't think so.
No.
Like, even whenever he was having sex with that lady, that was under cover of darkness.
Yes.
And when I say having sex with her, I mean for like 15 seconds. Rick Pitino.
Yep.
And then allegedly paying her off. Anyway, tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I don't know why I took shots at Adam Silver. I think a lot of people are going to take my gruff today, Doran. I'm being lashing out in every single direction.
I'm just letting you go.
People also texting in, Crowley, the Steelers did upgrade their defensive line. They got Daniel Ekuale from the New England Patriots. Yeah, this is a depth guy. I'm talking about upgrading.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not a bad move. I mean, he's a legitimate defensive tackle who will make the roster.
Started every game basically last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine. Like, Pro Football Focus doesn't love him, which, again, not the be-all, end-all, as we've talked about ad nauseum on this show. He's the definition. He's an NFL player. He's a depth piece. I'm talking about going out and upgrading the defensive line significantly, which they haven't done, and it's not all that hard to figure out why. It's because they have all this money earmarked for Rodgers. And you can say, all right, well, if you don't get Rodgers, you can turn around and you can spend that money. Yeah, but all the best players are going. I mean, the best players generally go early on in free agency. I hope this helps. 412-928-9370. All right, one more here, Doran. You know, someone tweets in intimating that politics is the reason why I don't want Aaron Rodgers to be the Steelers quarterback. And to that I say I spent hours on Friday praising the Mason Rudolph signing. I don't think it's a secret. Mason Rudolph is a Republican. People call him MAGA Mason.
Yep.
I think that's a shrewd signing. If this had anything to do with politics, I would want neither of the guys. It has to do with I'm a little bit afraid that Aaron Rodgers' statistics last year are kind of like Russell Wilson's statistics the year before. Like, they look good on paper. You think, oh, man, this guy could play through 28 touchdowns, only 10 picks. I'm a little gun-shy based on what happened with Russell Wilson. Like, all the numbers pointed to Russell Wilson being a good player, and then he was for a while for the Steelers, and then the wheels fell off there.
I just don't. There's no better option, in my opinion. And for me, knowing what the Steelers want to do. Like, it'd be different if I knew if this organization was like, okay, we're going to tear down, rebuild, and go after our quarterback next year or find our quarterback of the future, next time around. But they want to win. They think that they could win. They just signed and traded for a receiver and gave him $150 million. That's telling you that they're still thinking that they're going to win this year. So you're looking at the options. I love the Mason Rudolph signing as a backup and as a plan B. If you do sign a guy like Aaron Rodgers and he has to go in because Aaron Rodgers is hurt. But they want to win.
It also gives you Aaron Rodgers insurance should he sign someplace else or walk off into the sunset and retire. You can start week 1 with Mason, and you figure you could be a 9-win football team with him. So, I think they have guarded themselves against that. The way they view it is, okay, we're going to be pot committed to Rodgers here because we want to win. I agree with you. They think they can win. And so, seeing it through their eyes, yes, I would agree that Aaron Rodgers is the best option if that's how they view things. And they view it, okay, we've got a good backup option now in Mason Rudolph, so if Rodgers gets hurt or if we can't sign Rodgers, well, we can go in there with Mason. But to me, it's still, okay, we've got Mason, and this Rodgers thing didn't work out, then they missed out on so many other things. From their standpoint, I get it. I do. I just don't think they should have this philosophy.
I also think, though, too, that they want to sign Rodgers because they don't want to be fooled into drafting a quarterback in this draft, and that could be a very high possibility. I mean, you've seen it everywhere. The talks are starting to ramp up, obviously, around Jackson Dart and the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. And I think the Steelers, at least in my opinion, in just how I would think right now, I do not want to get fooled into loving Jackson Dart to draft him just because of my situation. And I don't think that they are in love with him. I think they could be fooled to be in love with him and have to take him if this situation doesn't come through.
Yeah, we all know people, right? You go through a breakup, and then everyone's got a rebound girl, right? Or a rebound guy.
Yep.
You don't want to fall in love with the rebound.
Especially the younger rebound.
Right.
You usually, whenever you rebound, it's like, I'm going to go younger.
Mm-hmm. Everything's still pointed up.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I'm going to make the other person jealous. I'm going to go younger. I could still, still got some swings left.
Mm-hmm. It makes you feel younger.
Yep.
And then you fall in love, and you never should have been. And 2 years later, you're like, oh, my God, now I'm back in the same place. I just broke up with the rebound chick.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's desperation. And the Steelers absolutely could do that. Right now, they probably are thinking, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, come on, no way.
Right.
But if you only have Mason, you could convince yourself.
And they're there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they want to do that, though. I don't think they want to be in that situation, but I could see them trying to almost kind of psyching themselves out, which would be bad.
You're saying a lot of things that I agree with, and if I were Art Rooney II, and I'd be so rich, man.
Yeah, a lot of money. A lot of money.
I would buy West Virginia into the tournament. I'd be so rich. It'd be wonderful. If I could see everything through his eyes, and I think I'm close, and I think our team is close, yes, absolutely Rodgers is worth the shot. Because where else are you going to turn? Totally get that. I just don't think that that's the way they should be viewing things. You go in with Mason, you build up. 412-928-9370. We'll get to the Michael Silver report coming up next. We thought the Vikings were out. Maybe they're not. That's when we come back. Maybe we'll react to some of the other big things with the NCAA tournament. It's the Monday after Selection Sunday. We don't have to focus on the West Virginia thing. There's something to celebrate locally, which we will do. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won a couple games, spring training games over the weekend, beat the Orioles and the Yankees. Pirates have a game coming up today at 1 o'clock against the Detroit Tigers. Spring training over in 10 days, and the Pirates did announce that Paul Skeens will be the opening day starter. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. Could it be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, All new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Michael Silver, one of the biggest NFL insiders out there, works for SI, the NFL Network, formerly of Yahoo. He writes that some with the Vikings say it's literally 50-50 whether Aaron Rodgers signs with the team. So Diana Rossini had at least intimated that they don't really want to go that path, that they're all in on J.J. McCarthy. Sounds like they're not all in on J.J. McCarthy. If you were in their shoes, what do you do?
It'd be a situation like I feel like I'm with the Steelers, but actually more realistic.
Right.
Knowing what I did last year with Sam Darnold, revitalizing his career and getting the most out of him. I look at my receiving core. I look at what I did in free agency already. If I have money left over, I mean, they got a bunch of D linemen. They got a bunch of offensive linemen to kind of fill some spots there. Man.
It'd be a difficult decision if I were in their shoes.
It'd be a very difficult decision. I'd look at the division. You have to assess every angle, right? I probably would because we were so close last year. And it just gives a little bit more time for J.J. McCarthy. And actually, he can actually practice and be there and, sit behind and wait his turn, but actually get the reps behind. Like, he didn't get any reps this year.
Right.
Because he was hurt.
He's put on the VR thing.
Right. So I probably would, knowing how close we were last year and knowing that we bolstered our roster and knowing how good the division is going to be and knowing what Chicago is doing. I mean, they've literally revamped their whole entire offensive line. They're going to be pretty good this year, and with their head coach, Ben Johnson. So, yeah, I actually would. 100% actually.
Yeah, I think I would too, because I do think they're where the Steelers think they are.
Yes, exactly.
The Steelers think that they can win the Super Bowl if they bring in Aaron Rodgers. The Vikings, well, they could win the Super Bowl. They're that good. Even if Rodgers is what I think he is, which is nowhere close to what he used to be, can he be better than Sam Darnold when he's in a dome and he's throwing to Justin Jefferson and he's throwing to Jordan Addison and
TJ Hawkinson.
Right.
Aaron Jones. They got weapons.
For me, it's a totally different situation because the Vikings are the leveled up version of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And just because you bring Aaron Rodgers in doesn't mean that you're punting on J.J. McCarthy. No. He could sit another year.
How many years did Rodgers sit?
I was just going to say that. Rodgers was drafted in 2005 and he got his chance in 2008. And that worked out. Patrick Mahomes sat his first year. There's a lot of examples where that went down. And this is basically rookie year for J.J. McCarthy. And it sucks for him. I do feel bad for him. He'd have had a legitimate opportunity last year, and who knows where things go. But pushing it 1 year down the road, it doesn't hurt the Vikings to try something like that. And their roster's already built up, so if it doesn't work with Rodgers, you just flip it over to J.J. McCarthy next year. That's the holdup in this whole thing.
Yes.
Is the Vikings. If it were Steelers and Giants, I think the decision would be an easy one. You go with the team that offered you more money, the Giants, or you go with the team that's got a better chance to win, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Are you playing for money or are you playing for legacy? And then you make that decision. Now that the Vikings are involved, I think you wait, if you're Rodgers, until you know whether they're in or out.
Yep.
And that is a departure for me on my opinion on Rodgers. The guy had said, all right, brother, why don't you make your damn decision? You're putting all these franchises on hold. Well, the Vikings would throw a wrench in the whole thing. Now, if I'm the Steelers, I'd still be like, dude, let's go. Like, here's a deadline, and we're going to have to pull ourselves out if you don't get there by the deadline. Like, I would do that if I were Pittsburgh, but if I were Rodgers, I would absolutely be mulling the Vikings decision.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Here's a text, and it's a good one. It kind of cuts to the point we were talking about. J.J. McCarthy just turned 22. They can afford to let him sit.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Not that he would learn anything, but to let him get his reps in and have a rookie year where he can actually just practice every day and watch, it's very valuable.
Yeah, and it's not like a car driving off the lot where you're not going to get value. It's not like they're going to trade J.J. McCarthy. It'd be silly, I think, if they traded J.J. McCarthy, actually. Let him sit. You believed in the guy then. Why wouldn't you believe in him now? And, again, he's 22, so he hurt himself, or he got hurt. He can come back healthy. He can bounce back okay. Steelers did sign another defensive lineman, Jalen Holmes, from Washington. So they had two depth pieces on the defensive line over the weekend. He had a 49.8 overall grade on Pro Football Focus, for whatever that's worth. Just throwing the PFF grade out there because I'm not going to pretend, which you're not going to find on this show, Dor, at least for me. I'm not going to pretend like I heard of the defensive lineman from New England. I'm not going to pretend like I heard of Jalen Holmes. Hadn't. Ain't watched the film on these guys, but everything I understand, the people who pay attention, just a couple of depth signings here, which you also need to do.
That's exactly how I look at it. If I haven't heard of somebody or watched somebody play and they get signed, they're a depth piece.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you these guys stink.
No.
But are they difference makers? No. Do you need bodies? Absolutely. So I'm not going to sit here and say these are bad moves. They need to make moves like this. But are they going to move the needle? Or are these guys who are going to up the Steelers from being a 10-win team to a 12-win team? The answer to that question is probably no. All right. Back to the NCAA tournament in a second. We were making fun of Adam Silver before. I guess I should own that. I was making fun of Adam Silver before, the commissioner of the NBA. Someone texted in that he looks like Count Orlok from Nosferatu.
Yes.
I have looked up Count Orlok from Nosferatu, and you nailed it. Did you watch that movie?
It was too slow.
See, I heard it was freaky, and there was like some weird demon sex stuff going on.
Yeah, it's a weird movie. I mean, it's very old, but they just remade it, and the character that plays Count Orlok is the guy who played Pennywise in the newer version of it.
Pennywise also very freaky. Any clown-related stuff I'm totally out on. Yeah. But I'm also a guy who's afraid of my own shadow.
Right.
I thought you were going to say you were a clown.
Callis, don't start with me today. Can't you tell?
You can get him today, Callis.
Can't you tell?
You can get him today.
Somebody's going to get got by me too. Like I'm gonna need an email from someone in sales or and I'm just going to wind up snapping on them, and they don't deserve that. I got to talk my way through it. There's a very real bad thing happening, though, in the NCAA tournament, and that's that the SEC got 14 teams in. Like, it's no good. It's a 16-team conference. They got 14 teams in.
Wow.
Including Texas that had a losing record, including Oklahoma.
How did they all get in?
6-12, because they have a bunch of quality wins, which don't get me started on that, because West Virginia has quality wins and they got left out of the tournament. This, I think, in a lot of college basketball circles is being discussed as maybe the best power conference of all time in the SEC. And I think it was Jeff Goodman, one of the big-time NCAA basketball insiders, said, yeah, but this season's an anomaly. I don't know. Like, I'm not here to tell you that 14 teams are going to get in every year in the SEC to the NCAA tournament, but I think we're going to see it more often than not now that you're going to get 10-plus SEC teams in. This was a football conference. This was a baseball conference. Well, now with revenue sharing and all the exorbitant TV money that the SEC has coming in, they literally have too much money to spend. So these programs that have always been afterthoughts in basketball, Alabama ain't been crap until recently. Auburn, they had the fun back when you had the round mound rebound in there. But apart from Barkley, apart from that, they've never been good.
Right.
They've never been good. Georgia, never been good. A lot of these SEC schools have been crap basketball teams forever. Now 14 of them get in. Why? Because you have to spread that money, not equally, but you have to spread that money around, and that money's landing on basketball.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we're sick of the SEC in football. Folks, get ready to be sick of the SEC in basketball, because money has ruined or is in the process of ruining the sports that we love. Like, the SEC is on a different plane. It's a lot like the Dodgers v. the Pirates.
Absolutely.
And now it's made its way to basketball, where the little guy used to have a say. The little guy in basketball, what makes March Madness fun, we're not going to be having that very much. Like, you're going to have SEC teams playing in round two because there's not – usually they like to separate these conference teams out. You can't.
Right.
You can't. So I think it's a disaster for college sports.
It's going to get worse.
And you are right.
It's going to get worse.
It's going to get worse. Bunch of Big Ten teams made it. 14 SEC teams made it. Get used to it. And that is a much bigger deal, should be a much bigger deal than, Indiana getting snubbed or West Virginia getting snubbed. It's the changing landscape of this tournament in particular, where schools that never used to care about it now care, and they're caring where it counts, and that's with the pocketbook. And so everyone else is playing now for second fiddle. Like, look at the ACC. The ACC used to be the power. They got three teams in, and arguably should have got 2 teams in. Why? Because they ain't got the cash flow the way that the damn SEC does. I think they got 4 teams in. North Carolina, Louisville, Clemson, Duke.
Yes.
Someone's getting it today.
Tell.
Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Is somebody getting it today? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's getting it today.
Uh-huh.
All right, coming up next, we've got our Bradenton Bucko breakdown and then some breaking NFL news at the top of the hour. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won over the weekend. They beat the New Jersey Devils on Saturday 7-3. That makes it 4 wins in a row for the Penguins now. They've got another home game coming up against the New York Islanders tomorrow at 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of problems coming up the morning rush. This report brought to you by Staples. The latest is on the inbound Parkway East. We have a disabled vehicle. Crews on the scene. It's blocking the right shoulder around Edgewood Swissvale. Traffic is getting by in the left lane to get around it. It's causing delays all the way back to Churchill. In West Mifflin, crews on the scene of an earlier accident at the intersection of Lebanon Church and Lebanon Roads. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you are heavy over the top of Green Tree Hill and jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 4/5. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Probably should have slid this one in here, Doran. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Robert Morris going dancing. We knew that. Now we know who they'll play. And it's Alabama. Which, I guess I'm just in a bitchin' mood today, Doran. They got screwed, too. They should be a 14 seed.
Yeah.
And they wind up playing a team that, from an athletic standpoint, they're one of the most athletic teams in the country. One of the best offenses in the country. They shoot the three better than just about anybody in the country. They go at one of the fastest paces in the country. And they should be playing an easier matchup. It was never going to be easy. You're going to be a 14, you're going to be a 15, you're going to play a 3, you're going to play a 2. You're going to have a tough draw, but they're a 20.5-point underdog to Alabama because Alabama, when they're on, can beat anybody in the country, as they've proven this year. So they kind of got screwed.
Yeah, I mean, they've been flirting with they've been in the top 10 at least all season, right?
Yeah.
They've been in the top 10. I think they lost. Wait, who ended up winning the SEC championship? It was
Auburn. Florida, excuse me.
Florida, yeah. So they ended up losing, not winning the ACC or SEC championship. So, I mean, I guess that's a question I'm going to ask Chris King when we have him on at 8 a.m. is it whenever you're in situations like this, and Chris King's been around for a while and has been a part of these situations with RMU, is it a hey, we have nothing to lose type situation? Because sometimes, that is the most dangerous team to play. Now, I know that the matchup doesn't favor RMU or whatever, but, I mean, you're playing with house money. Is it hey, we have nothing to lose. Let's just go ball. Sometimes whenever you play a team like that, they can't surprise you. We've seen it over the years many times. I mean, what was it, Florida Gulf Coast? Remember them? What year was that? That was 10 years ago maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that? They were fun to watch. I mean, they had that nothing to lose mentality, and they just, went to the Final Four.
Yeah, and we see it. I mean, St. Peter's did it a couple of years ago as a 16 seed.
Butler, right?
Yeah, Butler going to back-to-back national championships. That's one of the reasons why the tournament's great is the little guy. No one goes into this going, oh, geez, Robert Morris is going to beat whoever they play. They're going to be a substantial underdog. And I don't want to turn a good thing, because this is a good thing, into a bad thing. But I was a little bit perturbed.
Yeah.
I was a little bit perturbed. I'm sure their season's already a success. You won the league in the regular season, and now you won your conference tournament. And the amount of pressure, man, that is on a team in a one-bid league that wins the regular season, knowing they have to win the conference tournament to get in, they got the target on their back.
Yep.
And there's a ton of pressure on Andy Toole and all of his players, and they were able to get that done. So in no way is their season a failure if they get blown out by 70 points against Alabama. I just wish that they had gotten a fairer draw, a better draw. I just thought of a bit idea we could do later in the show. I found the North Carolina athletic director phone number.
Oh, no.
I want to leave him a voicemail.
No, you won't.
I absolutely do, and I will.
No, you won't.
And we're going to do it on the air.
No, we're not.
Why not?
Well, because this is a personal thing for you. I have nothing to do with it. Pitt has been done. They didn't even get a sniff at this. They've been done. So this is all on you because you're mad because West Virginia got left out.
I'm calling.
And you're going to lose your coach, and everything's going to be downhill.
I'm calling him. I'm calling him.
This is all you.
I'm gonna absolutely tear him a new one. I'm going to crush the guy.
No, you won't.
One of my friends runs a West Virginia burner account and may or may not have tweeted out the guy's email. I think that's a little too far.
That is.
If you want to find it, you can just go to the North Carolina website.
Right, yeah. Well, actually, it's not too far because it's very easy to find.
It's very easy to find.
At unc.edu or something.
Yeah, any athletic director you can reach out to. All right, now it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, which is brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Doran, I was totally shocked this weekend to find out that Paul Skeens will be the Pirates' opening day starter. I mean, it was just completely out of nowhere.
Crowley, honestly, I saw the video get tweeted, and I was like, let me watch this because I think that this is going to be a real exciting moment.
Really emotional.
Where Paul Skeens is going to get announced as the opening day starter. And, man, it was so exciting. Who else would be the starter? Who else would be the damn starter?
It was an awesome video when the Pirates sent it out whenever it was Mitch Keller.
Yes.
Because Mitch Keller, man, you want to talk about a guy who persevered, who went through his highs, who went through his lows. Paul Skeens was the starter for the National League last year in the All-Star game as a rookie. He was a Cy Young candidate last year.
Do they do this stuff every year, though?
Yeah, they do. Put it out. I'm not faulting them for putting it out, but it is hilarious.
So are they going to do it for the next 4 years?
Yes. Paul Skeens, opening day starter. Paul Skeens, opening day starter. Hey, everybody, shocking news. Paul Skeens, opening day starter.
I mean, like the video and stuff. Do you think they'll put out a video every year?
I think they will. Yeah, sure, why not? People watch it. People click it. People think they might cry a little bit. That's always fun. Yeah, we knew this would be the case. I think the noteworthy thing to come out of it, Callis, and I don't know if you saw this, Bubba Chandler, who is also a mega prospect, he said, yeah, it's going to be a bummer next year when he's the number 2 starter.
Ooh,
I love that from Bubba Chandler.
I love that.
That is outstanding.
Good stuff.
Like, you got confidence in yourself, man. You think you're going to take that guy? I love that.
That is great.
And I do think they've all got, like, this healthy competition. Like, Jared Jones thinks he's this hot shot, and he is. I mean, look at the way he started his career. Paul Skeens is obviously the next coming. And then Bubba Chandler's like, man, I'm a better prospect than Jared Jones. Let's go.
I love that.
I do love that, too. Also, our guy David Bednar had another rough outing.
Saw that.
Now, the defense played a role in it, but you wanted to bounce back where the box score would look good. You wanted it to be clean. And it was anything but, and his ERA is just ballooned in spring training. So the good news is Paul Skeens is your opening day starter. The bad news is your closer might not be your closer. Also with Skeens, I hope he pitches in that Yankee series at home too. I haven't done the starter math on all that, but that'd be a huge bummer. Like, he doesn't need to start opening day. You know it's going to be a sellout. You've got a good rotation. But I would like to see him in that series.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, if he misses Judge, if you don't get to see that matchup in a game that actually matters, because it was all decided by the end of the season last year, that's going to be a huge bummer.
Yeah.
So I hope that all works out.
I bet you he'll start the second game of the series.
I hope so. I'm going to do the math during the break. That was our Bradenton Bucko Breakdown, brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and by Hampton Beer Outlet. Coming up next, some breaking NFL news from yesterday, and it absolutely affects the Pittsburgh Steelers, probably in more ways than one. We'll explain. When we come back, it's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. They'll be spotty, but it's cold enough to at least give you a chance to see some morning snow on the St. Patrick's Day. Morning skies are cloudy. It'll be partly cloudy this afternoon with temperatures warming up to the mid-40s. Morning lows are in the 30s. Noon temperatures should be just in the upper 30s. Steady wind of around 10 miles an hour. It's not going to make it feel any warmer for those looking for an early season four-leaf clover and some Irish luck. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back. not your wallet.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast break style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting rougher by the minute. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Crews on the scene of an accident now, the intersection of Anthony and East Main Streets at St. Carnegie. Also an accident on the inbound Parkway East, the top of the side of Edgewood Twistvale. Traffic gets by in the left lane and is stacked all the way back to Churchill. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Even Route 28, that is heavy past the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog gets you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A lot of people on the text line telling me to stop crying. I remember doing the show last year when Pitt got left out and Virginia got put in, and there was a lot of crying that happened then. I think we should all understand each other. We should all hold hands, sing Kumbaya. Pitt got screwed last year. West Virginia got screwed this year. We all understand the plight.
I understand it, and I feel your pain, and the reason why I'm like okay with feeling your pain right now and understanding you is because it's universal. Like there's not, outside of North Carolina fans, I mean, there's not anybody out there that has followed college basketball and follows college basketball that doesn't think that West Virginia got screwed.
That's exactly right.
Everybody thinks that. Everybody's like, this is ridiculous, because it is.
You remember when we talked to Jay Billis last year about Pitt, too? I mean, it was the same kind of thing. And you can rationalize, at least I know I can, a bad loss, right? We were talking about it before the show. Like, your team loses the backyard brawl, and that sucks. And you mope about it because it's a rivalry game, and it just means a ton. But it's a game decided on the field. And so you go, they were better than us. And you can wrap your head around that. That's an easy thing to understand. You are a favorite and you lose. You can wrap your head around that. Man, we didn't play well. Man, you give credit to the other guys. And I'm not talking about the backyard brawl. I'm just talking about in general. But when there's a committee of people who look at Pitt last year and look at West Virginia this year and go, oh, those teams didn't deserve to make it, it's just a really hard thing to wrap your head around because you can break it down to the nth degree. And there's so many contradictions in these brackets. Like for some teams, quality wins matter. For other teams, apparently they don't. And in Pitt's case last year, they got squeezed out because of all the bid stealers. But even then, you look at Virginia who gets in, and you go, okay, why didn't Pitt get it? If someone had to be left out, why didn't that team get left out? And it's just a tough thing to rationalize. And it's incredibly frustrating. Not to be lost in all of this, Greg Gumbel big time missed on the selection show yesterday.
Yes.
One of the all-time legends, and it just one of the best days in sports is Selection Sunday, and to not have his voice as the backdrop for it, it was honestly jarring.
Mm-hmm.
Like we grew up on that guy doing that and doing it with class and asking really good questions of the selection committee afterwards, and I think it was missing, and it was obvious to everyone who loves basketball yesterday that Greg Gumbel wasn't a part of that. All right, you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The NFL news of the weekend affects the Steelers in a couple of different ways, Doran. Jamar Chase, 4 years, $161 million, $112 million guaranteed. He is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. So that had been Myles Garrett for like 10 minutes. Now it's Jamar Chase. But the bigger noteworthy thing is that now T. Higgins is going to remain a Cincinnati Bengal. 4 years, $115 million, the first 2 years guaranteed. He is the highest paid wide receiver 2 now in the history of the NFL. And why do you do it? Because you got Joe Burrow.
Absolutely.
And you want to keep that guy happy. I think they did the wrong thing here. I think they should have paid Trey Hendrickson. Their defense left him out last year. He had 17 sacks. He could have been the defensive player of the year. Now they're going to have to trade him, and an already awful defense is going to be that much worse. I don't know that that's great business, man. Because I think Joe Burrow, you get another wide receiver 2 in there, so they draft a guy in round 1. I think Joe Burrow's going to do pretty well with that guy. And I'm not dismissing T. Higgins as a great player. T. Higgins is a wonderful football player. Wouldn't mind seeing him in a black and gold.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm paying the quarterback and I'm paying the best receiver in football, I feel like we're going to be able to score points. I need to address that defense, and now they took a step backwards defensively for a team that was really one of the worst defensive teams in the NFL last season.
It's just an offensive-driven league.
I get it.
If you have 2 guys and you have Joe Burrow, I think that always gives you a chance, and then you could fill those needs in the draft. I know that you can go younger. I mean, I know that you would be going younger. Trey Hendrickson's one of the best players at his position in the NFL, but I'm all for it. I think that they made the right decision because it is an offensive-driven league, and that's how you're going to score points, and that's how you're going to keep yourselves in games. And you can figure out the defense and hope that you can get a good schemer. That they just got a new defense coordinator. Hopefully he's a good schemer. Then you can kind of just, bring those guys along while you're running this high-powered offense. So, I mean, you got one of the best quarterbacks, one of the best players in the NFL at that position. Surround him with as much talent as possible. Lock that up. You will always give yourself a chance, I think.
See, I get it, and I think it's mostly about the mindset of Joe Burrow, who some of his end-of-season press conferences, he said all the right things, but you could just tell, man, he was frustrated, and he wanted to keep that band together. Patrick Mahomes didn't do that. They traded Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
They said, we're gonna rely on the greatness of our quarterback, and he's going to elevate, and we're still going to be good. I understand why Cincy did it. They want to keep Joe Burrow happy. I just think they'd be able to score points with Jamar Chase and Emeka Ibuka or something like that, And I would have done it the other way. But you do not want that quarterback being pissed.
Right.
And you're running the big chance of him getting pissed. And I don't believe that guys like Myles Garrett should be able to have a say in personnel decisions. I do think Joe Burrow probably should.
Mm-hmm.
And so ultimately for me, I think this became a Joe Burrow decision. And he wants to throw to his guys.
Yeah.
And they're going to score 30 points a game next year because that's what they do. Are they going to give up 35? We'll see. Firing the defensive coordinator was a good step, but I just think they're lacking so much talent there. The other way this affects the Steelers is, I know I've said this a bunch. Okay, you're paying DK Metcalf. Thought they were going to pay Brandon Ayuk. I thought that always spelled the end for George Pickens. Doesn't necessarily have to. The reason it will for the Steelers, though, is because they are going to pay T.J. Watt.
Right.
And the Bengals are not going to pay Trey Hendrickson. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. This doesn't make me more scared of the Bengals, though. They're the same offense. It's a great offense. But I don't think they're not a better team. It's not like they went out there and acquired somebody new.
Right.
It doesn't affect what happens on the field. T. Higgins is going to be a happier camper. But the same guys, you're still going to have to defend out there,
Yeah, you're just going to have to defend them longer. You're just going to, for more years than probably anticipated. Yeah. You're like, okay, T. Higgins' contract's up at the end of the year. They're definitely going to move on from him, right? They're not going to be able to pay both. I mean, Jamar Chase's contract's up too, so they're not going to be able to pay both. So we're going to have to just worry about one guy. Now you're going to have to worry about 2 guys for 4 years. 4 years.
I think they missed their boat or missed their window here. I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl.
I don't think they're going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No, I think they'll get close. But I think they're going to be in the same window as Buffalo. Like, I don't think that Buffalo's going to win a Super Bowl. They may get to one, and that's going to be the exact same thing as Joe Burrow did with Cincinnati. Like, they may get to one, but I don't think they're going to win one.
Mm-hmm.
But
honestly, you can look at it this way. I mean, you're in the division with Cincinnati, and so now you're right. Like, we got to deal with those two now for the next 4 years. It's a good point made by you. I mean, T. Higgins could have wound up in Los Angeles with the Chargers.
Yep.
He could have wound up with Buffalo, and you could have kind of spread out the goodness. The depth of the AFC, I think, would have gotten much deeper. Like, if he went, let's just say, to the Chargers, all of a sudden I look at them as a much more legitimate threat.
That's how I always look at the kind of things, too, man. It's like, even with the DK Metcalf situation, I said a couple weeks ago, I was like, listen, it's one thing to add a big-time player to your team that enhances what you do. But you also, on the counter of that, don't want him going to a team that you're going to have to play.
Right.
Like, you don't want them going to somewhere where you have to face those guys, and it bolsters somebody else that's going to get in your way of trying to get to a Super Bowl.
All of a sudden, you feel like you're dealing with 4 teams, and now, oh, dang, like the Chargers just legitimized themselves.
Right.
Or Buffalo, who's right there, now they've just legitimized themselves, giving him a true, and I mean Josh Allen, a true bona fide star-type receiver. I mean, we've been dealing with Cincinnati for years now in this kind of makeup. Now you're just going to have to keep dealing with them, and it doesn't bolster one of those other big-time favorites, which I guess is good for the Steelers, as you try to rationalize it, when you try to look for the good. 412-928-9370. Can you pay George Pickens and DK Metcalf? We'll get into that a little bit when we come back. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So you don't want me calling this guy? This, what's his name? Bubba Cunningham?
You're not going to do it. There's no way.
Well, here's where I think the conversation is. I either call him on the air or I call him off the air, but I'm absolutely calling this guy.
I don't think you call him at all.
You don't think I'll call him?
Nope. Not within the next 3 hours.
I'm 100% calling Bubba Cunningham. Oops.
Cal's just like, what's going on?
Bubba Cunningham is the athletic director at the place where Michael Jordan went to college, Cal's. Just so you know. That'd be North Carolina.
Didn't you say you went to Duke?
Oh, my God. Give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they played over the weekend, won a couple games in spring training. 10 days left till the regular season starts, and the Pirates felt it necessary to announce that Paul Skeens will be the opening day starter this 2025 season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doran, I messed up bad.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. Should we just go back to the break?
Yes.
Okay. Back after this, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Light a candle, pour some wine. Grab a roll, the soft kind for a little me time. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear. Wavy edges for my rear. So let the softness caress your soul. Just relax, you're on a roll. Let her rip. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has the same softness you love. Now with wavy edges that tear better than the leading one-ply brand. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an OC Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. What would have been J.J. Spawn's winning 30-foot birdie attempt on 18 at the weather-delayed Players' Championship yesterday stopped a few rotations short of the cup. As a result, this morning, Spawn and Rory McIlroy will play a 3-hole playoff on the 16th, 17th, and 18th at TPC Sawgrass at 9 a.m. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, lots of bad news in this update, brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Crews have cleared that earlier accident from the inbound Parkway East near Edgewood Swissvale. Leftover delays catching you still back before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Accident now, crews on the scene, the intersection of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard and Woodruff Street. Also one in Marshall Township in the RIDC Park at the intersection of Thornhill Road and Commonwealth Drive. Also an accident, final stages of clearing in Carnegie at the intersection of Anthony and East Main Streets. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm lashing out in every direction. I'm very cranky. I'm criticizing the Bengals for keeping their quarterback happy. Would I be criticizing them any other day? I don't know. I think it's understandable yet bad business, and we'll get into that coming up in a second. Maybe I'm lashing out in the wrong direction here too, Doran. The Penguins all of a sudden have won 4 games in a row. They're just 6 points out of a playoff spot, which means they still have a huge mountain to climb. But they were 4 points out just this weekend. That's pissing me off, too. Like, stop it.
What would you rather see them do?
Stop it.
Make the playoffs or not make the playoffs?
They're not going to.
So don't try.
Like, they could win all their games, their remaining games, and they're still probably not going to make it because they have so many teams to climb, and these teams all have games in hand. We knew at some point they'd get hot, but it had become so late in the season, I kind of figured, all right, well, maybe this will be the year they don't. Well, now they are. And they beat 3 playoff teams in that stretch, and they're hurting their draft stock. And they're not going to make it. And it's great. Sidney Crosby's accruing points, and he's going to break that Gretzky record that, he definitely cares about, and I think a lot of people who follow the team care about. That's all well and good. You could do that while losing. I wanted them to lose, but lose valiantly. Mm-hmm. Like, I wanted them to play good hockey, show that they care, maybe punch a dude in the face when they go after Sid, stuff like that. I did not want them to win 4 games in a row.
And of course, Jari's playing like out of his mind right now.
And you know what? That's a double-edged sword, too, because, the hope is he plays well, again, and you lose, but he plays well, and maybe a team, as the cap goes up, says, well, he's been a 2-time All-Star. He rediscovered his game. But what if he convinces them that he's the guy?
Yep.
Like, what if they think all of a sudden, Tristan Jarry, he might be our goaltender of the future now. We might as well keep him around. We're paying him. I don't want to see that.
Yep.
Because here's the thing about Jarry. We've seen this before. Jarry's athletic. Jarry has pedigree. Jarry's been an all-star. Jarry's had great spells where he's carried the team. But when the games matter, he pees down his leg. Well, we're not going to get to see him in games that matter this year. So he could go on this unbelievable winning streak, be one of the best goalies in hockey the rest of the season. If you don't get playoff series to see what he can do, how can your opinion possibly change on the guy? But it might, because we've talked about this. I think Kyle Dubas is doing a pretty good job right now with the quote-unquote rebuild portion of this. He's never been good at the goalie thing. And I don't want to see him get fooled. So that's where we are with the Penguins. Where they're...
I want to see them make it.
They're not going to make it!
They might. That would be something. That would be crazy.
If you could tell me, I'll play that game and play that hypothetical. If you told me that they will make it, I'm not going to be bummed because they have traded assets. Mm-hmm. They have stocked up in the draft these next 3 years. they kept Raquel, and he's $5 million. And if you've made the playoffs with him, and now you can take some of those assets and you can throw them into a roster that made the playoffs, that's what happened with Washington.
Yeah, killing two birds with one stone.
Right. I would be fine with it, and you get to watch playoff hockey, and even if they're not going to do anything, well, that's fun. Even if they got into the last few games of the season to have meaning, and it's warm out and it's staying light out later, I think we could all get excited and get behind that. But they're not going to be able to win enough to make it. You know? If I could have that reassurance, then yeah, keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to win enough to not get a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
And then they're not going to make the playoffs, which is that's as much of a disaster as you could possibly get. 412-928-9370. You want to see the Penguins make the playoffs? 412-928-9370. Could you see a circumstance where the Steelers pay George Pickens and DK Metcalf?
No, I can see them franchising him. Does that count?
I think that's absolutely a possibility. I think it's absolutely a possibility.
Does that count as paying him?
No.
That doesn't count, right?
No.
I could see them franchising him for 2 years.
Do it 1 year, do it the next
Yep.
year. Do the old Kirk Cousins thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see that if DK Metcalf is what we thought, and he frees up George on the other side. George should have a career year this year. And then if you're looking for a franchise quarterback next year, it'd be really hard to say, hey, young buck, come on in. Oh, who are you throwing to? DK Metcalf and, well, I don't know. Like, that would be a good place to spend your money if he has a great season, if he keeps it on the straight and narrow, and I think on the field he's going to perform really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think you rule that out. It can be done. Philadelphia's paying 2 wide receivers. Now, the Bengals are paying 2 wide receivers. Becomes harder depending on what they do with Watt, but they have money earmarked for Rodgers right now, and it'll be a contract because we know Omar Khan is very good at that. It'll be a contract they can get out of after this year. And so there's $35 million right there, something around there. You could do it.
Yeah.
You absolutely could. And I don't know that that's bad business if he shows that he can be counted on. I do think he's going to have a hell of a year. I'll put my stamp on that now. I mean, that's not I don't think exactly a hot take, but.
Even if it's Mason? Especially if it's Mason May, because I think that they had a good rapport.
I think Mason or Russ fit with the roster they have.
Yeah.
Like Mason, I think one of his biggest strengths is also one of his biggest flaws. Like we saw it in that Ravens game in the monsoon where he fumbled because he got hit on the blind side. He just stands there, man. He stands there. He surveys the field. His feet almost look like they're stapled to the ground, like he's one of those, old school board game football games. And he's going to look to push it down the field. Now, Russ does the same thing. I mean, he tries to move around back there. He doesn't look over the middle of the field, but he'll hold on to the football forever.
Mm-hmm.
He's still got a great deep ball. I think any of the 3 quarterback options can fit throwing the ball downfield, and that's how the Steelers are designed. And I think George Pickens is primed to have the best year of his career if he understands that, hey, I might not be the guy every single game. It might alternate there with DK Metcalf. It's going to really depend on the coverages. Like, you should have an easier time getting open than you ever have in your career.
Well, I mean, if you're a student of the game, which I would hope that most players are at that level, I would go back and watch the Seattle film and DK Metcalf film, but not watch DK Metcalf, watch Tyler Lockett, watch Jackson Smith and Jigba, and see how much they ate because of DK Metcalf, and be like, okay, I can see me doing this. That's what I would be watching if I was George right now. Like, all right, let me see what the other guys were doing whenever DK Metcalf was lined up at the X receiver on the other side, and see how much these guys got targets. So, and they did a lot. All 3 of them got a lot. So George should be really happy right now if you are a student of the game.
And maybe this T. Higgins thing, like, you don't have to tell the truth. Like, you're Mike Tomlin, you're the front office. You don't have to tell the truth. Hey, George, look what happened to T. Higgins. They paid one guy $41 million. Then they paid the other guy $115 million. We're not saying, we're just saying, go out there, dangle that carrot. Like, it can be done. Unrealistic that you're going to pay that guy a long-term contract here, but doesn't mean you have to tell him the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
412-928-9370. If you missed it over the weekend, Naji Harris, man. with some absolutely scathing things to say about the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get into that coming up next. Your thoughts on George Pickens as well, 412-928-9370. If you have a Penguins comment, wouldn't mind reacting to those either while we wait for Aaron Rodgers to make his damn decision. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers signed former Patriots defensive tackle Daniel Quale to a contract. This announced over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 10 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party. Sunday, March 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. as Pittsburgh takes on the reigning champs from Florida. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
People are crushing us for saying that George Pickens is going to have a good year because they're criticizing Mike Tomlin's philosophy and Arthur Smith's offense. Listen, yeah, Mike Tomlin is conservative. Like, there's no question about that. In their minds, though, deep shots down the sideline are conservative. Like, they're not high risk of interceptions. If they are, they're 40, 50 yards down the field. And if you look at some of the places where these things are tracked, the Steelers, the last few years, actually threw more deep shots down the sideline than just about any team in the National Football League. That's what DK does. That's what George Pickens does. So I'm not saying I like Mike Tomlin and his philosophy. I'm not saying that Arthur Smith's got it all figured out. But what I am saying is that thing that they've done when they haven't had the skill set to do it, they now have the skill set to do. So if you think you're not going to see deep shots, no matter who the quarterback is to those guys, I don't know what the hell you're watching.
My thing is, and I kind of look at it like this because, I mean, everything is basically like hindsight. We're predicting things. We don't know how things are going to go. We're not in the facility. But whenever I see a team trade for a receiver like DK Metcalf and pay him the amount of money that they paid him, never paid an offensive player, skilled player, that amount of money in the history of the franchise, that tells me that a philosophy is shifting and changing and has to change. The philosophy and how you play offense has to change whenever you're paying $150 million to a wide receiver. How can you justify that? How can you stay the way that you were before whenever you're paying that much money to a guy on the outside that plays the wide receiver position? To me, a philosophy has to shift into being a pass-first offense no matter what. No matter what, just because you're paying that.
Yeah, it's a wasted investment if you're not going to use the guy. If you're going to use him like Mike Williams, it's terrible business.
That's bad business. So to me, a philosophy has to change with the Steelers offense just because you paid a guy like DK Metcalf, honestly, and just right there.
And you start thinking about and connecting dots here. So who was it? Well, you had Mike Tomlin, first of all, saying that there's going to be changes, and then they do nothing with the coaching staff, and then you spend $150 million on a wide receiver. That would be a change. Who was it who reported? Josina Anderson from the NFL Combine. A lot of interesting stuff happening with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Perhaps we're talking about a philosophy shift here. You know, Omar Khan came out at the Combine and said this is an offensive league. And then they put their money quite literally where their mouth is and paid that guy $150 million. Maybe I just want to be optimistic. Maybe I just want to see it that way. But you're right, Doran. Like, you're not going to pay that guy all that kind of money and then not throw the football.
Right.
Doesn't mean that they're going to go all Mike Leach and throw it 70% of the time, or like Ben at the end of his career, 68% of the time. But I think you're going to see the Steelers throw the ball more than they have in recent times.
And I know how people feel about Najee, but you don't have your 1,000-yard back, that your workhorse kind of, if you will, there anymore. Like the guy for 3-4 years was your workhorse, and you don't have him anymore. So, like, I don't think that Jaylen Warren is built for that. And, they're going to want to run the football, but I think it's going to be a different philosophy of how they approach their offense this year moving forward because of the pieces that have left and the pieces that have come in.
Mm-hmm.
Just off of just two pieces, really.
I mean, you see who wins the Super Bowl, and they run the football. They score a lot of points. The Chiefs didn't score a lot of points this season, but when it matters most, the Chiefs generally score a lot of points. Again, I understand they didn't in the Super Bowl. I mean, Cincinnati in your own division. Baltimore scores a ton of points. Buffalo scores a ton of points. Like, you can't zig when everyone else is zagging anymore, and they've tried that. And when you spend that kind of money on a player, like, you can't lie about those kinds of things.
No.
We talk about this all the time. Like, they're going to say stuff, but you can't lie in the moves that you make.
Nope.
Like, if you're drafting, I don't know, what would a good example be? If you're drafting, 4-3 inside backers instead of, 3-4 guys. Like, if you're drafting a bunch of, run and hit dudes instead of edge rushers. Like, oh, okay, they're undergoing a philosophy change on defense. You would think they're not going to spend that kind of money and keep on keeping on. At least that's the hope.
Well, and also if they get Aaron Rodgers. Like, I mean, so then what? So if they get Aaron Rodgers, well, even the fact that they're attempting to get Aaron Rodgers tells me that the philosophy is going to change.
Well, and you know what, Doran? Like, I don't want to ignore what happened last year either. What happened last year was they were 4-2 with Justin Fields, and the head coach said he was good not to be confused with great, and they put in the guy that was the better passer. Like, and it didn't work out down the stretch, but they thought throwing the football was going to be the key to them being a true legitimate contender. And, like, I crushed them a lot, and there's a lot of reasons that they deserve to be crushed. They ran the ball more than any team in football in second and long situations last year. Like, all that stuff's true, and they were very predictable. But they went with who they thought was the better passer. Now they've signed a guy for $150 million. I think it's reasonable to have some hope that they're changing their stripes a little bit. And if it doesn't happen, we can crush them for it.
Yeah.
Because we have the platform to do so.
Yeah, and we'll be wrong. Like, fine, okay, if George doesn't have a good year, we're wrong. But I'm willing to bet that he has a good year.
Well, it would also speak to their philosophy shifting if they don't trade George Pickens. Like
that too.
Usually it's one guy, right? One guy they'll pay. Antonio Brown, and then Mike Wallace is gone. And that list goes on and on and on. I mean, you keep George Pickens while you've got DK Metcalf. I mean, what are you going to run the wing tee?
Yeah, right. What are they just going to do conditioning out there, just run streak routes and just not get the ball?
Exactly. Exactly.
They're going to be out there getting the football. That's the way that they're going to run
this DK Metcalf,
that's how you win.
Doran, he's a $150 million blocker, this guy.
Yep. Look how fast he gets down the field.
Oh, he gets out to that guy he's supposed to block real quick. Real quick. Ain't nobody get out to that second level to block faster than DK Metcalf. You know what? We should pay him $150 million so he can block.
You know what? We got DK Metcalf. We have George Pickens. You know why? It's because if Mason Rudolph does throw an interception, we got some guys that could tackle the defenders.
That's right.
Yeah.
We believe, from a Steelers standpoint, that winning the turnover battle, that's how we win games. How about when our turnovers turn back into turnovers?
Yep.
How about we force a fumble on the turnover?
Yep.
There we go, Doran.
Yes. You can throw some WWE in it, too. Choke slams. There. That's great.
You will see that, though. There's no doubt about it. Can I vent about something real quick?
Here we go.
My For You tab used to be a wonderful mountain of porn. I might have glanced at one thing too long one time. You know what it is now? It's just a million different photos of Bubba Cunningham, the athletic director of North Carolina. Everywhere I turn to my For You tab, Bubba Cunningham. Damn. All right, I promise we get to Naji Harris's comments, and we will make good on that promise coming up next. Chris King, the athletic director from Robert Morris. They're celebrating in Moon today, baby. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. A great story as the Colonials make it to the NCAA tournament, and they are a David, there's no doubt, against a big-time Goliath in round number 1. We'll get more into that with Chris King at 8 o'clock. First, though, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won over the weekend. They beat the New Jersey Devils 7-3. That makes it 4 in a row for the Penguins, who have now passed the Philadelphia Flyers. The Flyers are now in last place in the Metropolitan Division. The Penguins second to last and now third from the bottom in the entire Eastern Conference. Penguins next play tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters are long here in the area, and you thought it was over, right? But it's going to be chilly today, chilly later on in the week. And if you're tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming in past your old windows like I was, you need Window Nation. They're high-quality, energy-efficient windows. They'll get rid of those drafts to keep your costly heat inside, lower your monthly utility bills, and keep your home comfortable year-round. They're affordable, too. How affordable? How about this? Right now, you get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years, you could get new windows installed one day and not pay anything, get this, until 2027. Imagine what you could do with all that extra cash right there in your pockets. Plus, they guarantee for life. Hurry, the offer ends soon. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of that buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your free, fast estimate right now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Is dealing with a number of accidents now. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Transformer explosion in Carnegie, tying up New Brighton Road at Frederick Street. Meanwhile, an accident being cleared coming out of the South Hill Sawmill Run Boulevard at Woodruff Street. Also one in Marshall Township in the Thornhill Industrial Park at the intersection of Thornhill Road and Commonwealth Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Just an awesome local story. Robert Morris going to the NCAA tournament. They'll take on Alabama in the 15-2 matchup. We'll talk to Athletic Director Chris King coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, Naji Harris out, gets $5.3 million from the Chargers, which can go up to over $9 million, but the base salary only $5.3 million, Doran. He took the Steelers facilities to task. Didn't mention him by name, but here you go.
It's a great weight room. First of all, even the facility is all great things, man. This is a lot of things that they provide here, man. That you take advantage of. And I was just telling them, I was like, man, it's not like this everywhere, man. Like this is a special thing right here. Remind me of college at Alabama. All the resources that they have. So just getting the chance to take advantage of all this opportunities is a blessing. And I was telling him that, I'm like, man, y'all have a great thing going on right now, because it's not like this everywhere.
It's not like this everywhere, says the guy who played at one stop in the NFL for 4 years.
Right.
Now, this is not exactly breaking news. It's just a different messenger. I mean, the NFL Players Association survey the last couple of years have laid this out for all to see. And you and I have been in the Steelers facility. We've been in Pitt's facility, and the Pitt facility is better than the Steelers facility. But this is a guy putting his name on it. And I just think it's an unbelievably bad look for the franchise that he goes over to L.A., and no one's holding up the Chargers next to the Steelers and talking about the history of these two great franchises. The Steelers are a flag-bearing, big-time NFL franchise, one of the most popular franchises in North American sports. And you're getting outspent by a team that's playing in front of other teams' fans every single week on the facilities? Like, it's a total joke, man. And if you don't think, and I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the general you, if you don't think that's going to affect, if all else is equal, a free agent going one place other than some other place, I don't know what to tell you. And it just seems like such a missed opportunity for the Steelers, man. Okay, it's not Heinz Field anymore. It's Acrisure Stadium. You're making, $10 million a year off of that? Where's that money going exactly?
Right.
Like, okay, they're going to do some upgrades to Acrisure Stadium. Fair enough. And you need to do that for the fan experience because Acrisure ain't young. I mean, it's getting up there now. But the practice facility absolutely needs an overhaul, and they've yet to address that.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny. They bring in Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback from the 49ers. He came in, did a tour of the facility, was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to go back to 49ers.
Seriously.
Right.
And those are the kind of guys, man, like, everyone wants to play for Tomlin. Maybe. Like, I do think that carries weight. I think that's why Rodgers is still mulling the decision there. There's obviously something he likes about Pittsburgh. Patrick Queen referenced Mike Tomlin. A couple of these other guys, when they got behind the podium on Friday, mentioned Mike Tomlin. Like, Mike Tomlin is a selling point whether we want to like it or not. But, Kyle Juszczyk, if all else is equal, why wouldn't I go to a place where I'm more comfortable, where they've got the, amenities, and not just that, the recovery ability. Like, the training staff got raked over the coals. The weightlifting staff got raked over the coals.
It's like night and day. I mean, I haven't played football in a decade, and I've had a lot of stops in my career, and every single stop was 10 times better than what the Steelers were providing. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, could you imagine, like, knowing and watching the Steelers growing up whenever you were younger, and then you playing high school football, you going to college playing big-time college football, and then you getting drafted by the Steelers, and you know the Steelers, you know all the history, and then you pull up in the South Side for your first time of, like, looking at, being able to put your stuff in your locker. It's the first time you're pulling up to a facility, and you're like, wait, the Steelers share a facility with the college team? That would blow your mind, and I'm sure a lot of guys don't know that.
Dude,
I'm sure a lot of people don't know that.
The locker room at the practice facility.
It's crazy.
It's a high school locker room.
Yep.
It's a high school locker room. And people, I know we're going to get the people who text in and they say, these are millionaire athletes, and I'm not going to cry for them, blah, blah, blah. listen, do you want your team to win? It's not the biggest thing in the world, but you have an opportunity to spend a little bit more money in these areas that it's in the margins kind of winning. I'd like to see Kyle Juszczyk here as a Steeler. Like, Arthur Smith's always used fullbacks. How many times do we have people call in that talk about linebackers and fullbacks? Because we live in the 1970s. We think about Dan Kreider and what he was able to do. People bitch, moan, complain about Cam Hayward's brother taking up a roster spot. We need a fullback to actually play fullback. Could have had one. He walks up in here. He's like, man, what's that smell? Oh, you got carpet and wood lockers?
Yeah.
Like, it's an area that you can go above and beyond in, and it might sway a free agent a year. It might sway a free agent every couple of years. But if you have a guy in for a visit, you want him to stick around. And you need to have every available advantage that you can, and they just don't give a rat's ass about it.
Nope.
And it should burn people up because they'll spend to the cap, and that's great, and they pay Mike Tomlin a lot of money, and that's probably why it doesn't trickle down to the other coaches on staff. Like, they think that's the best way to win. This is an easy way to spend a little bit more money, and it could go an extra mile. So, like, in principle, I think it should bother people a lot.
Well, I mean, you could say it's like, oh, well, they're millionaire athletes. Like, I mean, okay, but, like, this is where I'm spending most of my time. This is where I'm getting, like, you know, my recovery, like you're saying. Like, this is where I'm going to be. This is my home, really, is the facility. Like, I mean, I've been to at least half of the facilities in the NFL over 10 years ago, like 15 years ago.
They were better than this is now.
Like, I remember walking into Tampa Bay, the Buccaneers, to do my workout, and I was like, oh, my God, like, I will do anything to come to work here every day. It was unbelievable. This was 15 years ago.
They have a pirate ship, Doran.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
You said Tampa?
Tampa.
Yeah, they got a pirate ship.
Raymond James, yeah.
How cool is that damn thing?
Yeah, let's go.
Did you ever walk up on that pirate ship?
No, I played there a bunch of times, though. In college, South Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Selvey and those guys.
Yep.
They're pretty good.
Grothy.
Matt
Grothy.
That guy was a gamer.
Yeah, he was a dog.
Tough as nails.
Yep. Great college quarterback.
Hell of a college quarterback. 8, right? He wore number 8?
Yep. He had that yellow mouthpiece.
Oh, I hated him. I still do. I hate everybody today. Texter, LMFAO. So to win football games, have better facilities? Now that's funny. Why wouldn't you, just on principle,
people just don't get it. Like,
put everything you can into the places that you can spend money? Like, you can't roll over that naming rights stuff with the stadium into the salary cap. You can roll it over into facility upgrades that, like it or don't, players care about. Invest into your players. Invest into things that your players care about. Why wouldn't guys want to be able to recover from injuries faster, for God's sakes? Like, people are missing. If you're not annoyed by this, like, I think you're just missing the point. Naji had a lot to say. We'll get into that coming up in the next hour. Chris King, Robert Morris Athletic Director, joins us next to talk about his team's fate and the wonderful season that they had. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents Med-Mal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of problems on the roadways in this report brought to you by Coit Cleaning Services. On the south side, we do have some down power lines. 2700 block of Sarah Street, that's near South 27th Street. The intersection of 4th Street and Mills Avenue in Braddock Borough tied up by an accident. Crews checking those reports. And we do have an accident being cleared in the RIDC Park, the intersection of Thornhill Road and Commonwealth Drive. Just watch for delays there. They have cleared the earlier accident on Route 51 at Woodruff Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Selection Sunday was yesterday. Big party going on at RMU. Saw the video on the Twitter account at 93.7 The Fan. They're taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide, are the Colonials, led by Andy Toole, and their athletic director joins us right now, Chris King. Chris, we'll get into the draw, we'll get into the matchup, we'll get into all that over the course of this conversation, but you guys win the Horizon League regular season. That means there's a ton of pressure to win the conference tournament. You guys win the conference tournament. How did you feel that night, Chris? And thank you for coming on.
I appreciate that, and thanks for having me on tonight. You know, I think it's just kind of a pretty exciting time for our university and our basketball program. I mean, you know, the energy on campus is electric, from being the regular season champions, and then also, of course, winning the postseason here last week up in Indianapolis. And so really couldn't be any more thrilled to be participating in the NCAA tournament, the March Madness, the excitement that brings. And really that's a testament to the hard work and dedication of our athletes, our coaches, and our support staff. So, it's just a tremendous time to be a Colonial.
Chris, Andy Toll's been with the program roughly around 18 years. I mean, as an assistant, he started in 2007. He's been with RMU for a long time. Can you tell us what makes him such a good coach and what his best attribute is as a head coach of RMU basketball?
He's competitive, extremely competitive in everything he does. He's always thinking, one game at a time. He's very, very driven. From the time the summer workouts start with incoming players to the entire, once we get leading up to the fall practices, non-conference season, we started out a little bit slow, but I mean, he's got a strategic vision and leadership style that's like no other. He's done a tremendous job with these young men, and I mean, anytime you can win 16 of 17 games in the last 10-game winning streak to end the year going into March Madness, it tells you a little bit about the way he goes about actually leading the program from, like I said, from the summer until the championship.
You guys, like a lot of teams, wound up getting screwed with COVID. I mean, that was a team that was earmarked for the NCAA tournament, and you guys made the transition from the NEC to the Horizon League. Did you figure it would take some time to get back to where you were in the NEC once you transitioned into the Horizon League? Because I look at it, man, like, what's it been now, 5 years? That might feel like a long time for you in the middle of it and for Andy in the middle of it. But, I mean, that's a pretty quick turnaround from winning 4 games your first year in the league to then winning 26 this year and making the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was very unfortunate, when we made the jump to the Horizon League, which was, a tremendous opportunity for our team to elevate all of our athletics programs, but specifically for men's basketball excellence. And, when you make that transition, and, we didn't know if the COVID was going to be 2 weeks or 2 months, and it ended up being, 2+ years, and still currently around. So, again, we had to exude some patience going through that time period. And, switching from the NEC to the Horizon League, that's a huge jump, right? And so, we had to invest into, our recruiting. We had to invest into our coaching staff. We had to invest into the scheduling portion of how we schedule our men's basketball games, and of course the student athlete resources, and as of recent, NIL and name, image, and likeness. And so, I had told everybody it's going to take 4 or 5 years. I mean, whether we were in the pandemic or not. And, unfortunately for Andy, we had to switch right from the NEC to the Horizon League during a pandemic, so he's recruiting, via video call for 2 years, which is a pretty extreme disadvantage. And I know everybody had to do that. But, again, we just opened up this brand new UPMC Event Center, which is just, a remarkable facility. And so, there's some people have said, why do we ever make that move? And I said, just be patient. And then, this year we've already won 2 championships in the fall, and then of course now with men's basketball. And so, I never doubted it, and I also never doubted our coaching staff, in particular with Coach Toole. And so I'm excited about where we're at now, and now we're the darlings of the Horizon League, and excited to represent them.
Chris, let's talk about NIL and transfer portal for a little bit. I mean, it is a reality that, and it's kind of unfortunate that, the more you win as an RMU program, and especially in basketball, the more that these big-time schools are going to come in and try to poach some of your players. Like, how are you going to deal with that, or are you just singularly focused on the moment right now and dealing with that after the season, whenever the season is done?
Well, I mean, Coach Toole, he's the one, he handles that with his team. And, of course, we as an athletic program, we're committed to building, a sustainable and successful basketball program that consistently competes at, at a high level. And so that's kind of my responsibility to help, Coach Toole to provide him the resources in the NIL. And, this is a unique group. They're playing very, very strong as a team, collectively together. I mean, we've had 5 different leading scorers. We had the player of the year. We had the defensive player of the year. 3 all-league, players. Of course, Coach Toole was also the coach of the year. And so, we're hoping that they stay together. We want to sustain this, for not just 1 year. We don't want this to be an aberration. And so those are things that, Coach Toole and his coaching staff have talked to his players about. We'll take a look at it at the end of the season. But, again, we have an experienced veteran leader. If we lose players, and it's going to happen. It happens all over the country. You got entire teams where their entire team is jumping in the transfer portal right now. And so those are things you have to evolve and adapt, and you got to overcome and deal with some of that adversity. And I got all the faith in the world in Coach Toole, and being able to go out and get that next group of talented athletes should some of our key players move on.
Chris King, Robert Morris, Athletic Director, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. So we now know you guys have Alabama. You're a 15, they're a 2. I sort of thought you guys would be on the 14 line. I think you should have been on the 14 line, but you knew you were going to be playing a big team, a brand-name team, no matter what. What was your reaction, Andy's reaction, when you saw that it was going to be Alabama?
Well, I was standing slightly behind him. I worked at Alabama from 2002 to 2009 for 7.5 years.
Right.
So when I saw Montana pop up at the 14, I was grinding my teeth a little bit because, I really felt like you that we should have been a 14. But when I saw the number 2 pop up Alabama, my first thought was, oh, boy, here we go. Playing my former school, And, Andy kind of turned around and gave me a little bit of a look. And then, of course, it was announced Robert Morris. The team went crazy. Everyone was, excited. And, it's an exciting time. It doesn't matter if you play Alabama, you play Tennessee, you play Michigan, you play Iowa State, you play Wisconsin. They're all good. They're all big. They're Power 4 schools. And, I'm confident, very confident in this team to put on the floor, to get out there and to compete with the Crimson Tide. Very, very confident in this team. And I'll say this. There's not one game in the second half of the season I didn't think we were going to win. I've never, ever felt that way about a basketball team that I've been around in 28 years, 16 years as an AD. And even in the semifinals, we were down by 13 to Oakland in the second half. I said to our donors I was sitting courtside with, I know we're going to pull this out. This group is very special, and this is the kind of group that can go up to Cleveland and take on the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, I think you guys are going to hang in there, and you're going to battle your butts off like you have all season long. And I'll just say it again for effect. I think you should have been a 14. I also think you should have been the chair of the committee, Chris. But that's because I'm a West Virginia guy.
Bubba Cunningham at North Carolina, with them squeaking in at West Virginia, squeaking out. I wouldn't in a million years want to be the chair this year with West Virginia right down the road. No chance whatsoever.
Well, Chris, we really appreciate you coming on. What you guys have given the basketball community here, and with that facility you have out there, it's a great place to watch a game. We're all really excited to see how you guys fare. And regardless, we know that it was an unbelievable season. So thank you for jumping on. Congratulations. And, hey, hopefully we'll get to be talking after an upset here, huh?
Absolutely. And I appreciate all the support that you give for the men's basketball program and Coach Toole. And I know he's extremely supportive of it as well.
You guys rock. Thank you, Chris. Take care
Chris.
now.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I love those guys over at RMU.
Yeah.
It's a great concert venue, too.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a concert there at the end of COVID, and everyone had to be like spread out doing that whole thing. But it was so much fun. It's a beautiful venue. And that first game of the Horizon League tournament, that place was absolutely jumping. And look, Duquesne last year, they shocked the BYUs.
Yep.
So, hey, it's possible. I think it's a tough draw, and I do think they got screwed. He wouldn't say it. He's a nice man, but I think they got screwed.
Yeah, they did. They did.
They're a 14.
Yeah. But we'll see. Hey, at least it gives us something to cheer for.
Yes.
They've done a great job, and it's a great story. And it would be unbelievable if they pulled it off. Unbelievable. Be pretty cool.
Look, and here's the thing. Like, on paper, come on, it's not going to happen. But that's the way it's looked at. Any 15 against the 2, any
it's happened
14
before.
Against
That's all
the
I
3.
know.
Exactly right. Exactly. It's not like they're a 16. That's what happened before. They think they did a play-in game, and then they had Duke as a 16 seed. Like, okay, good luck with that. But here's the thing with it. Now I'm going to talk it into existence, baby. We need something to latch on to this March. Alabama does live by the 3. Means you can die by the 3.
Yep.
Go out there and miss a lot of threes. That is what happened to BYU last year against Duquesne. They shot the lights out of the damn basketball all season long, and then against Duquesne, they couldn't hit one. So there you go. There's ball. One last thing here. Seth Davis, John Rothstein, Fran Fraschilla, Jay Williams, Joe Lenardi, Jerry Palm, 111 bracket experts, Dan Dockich, Mad Dog Russo, and others all think that West Virginia got screwed. So if I read one more damn person on the text line call me a homer, well, there's really nothing I can do about it.
No.
But, am I a homer? Yes.
But you're somewhat right.
I am far from the only person who thinks my school got robbed. And I wish Chris King was the commissioner. I wish he was the chair of the committee. I think he would have done the right thing. All right, coming up next, Naji Harris. Oh, there's more, Doran. There's more. He threw shade at the Steelers for their facilities. What else did he throw shade at the Steelers for? We'll tell you next. We'll react. Does he have a point? Or is it just sour grapes? We'll tell you. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won 2 games over the weekend in spring training. They've got a game coming up this afternoon at 1 o'clock against the Detroit Tigers. Pirates also announced over the weekend that Paul Skeens will be the opening day starter. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Norton.
Trust escaped my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Gianpietro. You have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Amy recently worked with Gina to sell her home in Dormont and said that she had an incredible experience from start to finish. Amy said that Gina is one of the best real estate agents that she has worked with nationwide, and said that Gina was always responsive, professional, offered great feedback, and did everything she could to get the most money possible for her home. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Gianpietro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina. We'll sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Hampton Beer Outlet.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. My athlete of the week is East Carolina University baseball player Parker Bird. 3 years ago, his right leg was amputated below the knee following a boating accident. On Friday night, Bird, the first Division I player to play with a prosthetic leg, pinch hit a single for his first college baseball hit. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents, delays, and other things in your way on this St. Patrick's Day morning rush. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident in Braddock Borough at the intersection of 4th Street and Mills Avenue. Also, a transformer explosion, New Brighton Road in Avalon. This is near the intersection with Frederick Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound heavy from Parkway Center to Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North is stacking as you head past McKnight Road all the way down to and across the Veterans Bridge. That is jammed on the inbound side of the crosstown over past Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Been saying it all morning. I'm in a terrible mood. Somebody's going to get it. And is that somebody right now going to be Naji Harris? Naji crushed the Steelers without saying Steelers when he talked about Pittsburgh's facility, their training facility, their weight room compared to that of the Steelers. And I think he nailed everything. And I'm happy that he did it, because if the NFL player survey ain't going to get it done, maybe guys coming out and talking publicly about it is going to get it done. You're not going to have players on the team get behind a microphone and crush their organization. Doesn't really happen. But when a player leaves, it does it. I think it's noteworthy. So I agreed with him on that. What I won't agree with him on is the other shade he threw at the Steelers. And that's, he said he wasn't used the right way. And again, he didn't mention Pittsburgh, but we know, Naji, you had one stop. He said he can catch the ball out of the backfield better than the Steelers ever allowed him to do. And maybe, but I just don't see a dynamic playmaker there in Naji Harris. I see a bowling ball. I see a guy who is going to get what's blocked for him. I see a guy who's durable, who doesn't fumble the football. There's a lot of positives with Naji. 4 straight 1,000-yard season doesn't mean for me quite what it used to, but I'll never question that guy's toughness. I think availability is a massive check in the pros compartment for a running back, but I don't think this guy's in the same stratosphere with the Le'Veon Bells of the world. And I think when you put the ball in his hands out in space, you're not utilizing your best weapons. I would much rather Jaylen Warren be catching the football.
I think Najee's right. They didn't utilize him. I've been calling for years that Naji Harris needs to be a one-on-one with linebackers. I mean, 6'3", 230-some pounds, and can move and can run routes and can catch. Yeah, that.
Can he, though?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, whenever he's in there, he can. Yeah, they just didn't give him the opportunities to do that because they're so archaic in how they view players, I think. I think that they're like, Najee, you're a running back. We don't need you to be a receiver. We have receivers to do that. I think that Naji Harris is right. They didn't use him to his full arsenal of weapons. And that is very frustrating probably at times because if you think about it, the reason why Le'Veon Bell was so good is because you didn't know what defense to put in there if they were to motion him out, if they were to motion him on a linebacker, or they just kept him in and he was running. If you would have used Najee like that or even attempted to use Najee like that, it could affect the way the defense plays the run. I don't think that they used him to his full capacity. I'm not saying that he's going to be like, Saquon Barkley, McCaffrey, or Le'Veon Bell. Not even close, probably. But you are kind of hampering your offense by not exposing the defense by using a guy that could probably be successful at doing that. They never really did it.
36 catches, 283 yards. The Steelers haven't had a good offensive coordinator in a while. And Arthur Smith, clearly the best of the bunch that I'm about to mention here. Randy Fichtner, Matt Canada, Mike Sullivan last year, Eddie Faulkner, and now Arthur Smith. None of them wanted them to throw the football to Najee Harris. I'm not going to stick up for those guys because I don't think most of them are good at their jobs. The only one who I think is up in the air is Arthur Smith, and he got hired to be a head coach because he was a good offensive coordinator. But when all these guys say, now we got better options in the passing game, I don't know. I think I'm inclined to agree with them. We have 36 catches last year.
Those guys were terrible.
They were terrible, yeah, but you got all these people who call plays for a living saying we'd rather have the ball not in Najee Harris's hands.
Okay, how many catches did he have last year? 36?
36.
And how many did he have the last 3 years before that?
I have to go back and look.
With Canada and with the other guys, with Fichtner.
I'll have to go back and look.
All right.
He had his first year, he caught the ball more. His first year, he did. And you had Bennett quarterback.
Right.
But I look at Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren had 38 catches last year for a higher average than Najee Harris did. I would rather the ball be in Jaylen Warren's hands in space than Najee Harris is. It's not like they have a ton of options. I get that. But I'm not here for the Najee Harris revisionist history. Everything's somebody else's fault, not his. I don't remember him being this tremendous acrobatic catcher of the football from Alabama, but he always said that he was. He caught one-handed. His first ever media availability, he caught one-handed, and I think it was Dale Lawley who asked him, that what we can expect from you all the time? And he took offense to it. He was like, I make catches like this all the time. We didn't see it. When do we see it?
That was put in position. Remember the pass that Kenny threw to him?
No. I tried to block
against
that
the
out of my
Ravens?
mind. The one, I think, was Kenny, now that it's over, was Kenny really trying to throw him the ball?
There was two people in that area, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was two people in that area.
Maybe I'm just...
That makes it even more of a point that he's a better catcher because he even knows if the ball's going over or not.
No, he's a bad teammate. He took a reception from his teammate. This might well just be me being jaded, pissed off Crowley today, and all of my ire should be focused on, what's his name, Bubba Cunningham, and I'm just taking it out on Najee Harris, but I'm a much better player. All right, let's see it.
He probably will this year with Jim Harbaugh.
They're going to hand him the football.
They're going to hand it to him, and they're going to throw it to him, too.
Maybe. Throw it to Stone Hands out there.
Stone Hands.
I think Najee Harris is going to I'm willing to be wrong about this. I think Najee Harris is going to have another Najee Harris season. I think he's going to have 1,000 yards, and he's going to average 3.9 through 4.1 yards a carry, and people are going to go, wow, that's a good player, not to be confused with great. And are they ever going to add a wide receiver? That ain't going to help Najee. You go from one spot where you didn't have much help this year to a place where you don't have any help right now. They got Mike Williams again.
Yep. They'll draft one.
They will.
Yep.
I thought that they'd be interested in DK Metcalf, but apparently they balked at the asking price.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's where he ultimately wanted to go.
Well, Dorian.
The facilities there.
They got great facilities.
I know Seattle has great facilities. Probably the best I've ever seen.
Really?
Ever.
Is that the loudest stadium, too?
Yes.
Yeah.
That in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Seattle's facility was on like the bay, and they had like garage doors in the indoor, and you could open up the garage doors so you're like playing like outside, like around, and the water's like around you.
I like when they do that at bars.
Yeah, it's like that, but you're like on the water playing football, practicing.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was nice. It was awesome.
You know, you're on the water here in Pittsburgh too.
Right. Yeah. Right. In the train tracks.
What's that smell?
Train tracks water. Jesus. Oh God. Think about that. Kyle Juszczyk's like, hey, hell no. His wife was probably like, hell no. How am I gonna bring my fashion brand here? Train tracks. You can't even. Hey, we don't need noise at practice. We got the train. The train's gonna come by about 1:30. So it'll be loud. We don't need no music at practice. We're playing in a loud stadium. We got the train.
They don't even pipe in sound.
Yeah, we got the Gateway Clipper
rolls by.
Gateway Clippers driving, floating by, beeping his horn. What?
Hey, I know you're used to playing on the water. Here's the Mon. What's that smell? Oh, it's just Pittsburgh, buddy. Beachfront property. And if you have to take a dump during practice, guess which bathroom's closer? Oh, it's the pit facility. Anytime I had to go to the bathroom door, and you know me, standing there watching practice, I would go to the pit facility. It's right there.
Yeah.
If you go to the Steelers facility, you have to walk up like a flight of steps. It's a total disaster.
Oh, yeah.
I never told you about this because I don't know if it's that interesting a story, but I was interviewing, oh, man, it was Sammy Coates. And he was giving me this money interview. Like, he was talking about the failures of the offense and his broken fingers, and it was a really good interview. It was probably 10 minutes with Sammy Coates. And I couldn't use half of it because shipping coal.
Unbelievable.
Do you know there was a train that runs by Waynesburg's Field, too, and it uses its horn because there's an intersection up ahead? Terrible. They called it the 12th man because it would just drown out everything.
I mean, if you could play in beautiful Los Angeles in those facilities with Justin Herbert, or come to Pittsburgh and not have those facilities, and at the time, Skylar Thompson's your quarterback.
It's tough.
I'm happy they paid him because that's the money doing all the talking.
It's a tough sell.
412-928-9370. There was a Steeler who left. Something very funny happened to the organization that signed him. What is that? What can we laugh about? We'll do that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers signed defensive tackle Daniel Akule to a contract that was announced over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Wood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, it's
Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about, and we got one right here in Pittsburgh with Robert Morris. They are a huge underdog against Alabama. They're going to be a 20.5, maybe even bigger than that underdog by the time that game tips off. And the good thing going for them, we've seen big upsets. Last year, Oakland from the same conference beat Kentucky right here in Pittsburgh. Princeton as a 15 seed. Oral Roberts as a 15 seed. St. Peter's as a 15 seed went all the way to the round of 8. So it can happen. And maybe this year, Robert Morris will wear the glass slipper. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Text Us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Larry Ogunjobi leaves in free agency. He goes to the Buffalo Bills, and they also sign another player, both of whom got suspended 6 games for PEDs.
Who else?
I forget the other guy. I'll look him up. Should have had it prepared for this segment.
Yeah,
Bad radio hosting by me.
I saw Larry Ogunjobi suspended.
6 games, PEDs.
It's usually Adderall.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, like, it begs the question, like, brother, if you're cheating, you ain't cheating good enough. I guess that's not a question, that's a statement, but you get what I'm saying.
Usually if a guy gets suspended for PEDs, it's usually Adderall.
You're not allowed to do Adderall?
No. Nope.
I'm not condoning this for children out there. Throw that out there on the front end. Adderall, very helpful in college.
Yes.
Yeah.
And think about if you did it and you were a football player.
Very helpful.
Right.
Clearly, though, he wasn't doing enough.
Right.
Like, Larry Ogunjobi's one of those guys where if he were still on the roster going into next year, I think Steelers fans would have had a right to be miffed. Like, I liked the signing at the time. He failed the physical with Chicago. You got him for pennies on the dollar. He was really good, I thought, in Cincinnati at the tail end of his Bengals career. And really, dude, you think about invisible players over the years. Larry Ogunjobi, can we think of more than a player, too, that this guy made in his Steelers career? Which one was that? Jog my memory.
I know I don't remember one.
Oh, you don't remember one? Okay, I was going to say, I got none.
Got none. No significant play. Like, I remember him being in there a little bit, but not a significant, like, sack or anything.
No. And you can correct us if we're wrong at 412-928-9370, but that was a guy I had no problem losing. And, man, if they'd kept him around, like, I'm guessing, did they find that out, do you think, in the physical? Like, how would that work? Like, do you have to send off the urine to the NFL, or did he just get blind tested?
He got tested. They probably came to his house. I told you those stories where they would come to my house in the off-season, like random, or like if you don't answer the door, it's a failed test. They'll come to, if you're in Turks and Caicos, you have to put every place that you go or you're going to vacation in the off-season because they will fly there and test you.
I got to say, I don't think that would be the worst job in the world, being an NFL urine collector. I mean, it's kind of degrading. Like, don't you have to stand there and watch the guy pee?
Yeah, naked.
Yeah.
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 Okay. I mean, the one guy was the same guy, and he wouldn't use gloves.
What?
Right. He was like that. I guess he was that good at, like, sealing it up. But I'm like, you ain't going to use gloves? Like, what if it just splashes?
You're going to get tight end urine on your hands.
Right.
The reason I say I don't think it would be a bad job isn't because I'd be standing there in front of nude NFL players. I just want to make that clear. Oh, well, what are you doing? Oh, I'm getting on an airplane, going to fly to Turks and Caicos, going to collect some urine, and it's going to be on the company dime. It's not that bad.
Yeah, but it's a lot of travel, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're traveling every day.
You know, James Harrison, they used to go after him all the time, and he would flip out because it's supposed to be random, but there were obviously guys that were being targeted.
Oh, yeah.
Steelers, meanwhile, now have signed 2 defensive linemen, one from Washington, one from the New England Patriots. You look at their metrics on Pro Football Focus, which isn't a be-all, end-all, but it's a guide. Neither one of them are great players, at least by those metrics. Both just depth guys. And the Steelers are very good at doing that. Like, they brought in Braden Fehoko a couple of years ago, and he never really got a run. But you need to guard yourself against, not being able to draft your positions of need in the draft. That is, to me, Doran, the clear direction they're going to go in the first round. And I know that Jerry Dulac reported this weekend that the Steelers are very interested in the running back position in the draft because it's so deep, but that he would not rule them out taking one in the first round. It's something you've said for a long time. When the Steelers paid DK Metcalf, I think a lot of people started to come around on your opinion that they might draft a guy in round 1. I'll tell you, even if Amarian Hampton's there, even if Ashton Genty's there, I'm going to be shocked if they get a running back in round 1. And I think Steelers fans would have a right to be really worked up about it.
Oh, yeah.
And I love those players. Like, imagine Marion Hampton. You hand the ball to that guy when you got these 2 massive outside receivers taking the top off the defense. Like, I would understand their logic in it because I love the player and I love Genty. But if you don't draft a defensive lineman now in round 1, and you don't have a second-round pick, and you gave up 299 rushing yards to the Baltimore Ravens in your playoff game, you have not done enough to address it. Like, it can't be a third-round pick. And it's a great deep draft for defensive linemen.
There's a lot of starters that have third-round projections.
Them not having a second-round pick is a big game changer for me. Like, I still would never be on board with them taking a running back in the first round. But if you had a second-round pick and you double down on D linemen in the second and third round and you take a running back in round 1, I guess I can squint and be okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to wonder, too, man, like, you're going to have these comp picks next year, and that won't get awarded until after the season. But will they feel comfortable moving a pick from next year's draft to maybe pop up into this year's draft into that second round? I think that has to be on the table.
Because you have the comps that you can, yes. That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's a bad draft, man, to not have a second-round pick because there's not a lot of high-end talent, but there's a lot of depth at positions of need. Maybe they trade back out of their round 1 pick and can get 2 in the second round, or a late first, like their 21st pick turns into like the 30th pick, and then they get one late in the second round. That'd be great. I think all those things have to be on the table because they have not addressed this defensive line need.
I think it comes down to what you evaluate more. Like, do you evaluate having Is it more important to have a first-round running back or a first-round D tackle or a third-round running back or a third-round D tackle?
In this draft, I could see it. I could see it either way, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I keep coming around to now that they got Metcalf, because I've been saying for a while, draft a wide receiver round 1. Now that they got Metcalf, if they don't take a defensive lineman round 1, I think it's going to be hard to sell to the fan base. That area that we said is a massive position of need, that we did enough to address it. And the likes of Javon Hargrave are gone, Javon Kinlaw, all the Javons, they had a chance. They didn't get those guys. They didn't get Jonathan Allen. And that's a pretty penny, $20 million, but they can't spend the money because they're waiting on quarterback. They have to take one in round 1. Ideally, trade back into round 2, and you can address it via depth. But right now, if the draft holds and they don't wind up with more picks, if they take a running back in round 1, I'm gonna be real mad. I'm gonna be like Bubba Cunningham mad. Have I brought that guy up too much?
I thought you were going to call him.
Can I?
You're asking permission?
Well, it's your show.
I thought you were going to. You said regardless, you were going to call him, whether it was on the show or off the show.
I'll call him during this break.
No, you won't.
We'll report it back to the people when we come back.
There's no way you call him.
We'll get more to Jerry Dulac's report when we come back. Mark Caboli at 9 o'clock. I'm calling the North Carolina athletic director next. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won against the New Jersey Devils over the weekend, making that 4 wins in a row for the Penguins. They've got a game tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I'm still feeling the Duke Blue Devil and Cooper Flag National Championship this year. Cooper Flag, I think, will probably be back. He'll be back with his ankle injury, so the Duke Blue Devils will be national champions this year. Bet $20 on the team you think that wins it all, and if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets, plus receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some accidents, but the list grows shorter. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crew still dealing with an accident, though, in Wilkinsburg, the intersection of Cole and James Streets. Watch for delays around that. Also, the Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 is heavy past Shaler Waterworks down to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Caboli traipsing on in here. He'll be with us from 9 o'clock until 10. The latest on the Steelers and their quarterback conundrum. What he makes of these 2 defensive linemen that they signed. Naji Harris's comments to the media in Los Angeles. That's all on the way. And you can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I've been doing a lot of complaining, obviously, about the selection committee today. I just called Bubba Cunningham, who was the chair of that committee. He's also the North Carolina athletic director, and it went to voicemail. And it said that the voicemail was full. I wonder why. I wonder what happened there.
It is correct.
I do feel for any of these guys, though, because you're going to get absolute hell no matter what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone's always going to feel like they get left out. Someone's always going to feel like, oh, man, how'd they get in? Like, that's just the nature of the thing. But I like to think that there's lots of West Virginia and Indiana folks that have blown up his answering machine there.
Probably.
Not a real problem, though. That is a first world problem. A real problem is hunger. We've got our Feed the Need broadcast coming up next Tuesday. We got a lot of cool stuff planned. We'll give you more details on that as the week goes on. We are feeding the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. That's March 25th. Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. All you got to do, text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line. Your donation will provide meals locally, brought to you by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Memorial Highway Chevrolet. All the details at 937thefan.com. I'll send out a link. All right, Doran, now you got Jerry Dulac saying it's a deep crop of running backs, one of the best in recent years. The Steelers are expected to take advantage of the pool of talent to add to what they already have with Jaylen Warren and free agent acquisition Kenneth Gainwell. That means nothing is guaranteed as to where the Steelers might draft a running back, and apparently that includes the first round. Nothing is off the table for the Steelers. Because it's so deep, shouldn't that mean then that the first round isn't that big of a need? Like, especially at that position, where guys seem to come in and play well from the get-go if they're good enough to play.
Well, I mean, that would be the case if the defensive line position wasn't as deep, too, in the draft. If there was a need at D-line and it wasn't as deep, yeah, okay, like it's like we can get a serviceable running back later, but the fact that the D-line position is deep, you can kind of go either way, right? Like, it's like, all right, if we take a first-round running back, we can get a starter in at the defensive line position in round 3. So you kind of pick your poison, really. I would go running back at this point. I would.
Just load up on the offensive side with as many playmakers as possible.
Yep.
Look, I can't say that they won't do it. I mean, especially, and we brought this scenario up before, if Ashton Genty, who's a top 10 talent in this draft, is there at 21, and it is a position of need, it would not shock me at all if they took that guy.
Let me rewind. I would take a running back at 21 if one of the two running backs are still there that I think are. If it's anybody outside of Hampton or Genty, no.
Like not Travion Henderson, or a guy like that.
No.
Yeah.
No. If it's one of those two, yes.
The reason one of the reasons why I would go defensive line is I think the earlier you draft guys, the better chance to have of hitting, clearly. And I don't want to have to go out and pay for defensive linemen. Like if a defensive lineman doesn't work out in the first round, and then you got to go out in free agency, you're paying $20 million to get one of those guys, like a Jonathan Allen. If a running back doesn't work out, okay, you could pay one $5.6 million like they're paying Naji Harris, and bang, I've just added a 1,000-yard back. I just think it's easier to find those replacements if it doesn't work out. Now, they're not going to view it from a position of failure, but I live scared, so that's how I view things.
Real quick, sources from Diana Rossini, Cincinnati's working to retain Trey Hendrickson. Discussions are ongoing between the two sides.
Got to tell you, didn't see that happening.
No.
I mean, we talk about the frugality of certain NFL franchises.
They're like number one.
They don't like to spend the cash. They don't like, because you have to put, 80% of the cash in escrow? And this is like really granular, but like they'll spend to the cap, but they don't like to go beyond their means in the actual cash. They're going to have to do that with this guy. Like you're going to have to find a way to fold that money in very creatively over the next couple of years. If they do that, though, everything I said about the T. Higgins signing, where I kind of killed him for it earlier, I'll take it back.
Yep.
If you can find a way to pay a quarterback, 2 wide receivers, and Trey Hendrickson, all right, that's doing right by your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's doing right to the fans. I'll believe that when I see it, but that they're trying to do that, that's actually a huge step in the right direction for Cincinnati, which means bad things here for the Steelers. All right, this and more with Mark Caboli. He's with us for a full hour from 9 o'clock until 10. That's next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southeast Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. pay, call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Springing forward feels better on freshly cleaned carpets and floors. Zero Res removes winter's lingering grime, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel. And don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. And how about a flash deal this Monday and Tuesday? That's right, this Monday and Tuesday only. A 3-room special starting at just $109. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by Coit. We have an accident. It is partially blocking the on-ramp at Forest Hills to the inbound Parkway East. Traffic is slow getting by, backing from that Wilkinsburg off-ramp past the scene down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also, an accident being cleared in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of Cole and James Streets. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28, that is heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Parkway North is cleared out, and the Crosstown heavy coming off the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
That's right, Mark Cabali joining us now for a full hour. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And our good friend Mark is brought to you by Bet365. Mark was on with the PM guys on Friday. He turns around, he hangs out, stays in studio, goes on with Jeff Hathorn, and then I saw clips being pushed out over the weekend. You jumped on with Austin Bechtold.
I got to learn how to say no.
You know what?
I can't. I mean, whenever guys need help, I'll help them.
We see the numbers. We know that our Mark Cabali Hour is very popular, and anybody who gets you on the show, you're going to get that bump too. And you are so nice, and you give people your time. You are like such an Eeyore dude, man. Like this dark cloud is over your head at all times, and you're swearing under your breath, but you don't even know it, man. You're
He's
a
soft
teddy bear.
inside, yeah.
You're a huge softie.
Speaking of that, I don't appreciate you talking over my opening right there of Callus.
It was the music part.
No, the little do at the end there, and you're talking over it. So
I was just trying to.
I turned it back into an idiot. So you do that to me there from time to time, there, Adam.
What? Cut you off?
No, turn me back into a jerk.
Well, we got all kind of Steelers questions for you this morning.
He's on one today, too, because, it's
what happened?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know yesterday. I was cleaning my house, didn't know what happened, and everybody's freaking out about West Virginia. I'm like, what's going on? Interesting.
They must have got a bad draw.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, they're favored in their next matchup against nobody. I mean,
well,
like, people might think it's shtick. It's not shtick. Like, I care way too much. And I've been bummed out all morning long. Like, Doran sees it during the breaks. I'm ticked off. I called the damn guy.
Pitt and West Virginia
Need
should
an
just
answer.
play. They should just play a game. Scrimmage, exhibition. Have everybody come.
Now, who is, forgive me here, but who's the West Virginia AD?
His name's Ren Baker.
You got to get him on that committee.
No doubt. He released a statement yesterday. He was real mad, which was good. And he didn't really pull any punches, which I like. All right, moving on. We'll get to the Steelers stuff in a second, but Mulsey just asked this question. I actually wanted to get your guys' opinion on it, too. Like, bracket season, right? Do you fill out one or do you fill out a whole bunch?
I usually don't fill out any.
See, I knew you were going to say
neither.
that.
Yeah.
What is with you guys?
Just because
we're normal human beings.
Yeah, it's not going to do. I'm not going to win. And I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like, I'm going to just do it for fun? I'm just wasting time.
Yeah, that's sort of like saying, what the third-string Steelers defensive tackle and what his strengths and weaknesses are when you're like, okay, who's going to win, Princeton or Colgate?
Right.
I don't know. Like, I wouldn't even watch that if they were playing in my front yard.
Well, you're one of the few people who won't because there'll be millions and millions of people.
What I'm saying is you're totally
work.
guessing.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
Except Pony. He probably watched it.
I heard Pony's More Ways to Win show yesterday. He was all over it. I mean, he's all over it. He knows everybody's backup point guard, but that's Pony. It is 9:06. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get with those premiums, 724-443-5610. I think if you make multiple brackets, you're kind of a weirdo. I think you go one. You go one bracket, and if you want to submit it to a whole bunch of different places, do that. But, like, I can't – how can I keep track of multiple brackets? I never do multiple fantasy teams either. That drives me nuts because I feel like I'm rooting against myself at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've got Joe Mixon in one league, but I'm going against him in the next league. Well, what do I root for? And that kind of defeats the whole purpose of it. You're trying to make it more exciting what you're watching.
Who do you think is going to win?
I've been on Auburn all season. They've lost 3 out of 4. I think Duke's going to win the thing.
Yeah.
Duke winning the tournament, the ACC tournament, even though it's a down year for the league, without Cooper Flagg and another starter, they were down 2 starters, and they beat North Carolina, and then they go on to really run away from a good Louisville team.
Mm-hmm.
I think Duke's going to win the thing.
Yep.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's a team that needs to complain, it might be Duke. That bracket is, my limited knowledge seems like the toughest region of them all.
Well, Duke got penalized for playing in the weak ACC. So did Louisville as an 8 seed, which I thought was laughably bad by the committee. So those 2 teams got screwed because the ACC is quote-unquote weak. And yet North Carolina gets in. There's just contradictions up and down the darn thing. All right, to the football. Steelers signed 2 depth defensive linemen. I mean, that's what they are, Mark, right? I mean, neither of these guys are expected to be starters or impact pieces, right?
Nah, just throw them in there, see what they can do. Some veteran leadership. I mean, we talk about, obviously they need it, but there's a guy that they were high on last year, but he got hurt, was Logan Lee.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to be in that mix too. He was healthy probably midway through the season. He could have went. So you throw him into the mix as a new face, but there's nobody there that you expect to take the 70 or 80 snaps. And I've been saying this for a while now, guys. As long as this goes on and they don't add a piece or a key piece or a definite starter, just tells me Benton's the guy. I mean, even if they do draft one in the first round, what are the odds of him coming in and being successful and being so up high, so ready to go that he's going to get the 80% of the snaps? I don't see it. I think they're going to have a huge ask of Benton right now, unless there's something coming down the road here that I don't see. I don't think defensive ends, I don't think there's much out there or difference makers anymore.
Not anymore.
So what are the other options do you have? A guy like, and I mentioned this guy's Calais Campbell, a big monster, put him in the middle, kick Benton outside, throw waves at you like the Eagles, maybe not as good.
Definitely not as good, but yeah, like where your head's at.
Just waves at. Other than that, like I said, even if you take Grant in the first round, he gets there. I wouldn't anticipate him being a starter day one.
No, look at Stephon Tuitt. It wasn't until the end of that first year where he really took off. You look at Cam Hayward, it wasn't until like year 3 where he really took off.
But Hayward should have been in there earlier. He was just behind two pretty good players.
Right. Yeah, they had a much better situation that they could wait on him. I think they're going to draft one in round 1, Mark.
Oh, it depends on who's there. I mean, if the good ones or the first round graded ones are gone, why would you even go there? I mean, I would imagine that many people look at the Eagles situation and say, hey, this works. So let's load up on our defensive linemen. It all depends, man. I mean, I guess we have to wait till free agent plays out a little bit more, but you're getting darn close to knowing what their target's going to be in the draft. At least, I mean, I would imagine now you kick cornerback maybe down the road unless there's a stud right there. But, I mean, you're looking at, I hate to say quarterback. I'm not going to say quarterback. You're looking at wide receiver. You're looking at defensive line. You're looking at potentially running back.
Do you think that the reason why that they didn't pay a big-time defensive line free agent is because of the hold-up at quarterback?
I don't think so. They could have manufactured money if they really needed that. They got a pretty much
not $20 million.
Why not? I mean, Highsmith and who else? Highsmith.
I mean, they haven't restructured.
And Freiermuth could get you 15 right off the bat.
You could do it with Minka too, couldn't you?
I don't think you want to do that. Then you're pretty much pushing a year out from him. You want to have pretty much all that money. You don't want to owe him money into the future if you're not sure about him next year.
Are they not sure about him? I mean, I'm not, but
if they have to, they would. But that's the guys that would be probably way down on the list if you really need money. And make no mistake about it, they have a pretty much idea of what they're going to spend on the quarterback if Rodgers is coming. I mean, they have a pretty good idea if he says no. If they go to Russell, how much they would give him. And if not, then you're just scraping the barrel there. So they have an idea of how much money they're going to have.
So we've spent a lot of time now on defensive line and none with you, Mark, on quarterback. Let's do that when we come back. Where things stand with Aaron Rodgers, if Russell Wilson is still part of the equation, or could Mason Rudolph be your day one starter? That's next. Plus, apparently, Mark has a weird take on parades. People are texting in, so we'll get to that as well. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won a couple games over the weekend in spring training. They've got a game coming up this afternoon at 1 o'clock against the Detroit Tigers, and the Pirates have also announced over the weekend that Paul Skeens will be the team's opening day starter this season. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 17-year-old Russian tennis phenom Mira Andreeva became the youngest woman to win at Indian Wells since Serena Williams did it back in 1999. Her 12-match winning streak dates back to last month's victory in Dubai. I'd like to thank myself for fighting until the end and for always believing in me, she said after upsetting world number one, Arina Sabalenka. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems on the roadways, and let's add some midday work to that. And this report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. An earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway east at the Wilkinsburg on-ramp. Still looking at delays from there down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, you now have a service crew off to the side near the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange. Watch for some possible slowdowns there. Meanwhile, an accident being cleared in Harrison Township, the intersection of Freeport Road and Painter Avenue, and some down power lines on California Avenue near Marshall Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. We asked the question, who do you think will be the Steelers' starting quarterback week 1? Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, Russell Wilson. I think a lot of people voting with their hearts. They vote Mason Rudolph, 63% of the vote. Russell Wilson, 19%. And Aaron Rodgers, 18%. Mark, we bring you on here because you know what's going on. Who would you put money on to be the Steelers' opening day quarterback?
I would say Aaron Rodgers right now.
Okay.
But
what's the holdup here? The Vikings?
If I'm going to come out here and tell you what I know what the holdup is, Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to be a lot like these weekend reports are just totally just speculating. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. They might think they know.
All right, give us your best speculation then. Because apparently
he's being him.
Well, the Giants offered more money according to reports. According to other reports, he wants to be a Viking. Michael Silver reports that the Vikings are like 50-50 on not knowing whether they want Rodgers or to roll forward now with J.J. McCarthy. And then there's the whole Russell Wilson thing up in the air.
Yeah, with Russell going to Cleveland and now New York without a contract, he's just sitting there waiting for Aaron Rodgers to say no so he can swoop in here. I mean, that has all the indications in the world to me.
So you don't think that the bridges have been burned there between the Steelers and Russell Wilson?
The bridges are burned. The bridges are burned until you really need them. You know?
If, let's say, they strike out on Rodgers and they turn their lonely eyes back to Russell Wilson, I mean, he's got to hold them over the barrel, right? Like, whatever they thought they were going to pay him, I'm guessing they're going to have to pay him a little
You're
bit
only
more.
as good as your options. I mean, what are these other options? The 3-14 Giants or the 0-17 Browns. If you want any chance to win as a 37-year-old quarterback, you better not be going there, especially when, potentially the Giants are going to draft a quarterback in the first round, right? Do you want to put up with that? So his best case, for him professionally, would be the return here. I mean, if all of this stuff blows up, I mean, I don't even think you think twice and just hand the ball to Mason. If Rodgers goes to Minnesota and they don't want Wilson, or he goes to the Giants, you just hand it to Mason and say you're our starter. No pole position, no I'm going to go pay a ton for Kirk Cousins because now he has no trade clause and all this stuff.
Could they fool themselves into falling in love with Jackson Dart and drafting him at 21?
Let's hope not. But everything's on the board right now. But something tells me all of this chatter with Jackson Dart is going to push him up. And the Steelers are in no position to move up in the draft this year.
So you think he might go before the Steelers pick?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, you're hearing a lot of chatter, and once you get to draft day, teams get very, very desperate. I mean, if it's the Saints or whoever it might be that might not need one, says, hey, let's take our chance because we really, really love this guy, even though he hasn't, he's played 3 good games in his career. I don't even know. I wouldn't. I mean, just at that point, just go with Mason and let's just rerun it again next year.
Well, how do you think Mason would play?
I mean, he can't be any worse than what I mean, he would be probably say on the same level as or Russell, probably the same level as anybody else they would bring in right now. I mean, if not better.
Justin Fields, Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I think he would be, honestly, and people probably don't want to hear this, but I think he was a better option for this year than Justin Fields would be. As in winning right now. I mean, Justin could be a guy that you can transform your offense into and probably would have been the best bet overall. But if you want to win this year, I think with Mason and you have some weapons, if you keep George around, you add, Freiermuth and that offensive line, which is, I still think that's a little bit of revisionist history there. They got some talent on that offensive line. They just got to.
Yeah, they're just young.
Yeah, and plus they got to get Broderick Jones back on. Yeah. If Broderick Jones plays above average, that's an above average, if not better, offensive line. And you hear people say, "Oh, this offensive line's terrible." No, they got a lot invested in it and a lot of good players. They just have to bring it all together. So I think Mason would. I think Mason would be able to be successful here with obviously more weapons than Russell had last year.
Do you think they told him that he'd have an opportunity to start, or do you think that it was just established that all right, you're gonna be a backup?
I think he's under the impression it was a backup.
Okay.
But once again, things change in a hurry in this league.
Well, and a backup behind an old guy.
Yeah, that's the key. He sees 37 in December and 42 in November, whenever it is, and saying, if I have a chance to start.
This is it, yeah.
If anywhere I have a chance to start, this is it.
All right, let's play this hypothetical out even further. Let's say they swing and miss on Rodgers and the bridges are burned with Russ and he winds up with the Giants, and it is Mason Rudolph.
Mm-hmm.
Say they win 10 games. Not out of the realm of possibility. They seem to win 10 games. That's what they do. If he does, could they convince themselves he's the guy? Would they allow for that possibility? Mason Rudolph, QB1, ...
Nah, I think you would still. I don't think they would find themselves in a position where with Ben, he was franchise Hall of Famer. Let's just ride him, get him weapons. Here they got to go more like, say, the Falcons did. Okay, we had Kirk Cousins, but hey, if we have a Jackson Dart coming down the road, we better add him. I don't think they would go if he had a great season and they can see him being around for a couple years. That's when you really, really, I think, focus in on the draft. Find a guy that can maybe sit for a year. Next year might be that year. But what can happen in a year? I don't really know who the best quarterbacks are next year. Who some of them are. I remember at one point, Christian Hackenberg was a can't-miss prospect.
Yeah, didn't our good friend Buzzsaw from the Trib say that he's the next Sidney Crosby or something like that? Sorry, Adamski, for making you relive that one. That's a tough look right there.
I got you remember the Chris Mueller? Not Chris Mueller. He was the other Mueller.
Yeah, I still have Chris Mueller, Mueller, in my phone with the fan in parentheses.
He once told me about 6-7 years ago that Kendrick Lamar is better than Michael Jackson.
I don't know, man.
And I still rip on him for that.
Ain't nobody better than the King, but Kendrick Lamar has his career's gone upward.
Yeah,
he's just performing in the Super Bowl pretty good. That's not a terrible take.
Oh, 7 years ago?
That is a terrible.
That is a terrible take.
That's a terrible take. I could see V. Drake, but not Michael Jackson.
At that time, to say he'd be better than Drake actually would have been going out there on a limb too. And we see how that's gone. Here's a text. Hey, guys, I asked the manager at Home Depot who the biggest tool he ever saw is, and he showed me a picture of Adam Crowley.
Oh, my.
Man.
To which I replied, good one, and they said, thanks, 13-9.
Man.
Was that guy's name Pat Bostic?
I'm having a day. No, Bostic's classy. Like, I was expecting Bostic to text me last night and be like, wow, I didn't see West Virginia in the bracket, but he didn't do that because you guys like me enough to be nice.
And what do you fall back on? What? NIT, you know.
I got nothing.
Bostic not texting you is a slap in the face. He's just like sitting there, just like, yeah, I'm not going to text him because he knows that you're thinking that he's going to text you, and him not texting you is worse than him texting you.
I mean, it's the first time I gave it thought.
But
not like I'm sitting there going, "Oh man, I'm so bummed out. Bostic doesn't respect me enough to talk trash on me."
Well, then you can come back and say, where's the hoop team playing? How did that football season end? I mean,
we don't have to bring football.
That's what I'm saying. He has to.
I mean, you're bringing this up.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm thinking like Pat right now.
He's trying to cause divides. Is what he's trying to do.
I'm thinking of Pat. Why he wouldn't bring it up because I know Crowley's going to come back with this. So I can't.
I got nothing to stand on right now, frankly. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Okay, so Rodgers still has not made the decision. The Steelers have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson right now at the quarterback position. What's the ceiling? We talked about this on Friday. What's the ceiling, Mark, in your opinion, for the Steelers with Rudolph versus the ceiling for Rodgers? Like, could they win big with Aaron in your mind?
The thing is, I think they are both 10-win quarterbacks, but I probably would like my chances in the playoffs more with Aaron.
We said the exact same thing last week.
I wasn't even listening to you guys. We're all on the same wavelength. I mean, do you want to go into Cincinnati, Baltimore,
Buffalo.
name a team, whatever,
Buffalo.
with Mason, and no offense to him, or Aaron Rodgers, who could catch lightning in the bottle and pretty much been there, done that with everywhere.
I mean,
That's probably why they want him.
I've
to be
been
honest with you.
I've been anti-Rodgers since like Wednesday last week. Initially, I said I will take Aaron over Russell Wilson 100 times out of 100 because if I'm going the old guy route, I might as well go with the old guy that I haven't seen play in the black and gold before. I've changed my opinion on all that because I just don't want the circus. But if you're asking me who's got a better chance to win you a playoff game, it's Aaron Rodgers. Because here's one thing with Rodgers. The consistency's not there, right? I mean, last season he was inconsistent. But it's not like he couldn't do it every now and again. And it's not like he didn't have games. And you could convince yourself he could have that game when it matters most way, way more than you could convince yourself that Mason Rudolph could.
You look at any of his plays from last year, they have cut-ups online. Man, Aaron Rodgers still has that arm talent with
Yes, he does.
that back shoulder fade.
Yeah, he does.
Woo-hoo-hoo, that's pretty sweet. And by the way, why wouldn't you want the circus? You're a co-host of the most popular sports radio show in town. Why wouldn't you want that?
We want it.
Yes, he just said he didn't. He didn't want the circus.
I don't want the circus from a fan perspective. From an occupational perspective, oh my God, it'd be the greatest thing that's ever happened to this radio show. If every week we have Aaron Rodgers stuff to react to, it'd be tremendous for us. But I care about the listeners, and I care about what's best for the franchise.
Don't you go to the circus to be entertained? Don't you always be? If you're going to buy a ticket to the circus, you are looking to be entertained. And if you are willing to spend money to go to a circus, you are going to be entertained.
Agree or disagree, though? This could be nationally embarrassing for the Steelers in a way that we haven't seen in a long time.
I don't know how it would be.
Really?
In what way? Like that it hasn't been before?
Example, New York Jets.
I mean, what were they last year? They were embarrassing too last year, in the year before,
They're embarrassing for us locally because they are average as hell. But nationally, yeah, the tide's starting to turn on them a little bit. But nationally, they're looked at as the stable Steelers. Stable Steelers. Look at these stable Steelers. They're always going to win 10 games. Look at Mike Tomlin. Never had a losing season. I'm not saying it would definitely happen. But if Rodgers comes in here, there's like a 40% chance, if not higher, that he starts throwing DK Metcalf under the bus or George Pickens under the bus, and you become the New York Jets for a season.
But to play devil's advocate, do you need somebody to come in and hold some people accountable?
I think that if I want to massage this, like if they get him and I'm trying to look for the good, yeah, I think he would push Mike Tomlin. I definitely think he would push Mike Tomlin, and that might be for the good. I could see it going, though, like if they're not winning football games the way they think they can, it goes absolutely sideways.
The only reason I feel like the only reason why he was throwing people under the bus because he had the power. Like nobody else in that organization had power but him. I mean, Saleh was fired. His offense coordinator was demoted. Like who else had the power? That's not going to happen here. He's not going to get Mike Tomlin fired.
I mean, Ben Roethlisberger used to go on his radio show every week and crush guys.
He's not going to get anybody fired here.
No, he's not going to get anybody fired, but you're starting calling guys out left and right.
Who is the leader on the offense right now? Who's the guy you look to? There isn't any, right?
Correct.
There is not any. I mean, last year you knew darn well you could have done anything you wanted, and Russell Wilson would have and God love him, would have put a positive spin on it. Now, if so-and-so's acting up, not doing his job, and old number 12 or number 8, whatever number he is, points him out, maybe you need that.
Probably 8.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be 12.
Go on a limb and say 8, yeah.
Pointing him out might not be a bad thing. And honestly, people don't want him. What's your poll, 18% or whatever it was? Have him start the season 3-4-0 and see where that number is. Well, I'm saying it's all about winning.
Oh, no question about that. And if you're winning, Rodgers won't be throwing guys under the bus. You wouldn't think.
Why would he go to the Vikings?
Because they're good.
They could win.
They're
close.
I just don't believe it because
they won 14 games.
But Sam Darnold.
He's following Brett Favre's footsteps.
That we've agreed
awful.
with. That we have talked about. Mr. I'm my own man, Aaron Rodgers, does exactly the same thing Brett Favre did.
Exactly.
I mean, there's great comedy in that.
There is.
And do you want to go to a place? If he's here, if he comes here, say Aaron Rodgers comes here, he's the starting quarterback unless he gets hurt. He goes to Minnesota. You're a 14-win potential team. You start the season 0-2. Guess who's behind you? That first-round pick.
But you can't do that. You can't be like, well, if the Steelers start 3-0, things will be great. But those Vikings that won 14 games are going to be 0-2, and then all the wheels are going to fall off.
What I'm saying is I think the better opportunity, I mean, the Giants is just ridiculous. Why would he go there?
Agreed.
Maybe he retires.
I think that's a stronger possibility than we've probably given it time on the air, is that he just walks away. All right, when we come back, you said something about George Pickens that went viral over the weekend. We'll talk about that. Naji Harris had a lot to say about the Steelers and their lack of facilities. Mark will react to all of it. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won over the weekend. They beat the New Jersey Devils on Saturday. Penguins have a game coming up tomorrow against the New York Islanders at 7 o'clock. And after that New Jersey Devils win, the Penguins have now won 4 games in a row. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Cincinnati Bengals are set to bring back both T. Higgins and Jamar Chase for the 2025 season. Plus, they've added Notre Dame's defensive coordinator Al Golden to strengthen their defense. With Joe Burrow looking for revenge in 2025, the Bengals at plus 850 to win the AFC is great value. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get-Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Kevin Morat, Mentality Founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic.
Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, we're going to react to Naji Harris's comments in a moment. The latest on George Pickens, so much more. But guys, I've been in this crisis this morning. And I view myself kind of as a nihilist, and now I certainly am with West Virginia getting left out of the tournament. I found out why. Andrew Filipponi tweeted this on March 8th. Darren DeVries is doing an incredible job at West Virginia. 9-23 last year, dead last in Big 12. Pitt beat him by 24. Then he lost his best player for the season. Went out and beat Gonzaga, Arizona, Kansas, Iowa State. A lock to make the big dance.
Man. He's going to be leaving soon.
The coach?
Yep.
Yep.
And his son.
That's right.
They're both going to leave.
Mm-hmm. Where are they going?
Iowa.
You know what? West Virginia is open. Moon Township.
You're saying Andy Toole?
Oh. I'm putting that out there. Let's go.
I'd take him
Let's
in a second.
go.
I'd take him in a second.
Mark.
But I ain't doing that. Hold up. We can't do that to our friends at RMU.
No.
Talk about that off the air.
Yeah. You should have some reality show behind when the radio goes off.
Well, here's another thing I noticed walking through here, right? Every Monday they have a super serious board meeting going on, all the salespeople, all the department heads, and it's like a fishbowl. You could see in there, and it's very serious. And the head man, the head honcho, our big boss, Spack, he's running the thing, right? And it's super serious. And I look out, there's people dressed as leprechauns. They have four-leaf clovers. A couple people have their faces painted. And, like, they're having this super serious boardroom meeting. And everyone's dressed up like they're going to the parade. Which, by the way, you hate parades?
Oh, I hate parades.
Now, how can you hate a parade?
I don't like them either, but...
See, me and Doran are on the same wavelength.
Listen, as a guy who has frequently attended parades in New Orleans, I got to say, parades are outstanding fun.
Parades, to me, are like fireworks.
Fireworks, incredibly overrated.
So are parades.
I'll look at them, but I'm not leaving my front yard.
Right.
Yeah.
But... people want to go to Mount Like, no, I'm good.
Our St. Patrick's Day parade is a delight. It's an absolute delight.
No, you would go, say, if my daughter's in a dance or cheerleading or whatever, or your band's there. But if I'm going to sit there and watch fire trucks and ambulances, I could just drive down the street from my house. Right? The only reason why you like parades is because you got that green beer in your hand. Come on. How many parades have you been since you're 21 that you didn't have a drink in your hand?
Exactly. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. I don't want to incriminate myself. I've never gone to a parade since being an adult where I haven't had a beverage. Of course. Yes. But that's part of the fun. I roll it all in. Social media's biggest loser, Pony, because he cursed my team. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. How about Naji ripping the Steelers facility?
Low key, right? He did that a lot while with the Steelers, one of those. You talk about the subtle darts that Ben used to throw. Naji, he's the king of the subtle dart.
But you know what? You came out on the other end of it, and you're like, these Chargers beat writers better not get used to this.
Nah.
They had him up in front of the podium.
You're not going to talk to him until probably about August. He won't talk in OTAs. He won't talk during.
He'll probably talk there. Why not? He loves it there. He's happy.
He's happy.
I've never seen a happier, more effervescent Najee Harris.
Yeah, wait until they.
Do you think they didn't use him right here? Because he kind of intimated that as well, or implied that, I guess. You think he can catch the ball better than they allowed him to?
Well, he did have 80-some catches his first year, but they didn't
Right.
have much anything else right there. I think you can have one or the other. We were hammering them 3 years ago. How can you possibly let Najee Harris touch the ball 390 times a year? So they back off of it and make him a third down back, Jalen Warren. Now you don't get enough. I mean, he should be pretty happy that they backed off a little bit so he didn't wear him out completely.
I think we found out exactly what the league thinks of him, at least in the present time, whenever he got 5 and change to go there. I mean, it can be upwards of $9 million, but he has to hit the incentives. If he has a great year, he'll go out and get paid. Like, if he goes out there, performs well out there, it'll be a high-profile free agent acquisition, and then he'll have a chance to make a ton of money on the open market. But right now, I don't think his own team agrees with him.
Yeah, honestly, that's the best spot for him. If he's not successful there, if he can't reclaim his Alabama days there, then you might as well just you're not a number one then, because everything's set up for him with coaching staff, offensive line, scheme system, everything in Los Angeles Chargers to be able to be successful.
Just got a tweet. I think you guys got me on the parade thing.
Uh-oh.
Chris Barron, who listens to the show all the time, he tweets us a bunch. He said, "Parades suck. I can day drink without a parade."
Yes.
I've never been a big green beer guy, though. I've always been just drink Guinness.
I went to a kid wanted to go to that Raising Cane's place, and they had green lemonade. I'm like, green lemonade? What,
I've
they
Raising
just
Cane's at the bottom of my hill.
And what are they doing? Just putting
That's
food
how you
coloring
know,
in it?
That's how you know Doran, the ACC caught on around here. Is that there's Raising Cane's popping up all over the place.
They literally have one thing, and they do it pretty well.
Chicken? They crush it.
No, I think they have one thing, chicken tenders. That's it.
Yeah, it's great.
It's great.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You like them?
Oh, I'm a big Raising Cane sauce guy.
Oh, yeah, their sauce is
I
good.
like to just bathe in that.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I'd like to picture that.
Whoa!
That would be wasting food. We don't want to do that. It's almost time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. March 25th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Mark will have not bathed in it. You can text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line. Your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevrolet. All the details at 937thefan.com. You got the people going this weekend. Something you said about George Pickens. We'll talk about that next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won 2 games over the weekend, of a game today against the Detroit Tigers at 1 o'clock. And Pirates also announced over the weekend that Paul Skeens will be the opening day starter this 2025 season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday, we're continuing to slow you down. This report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. In West Mifflin, crews working on Lebanon Road. Watch for restrictions in both directions between Lebanon Church Road and Noble Drive. Meanwhile, on the Parkway East, your delays right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. We do have reports of an accident now on the inbound side, right at that Forest Hills on-ramp. Parkway West, you're jammed near Parkway Center. Route 28, the Parkway North are steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It's just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm going to punch bandwagon Bechtold in the face.
It's
Now,
a good nickname.
Now he's tweeting out, oh, well, North Carolina, oh, everyone keeps complaining about West Virginia. What about Texas? They both deserve to be in over your school that won one quad one game all year. Bechtel, oh, go Penn State football when they're good.
He's the biggest bandwagoner ever.
When they're bad, oh, go Pitt football.
Yep.
Oh, when Pitt basketball is good, oh, I love Pitt basketball. When they're bad, oh, okay, let's go North Carolina. Get the hell out of here.
He was trying to start trouble, too. He came in here, didn't even say hi to me, just looked through the door, let me see his sweatshirt, and he was like, oh, Kaboli's here. Wow. And then just walked out. I'm
He
like,
shall henceforth be referred to by me, Adam Richard Crowley, as Bandwagon Bechtold. And I love the kid. I think he's going places professionally. He's a tremendous hang. I'm going to hang out with him and watch basketball on Friday.
Oh, there's going to be a fight there.
But I am calling him Bandwagon Bechtold because he roots for he's like
it's convenient.
Yes. Yes, he probably has a Lakers bumper sticker on his car.
Yep. Lakers.
So now we have Donnie Slapbass and Bandwagon Bechtold.
That's right.
Yeah,
We're just picking off producers one by one, Callis.
Yet he's a Pirates apologist.
Correct. Yeah, the one team he's not going bandwagon on is the Buccos.
Doesn't he like the Dodgers, though?
Damn Dodgers!
Damn Dodgers.
Caboli, you said that if Pickens requests a trade, they'll trade him. Do you think he will request a trade? And do you think that's the only way they'd move him? Do you think they?
I do.
Okay.
I'm not sure what George is thinking. If I'm going to try to get into that mind, I'll pass. But I think if he goes and requests a trade, they have to move on from him. And I think they'll keep him if not. I don't think the value's there for him. I mean, if you're going to bring him in with Metcalf and obviously your goal is to win now, he gives you that best opportunity. Worst comes to worst, you lose in free agency next year and you get a third-round comp.
That's right.
Potentially, right?
That's right. And that's where I've changed my tune on it. Like I said, trade him for a second or third-round pick. Well, why not play it out? Give this year's quarterback the best chance to succeed, and then he'll put up numbers. Like I don't think that's a question. He's going to put up numbers. He'll walk away. You get a third-round pick.
Yeah, I mean,
all I did was just say the same thing you said.
Plus, I mean,
now I'm frustrated.
Whoever his agent is, he got to show him a picture of T. Higgins. See what he did? This could be you. It's almost exactly you.
You know what? You're right. Just because the other guy's going to get yards and catches and score touchdowns doesn't mean you can't too and get paid. In fact, it makes it a lot easier for you to get paid.
Man, I can't wait to see the Bengals. Whew. What are they doing? Spending all their money on 4 people.
They're trying to pay Trey Hendrickson too, right now.
You're going to have 4 highest paid players in the NFL and a bunch of 900,000 guys.
That's right.
That might be enough.
Their defense was historically awful for most of last year, and they still had a puncher's chance at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
that's based on a quarterback who had an MVP year.
See, no reason to believe he can't do it again.
Right. No, but he has to have one, even better.
That's what they're banking on, and I would bank on that too.
Mm-hmm.
That defense, man. Well, you got a new defensive coordinator. Maybe that will make the big difference.
Scheme makes a huge difference. We all know that. All right, well, I'll be less of a bummer tomorrow.
No, you won't.
No, because the coach will leave today.
Yep.
All right. You got Starkey and Pomp coming up next with Bandwagon Bechtold. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Oh, yeah, quickly. Will the Steelers quarterback situation be figured out before tomorrow at 5:40?
Yes.
No.
No.
No. Give you another day to talk Aaron Rodgers.
Great. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them, I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Hey, It's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details. DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Focus back on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Accident blocking the left lane of the outbound Parkway East. This is near the Forbes Avenue off-ramp in the Birmingham Bridge, and that's causing delays approaching the scene back toward the boulevard of the Allies. Inbound, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy as you approach Parkway Center. And an earlier accident being cleared, the intersection of Freeport Road and Painter Avenue in Harrison Township. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7,
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Hampton Beer Outlet. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Robert Morris will be a 15 seed in play in Cleveland on Friday. First round NCAA tournament against number 2 seeded Alabama. Pirates will play today, Paul Skeens Day in Bradenton. Buccos and Minnesota Twins at 1:05. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I don't know why nobody ever told me of the 7 wood like this, Bob. My peace of mind on the course is I'm a different person. I no longer worry about the driver. And it's a thing where you have to leave your ego. I saw Michelle Wee talk about this. She's using woods all the time now. She said, leave your ego at the clubhouse door in golf. Yeah. And I don't care. I don't care if I'm up there in a long drive contest. I can't outdrive people anyway, although I did for a while. But it wasn't accurate. And then it became torturous. And then it became Pedro Alvarez trying to throw to first. And the other day at Valley Brook, I had a respectable 93. And like I just told you, I probably hit 15 good tee shots with the 7 wood. By good, I mean playable in the fairway or right off it, somewhere around 200 to 220 yards. Bob, my life is better.
It should be. Putting it in play makes a difference. They don't ask how, just how many. And that's the thing. When they don't, if you can't hit a driver or don't think you can hit a driver, then you don't hit a driver. But I will tell you this, that's in your head also. It's the same swing, essentially.
I know.
You've completely just gotten to your head that you can't hit it. I know you can hit it.
I will again someday.
Right. By the way, Rory McIlroy just won the 3-hole aggregate playoff.
Yeah.
I just saw him out there getting the trophy. So he beat J.J. Spawn. Boy, that was an interesting finish yesterday.
It was fantastic. That guy missed a birdie by about 2 inches.
2 inches, he would have won the whole thing.
He would have won it.
And he didn't have to do this today, but
we had a physical altercation in the office this morning. Crowley is very angry at Limits because Limits is defending the fact that North Carolina made the tournament while the Fighting Pitsnoggles got left out. And I don't want to give away any secrets or get anyone in trouble, but what I saw was Crowley physically attacking you, Limits. Did that happen?
That's right, and that will be up on 937thefan.com on our social pages. That will be posted at some point soon.
Are you reporting him to personnel?
Not at all. I think it was within his bounds to do that.
So is this like the WWE?
Yes,
you guys stage a fight so that you can put it out there? Is that what we're doing?
It wasn't staged, but I was just like,
it didn't look staged to me.
I was just like, all right, I guess we're just gonna do this.
He was. I saw the punches being thrown. They were hitting nothing but air.
Oh, really? He missed on all of them?
I saw them.
A lot of haymakers that did not land, yes, just like WWE.
Just an amazing coincidence that the North Carolina AD is also the committee chair, and also, according to Crowley at least, gets a $100,000 bonus.
That's out there. It's $104,000. I don't know. To me, that's grounds for investigation.
I mean, first,
there is no way North Carolina deserved to be in this field. No
I
way.
agree. I agree. I agree. West Virginia had way more quality wins. We'll get into that, Limits. Don't you worry about that, and you'll get to defend your Fighting Tar Heels. Okay?
I will. I think there's a team that I think has no business being in the tournament that is in the tournament. West Virginia should be in, but there's another team that should not.
Thank you, Limits.
That would be North Carolina.
That would be North
Carolina. That would
Carolina.
not be. That is another bubble team.
Everybody well today? Bob, you doing good?
Yep, doing okay.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, I didn't wear green. I forgot it was today. They had the parade Saturday. Screwed me all up.
I have the little clover here. Is that
I like
count?
that. That's a top dog crush.
I'm Irish. I'm terminally Irish.
Well, then you should be wearing green today. But that's not a green clover leaf.
I know. Does it matter,
Yes.
the color of the clover leaf?
Yes. It should be green.
All right. I should have worn green, and I apologize. Limits, are you good?
I'm doing well. I'm wearing an Irish hat as well that is too close to being a Notre Dame hat. And, given that I was at the Penn State Notre Dame game and I'm not the biggest fan of Notre Dame, I don't really like that it kind of resembles Notre Dame. But it's Irish and I'm Irish.
I would not make that comparison. I think it looks like a...
Yeah, it's a four-leaf clover.
No way. Bob, if you asked 100 sports fans, what does that hat represent? 100 would say Notre Dame.
Well, if you're going to make a sports theme out of it, sure. But if
he's wearing a hat. How can you not make a sports theme out of it?
You're wearing one, too, and it's also a clover leaf.
I understand, and I don't mind it. But if you're trying to avoid being called a Notre Dame guy, that's a hell of a way to do it, Limits.
Yeah, I think I'll just take the hat off. I was trying to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry.
You
Keep
have
your
ruined
hat
that
on.
for me.
I've ruined his day.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm mildly depressed as well.
Yeah, you just were on a euphoric high for shooting what you shot, including a birdie from a blind chip shot.
It was
and now
unbelievable.
you go from
Yeah.
that to
a blind chip shot up a hill, like 20 feet directly up a hill. It was incredible.
Yeah, the problem with that shot, if you don't hit it right, it comes right back to your feet.
Yeah,
So
I couldn't believe it. And my friend Kirk, when I got up to the green, he didn't react at all. I heard it hit the stick. He's like, "Oh man, you went all the way to the other bunker." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" And then I walked by the hole, just looked in, and there was the ball. It was a Bills ball too, I might add, Bob. So the Bills do win sometimes, don't they?
They do.
I was so proud.
Yeah, it's the only bad thing, you never saw it. You had to be told.
That's even better.
Yes and no. I'd rather see it go in. But
I don't feel well either. So we're going to start today with a six-pack. How do you like that on a Monday, Bob? You
is this
excited for that?
non-alcoholic beer or is this...
No, this is 10%.
10%, okay.
The old Canadian beers we used to drink in Buffalo. Brodeur, they were called. You go over there.
Marty Brodeur.
Yeah, because the alcohol content's higher. All right, Bob. Here's where we start. Michael Silver, Diana Rossini, Alec Lewis in The Athletic. Three pretty good reporters for my money. And this was yesterday, as everybody knows. Although it may have been updated this morning. I think it was. 3 days after becoming a free agent, Aaron Rodgers remains a quarterback without a team. As the four-time MVP ponders his next move, one thing has become clear. The person currently holding the biggest sway over his playing future is Minnesota Vikings coach Kevin O'Connell. After conversations with more than a dozen league sources, this is where Rodgers, the Vikings, and two other teams courting the 41-year-old quarterback, the New York Giants and the Pittsburgh Steelers, stand. Rodgers, they report, is hoping to sign with the Vikings. Meanwhile, the Vikings have been weighing the possibility of pursuing him as a replacement for Sam Darnold. And, of course, this is me talking now, everything that would come with that when you were thought to be grooming J.J. McCarthy for the job. Meanwhile, these other teams sit. As they write, if Minnesota ceases to be an option, it's also possible Rodgers will turn down both the Steelers and Giants and opt for retirement. This just keeps getting worse, I think, and more embarrassing here as the Steelers and Giants twist in the wind, waiting for a guy who finished 30th in the league in completion percentage and went 5-12, decides to call a name or call it quits. Bob, your take here?
My take is he's going to choose Minnesota or retire. Or there's another option here, and that is he will just sit around and wait for someone to call him when somebody gets hurt.
That is
He'll
another
be waiting
option.
for
You're
week
right.
8, 9, 10, and someone will say, oh, Aaron Rodgers is out there. Let's go get him. And he'll make a lot of money to come in and try to be that guy on the white horse, bringing something to a team that struggles and needs help. But I don't know if he can even deliver that. So this whole thing is just, I'm surprised it's gotten to this level. And I wonder if the Steelers and Giants need to imply, if they haven't put out a deadline here, why not? I mean, just get this over with one way or the other. If he doesn't want to come here or there, if he's waiting to play games with another team, then why do you want him on your team anyway? He's talking about retirement and all these other things.
Right. I guess at this point, is it keeping you from, if you're the Steelers, is it keeping you from signing a player? Is it keeping you, what's the difference now that they're waiting? Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Don't get me wrong. But the waiting part at this point is just, it's immaterial to me. Like, it's not costing you anything except your reputation, I guess, as you sit around with the Giants and wait. What would you do if you were the Vikings? Why are they considering this? I guess because they're built to win now, and they think he gives them a better chance.
They have a rookie quarterback, really, because he missed all of last year, who hasn't played, and you're really not totally sure. And if you need a backup who can do, and just keep in mind also, Joe, they much improved their offensive line and defensive line.
I know,
so far.
they're ready to win.
They're ready to win, and if they feel like Aaron Rodgers, if upright, can throw the ball down the field to their two big receivers and tight end and get that offense moving, that might be an option. So I'm sure they're thinking of it, but to me, he would start the season as a backup. Is he willing to do that? Because I still would go with J.J. McCarthy.
Absolutely not. That is a deal breaker. There's zero chance he would go there.
Well, obviously they're thinking about it, and I don't know if that's part of the discussion, but I imagine it would be. He's not going there to sit. He wants to play.
Yeah, of course. And it would be J.J. McCarthy would be doing the sitting. Bo Nix won last year. Jaden Daniels got to the NFC Championship last year. Do they have the same amount of confidence in J.J. McCarthy? He was, in that group.
He was, but he hasn't done it yet.
I know.
There's also the other side of that where you got guys who really struggle coming in, and they can't afford to do that. If they have all those weapons in place, they're coming off 14-3, they expect him to be the guy who's going to lead them to a similar type of record and be a Super Bowl contender. And if he can't, they need an insurance policy. So my best guess of this is that Kevin O'Connell's sitting there saying, what's a better insurance policy for me? Who do I want if I absolutely have to get to it? And it could be Aaron Rodgers. So it's all up to Minnesota, and the question is, how long do they wait?
I don't know. Like, what are they waiting for is my question. As they paint in this story, it's obviously a gigantic decision. With everything you're bringing in with Aaron Rodgers, is it worth it? Is it worth it if you're the Vikings? They went 14-3. They've improved up front on both sides of the ball. They have a really good roster. I would go with McCarthy myself rather than bring in this circus for a guy who might be worse than he was last year. And he did have some good games, mostly against bad teams. How do you think this does turn out? What do you think the Vikings do here? Do they bring him in, and is that the best move for them?
Well, I'm looking at their other options as a backup to McCarthy. There are similar players out there, 40-year-old Joe Flacco. They can do whatever, they can go younger, get guys who aren't as, decorated on their resumes. I have a feeling that they're going to crumble here and say, okay, we'll do it. But there are some terms involved here. You're not going to start, but you could very well end up being our starter. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I guess if I'm looking for somebody who can execute an offense at a high level with some talented wide receivers and some protection for the offensive line, yeah, I would do it. But it will only be under the condition that he would understand his role.
Man, they're lining up with as good a receiving tandem as you might find. We'll get back to all this. Next, limits, please. Thank you. Bob, how about Joe Flacco? I think Mike Florio has pointed the Steelers in that direction. Like, what do you do if Aaron Rodgers chooses the Vikings and Mr. Unlimited chooses the Giants or the Browns, or maybe both? He's so good he could play for both teams, I think. What do you do then? Just go with Mason?
I would say at this point that's what they have to do, and bring in somebody to back him up. I'm not sure who that would be.
Flacco?
I mean, I guess.
Whatever happened to Mike Tomlin wanting a running quarterback?
Well, that's the thing. Again, the answer was right in front of him if that's what he wanted.
Don't you think that's what he wanted based on everything
They made an offer, but they weren't willing to go a little bit higher, according to the report. So I would have thought that if your plan was Metcalf, and if they had that in their mind at the time, and you have two, if you're going to keep Pickens, you have two guys who can go down the field, take four guys with you. It opens up a lot of room for others, and including a mobile quarterback who could have used his legs a lot more than he did last year. And in the meantime, you get a cheaper quarterback, one who has potential on the opposite side to get better, which is not the case with Flacco or Rodgers. And then you can draft a guy next year. I really thought that was the plan that they were trying to hatch, but it didn't work. So,
well, I'm starting to wonder if this really was the Steelers' choice on Justin Fields, that, we didn't want to go that high. Part of me actually wonders if even if they slightly outbid the Jets, did Justin Fields want to come back here? I would love to give him some truth serum and say, did you want to go back there? And I wonder if he would have said something like, well, not really. Did you see what happened there? I would have had no guarantee that I'm the starter. And I'm going to New York where I have at least 2 absolutely electric offensive weapons who can, take it to the house every time they touch the ball, and Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson. And they're putting me in pole position. There's no decision there. You have to go to New York.
Well, if that was part of it and he didn't hear what he had to hear, then that's on them. I would have done it. I would have just said, look, one of these 2 guys is coming back. I choose you. This is what we want. We want you to be our starter for the 2 years that we signed you, whatever the case may be. I would have gone in that direction. It makes it a lot simpler. You could have moved on to other business, and you're going to draft another quarterback. Now they kind of have to, but they were going to do it anyway, I think, regardless of
Man, it would have been interesting if they did double down on, you want to see us run? You'll see us run like never before. You're our starter, Justin. You're going to set a record for number of carries for a quarterback. We're bringing in Marcus Mariota to back you up, so it's the same system, exact same thing, or somebody like that. And our offensive line's been drafted, is in place. It better be good.
Should be good.
You have Pat Freiermuth. You're going to have Pickens and all his problems. You're going to have Pickens, Metcalf, Freiermuth, Austin. We're going to draft a receiver. You got a built-in offensive line. You're going to set a record. Again, to reiterate, you're going to set a record for most running attempts by a quarterback. And we may draft Ashton Genty in the first round for you. So here we go. We're tripling down. Instead, here they sit in limbo while Aaron Rodgers has, 3 teams now? Basically 3 teams, certainly 2. It sounds like the Vikings are making the call there. 2 teams waiting on him. And the other one is the Giants, for God's sakes. So that's where we are, Bob. Your prediction on how this turns out.
Well, first of all, it may go a lot longer than we think. I was looking back at the Brett Favre saga when he left the Jets, and it wasn't until August 18th that he signed with Minnesota. They were well into their training camp and well into preseason games.
Interesting. But here, it feels like there's other dominoes that are...
No, I think what will happen is I think Minnesota will eventually cave here and give him what he wants. And when that happens, the Steelers then will have to look. I'm going to rule out Russell Wilson, because if they wanted to do that, they could have done it already. They haven't done it, so I guess that means they're not interested.
Well, it means they're waiting on Rodgers, but they're not that interested, right? I mean, I get the same obvious
They
impression.
could have solved this over 2 months if they wanted to. They didn't have to go down this rabbit hole. But I think Rodgers ends up in Minnesota. It'll take a while for that to happen, I guess. The Steelers will have Rudolph, and they'll bring in somebody like you mentioned, whether it's Mariota, whether it's Flacco, and they'll draft a quarterback to fill that out along with Skylar Thompson. Those will be your 4 arms. And training camp next year, they will redraft the quarterback position, even if I think they draft someone this year. Because I don't think this year's draft, I assume it's not going to be the first round. If it's not the first round, it's going to be one of those guys that you have on your roster, developmental type. Will he be good enough? Who knows? So that's, I guess, the best way to do it, unless he decides he wants to sign here.
I think, and I mostly agree with you, that Rodgers goes to Minnesota, Russell Wilson goes to Cleveland, and Mason Rudolph starts the opener. City Dweller, what do you think? What's your prediction?
I, at the current moment, am still going to say that Aaron Rodgers ends up with the Steelers, because I think the Vikings will ultimately opt to go with J.J. McCarthy. But if not, I do want Mason Rudolph to be the starting quarterback.
How about Mr. Unlimited? Where does he go?
Mr. Unlimited ends up going to the Giants. And Cleveland goes with Kenneth Shane Pickett.
Oh, my God.
As their quarterback.
What if the opener is in Cleveland and it's Pickett against Rudolph?
Oh, my goodness. Who would have ever imagined this?
Dreams can come true,
Whoever
Bob.
would have imagined this?
Not me. Then again, I wouldn't have imagined last year.
This last year at this time, or before this time, when Pickett was on the roster along with Rudolph, you would have said, well, Pickett's going to win a Super Bowl, but end up being the starter for the Browns against Mason Rudolph, who will be your starter after he left.
Incredible. We'll spend much of the day on that, needless to say, and certainly we're on top of any developments. In fact, the Limitless Wonder is all over social media every second of his day. Were you injured at all in the fight with Crowley?
He did give me a very severe noogie to my head. You know those? You know, where you just get your head significantly rubbed?
Yes.
And after a while, he was doing it very hardly, so I feel like he was taking out his anger on me. Yes,
He was very angry.
Without physically hurting me.
When I saw him, he's in a West Virginia football jersey, Bob, again today.
I saw that.
This is the angriest I've seen him.
Crowley and I are hanging out for my birthday this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Next.
Guess you didn't want to hear any more about that.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were expounding on that.
I was going to, but that's okay.
No, I want to hear about that now, don't you, Bob?
We're going to watch some tournament games. He invited me along with some other people to go.
We
I
didn't
guess
get invited.
not me, yeah.
We'll play golf instead.
Yeah.
We'll watch it on our phone.
Joe, you're also invited. I was just supposed to extend the invitation.
No.
But I feel like you would have forgotten.
Now, you talk about a pity invite. My God. Now you come up with...
No, I'm relaying information.
No.
Because I was just talking to him about it back here.
If he wants to invite me, he can text me. This is unbelievable, Limits.
He's listening right now. He'll text you.
I don't want the pity text now, Bob. Do you?
You think it's pity, but it's not actually pity. This was planned all along.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It sounded like an afterthought,
yeah,
to be honest.
You're wrong.
Next. I'm sorry we expounded on that, Bob. Now my feelings are hurt to start the show.
So you're depressed, you feel sick, and now you're feeling pity on top of everything else.
All right, Paul Skeens is going to pitch the opener. That's no surprise to anybody. I think the more interesting question is when are his second and third starts, Bob?
That's what I was trying to figure out yesterday, because I do think he'll pitch in the New York series here against the Yankees in the opening series, and I think it'll be on a Sunday.
So he could do that, I think, if he took his normal turn, but somebody else would have to miss one, correct?
Right, and they have enough off days early on where they can do that. And quite frankly, Andrew Heaney or any of you could skip his turn.
I mean, they really only have one off day, but that's enough to get him into the last game of the Yankees series on a Sunday.
That's what I would most likely expect.
Is that right, Limits? Do I have that figured out properly?
Yes, he would pitch on Sunday against New York.
So he would pitch the opener Thursday in Miami, Thursday, March 27th. Then he could pitch, the second game of the Tampa Bay series?
Correct, yes.
And then have 4 days off and pitch Sunday. Mm-hmm. That's perfect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Somebody else will just have to sit.
They all could sit. If Skeens is available to pitch in that series, I want to see him.
Next. So do I. All right, Bob. The Athletic has come out with their baseball predictions, and today they went deep on the NL Central. Guess where they picked the Pirates to finish?
Last?
Yes.
Yes.
With 76 wins.
That's right on the line, 76.5. Now, I could make a scenario where it could be worse than that, and I also could make a scenario where it could be better than that. If their pitching is what we think it is.
What do we think it is?
Good enough to keep you in most games? Would you say that at least?
Yes, but he has it rated right there along with, I think, the Reds and Cubs in the division. I think Skeens obviously is going to be incredible.
I think Jones is too.
I think he might be good, but I think overall there are other teams in the division that have comparable rotations.
Maybe, but I really think the whole thing comes down to clutch hitting.
Yeah.
And I have no idea who delivers
and
it.
Bullpen.
And bullpen. But I think their bullpen has some pretty good talent in it.
Boy, I sure
Bednar's
hope
a big part of this, too. He has to have a better season, than what happened last year.
Man, I'll say. Was just reading today, and I've sort of been thinking along these lines, isn't this just the Pirates' luck that the strength of their team is starting pitching at a time in baseball history when that's never been less important? What were there, 5 guys got to 200 innings last year?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it's gone. However, as I told you before, and I'm sticking to this, I want Paul Skeens to go as long as he wants to go.
Sure.
I am not taking him out of the game.
But that's still only one guy every 5 days.
Okay, but I think in year 2 with Jones, you can expect it to go longer. I think they have to go against the book. They can't be falling into this trap. Well, 6 innings is done. Your pitch count's 99. We're not going to put you over 100.
Well, but you and I both know Skeens might be an exception to that, although I wouldn't bet on it. Nobody else will. That's just the way of it in Major League Baseball.
What about Mitch Keller?
Because the injuries are also skyrocketing among starters in Major League Baseball.
I understand that, but you can't predict when and if that's even going to happen. And another 13 pitches on this one. I don't know how
I'm
that
with
works.
you. I'm with you. But when I forecast how the Pirates are going to do this season, they're not with us. I can guarantee you that, except maybe with Skeens. Therefore, they're going to need tons of arms, and they're going to need to have a really good bullpen, because even if Skeens gives you 101 pitches over 6 or 7 innings of shutout ball, their offense stinks. And if their bullpen does too, then they're going to lose those games, like they did multiple times last year.
And that's why I said that 76 can go backwards, and it can end up being early, 71, 72, or even worse. But it can also maybe trickle into the 80s, and they somehow contend for a wild card.
I'm depressed, Bob.
Now you're more depressed.
Yeah. Next. This wasn't exactly enlivening either, if you root for the Steelers out there anyway. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, both going to come back. Chase, 4 years, $161 million. He got the best. He surpassed Myles Garrett as the best quarterback contract in annual value in the history of the league, non-quarterback contract. And T. Higgins lands at $115 million over 4 seasons. They did it. They're doubling down on offense, and now everything I'm reading, including out of The Athletic, is that Hendrickson has gone out there, gauged his market, maybe not found what he thought he would find, and it said, I'll read you the line, the arrows pointed toward him coming back to the Bengals, Bob.
Well, they better do that, and I'll tell you why, because you can't win the way they are going to do this. Yes, they have 3 dynamic players. They're going to cost them over almost $530 million.
Yeah.
And that's 44% of their payroll is gone in 3 players, and that's great. They're wonderful. As we saw last year, however, Joe, they had their best offensive seasons, did Chase and Higgins, their best of their careers.
Chase did anyway, yeah.
Higgins did too. I mean, if you look at the numbers in every single category, you'll come away thinking, anyway, with that statistical evidence, they were still 25th in points allowed. They're getting destroyed by other offenses. So the question is, how much do you have left to pay anyone on your defense? Because you need help on your defense. They changed defensive coordinators, but that alone will not do it. You need playmakers.
Well, they brought in a nose tackle, I think a $16 million nose tackle from Green Bay, and then a cheap sort of fill-in linebacker. So you're right, but there's also the draft. There's also some time here.
If they hit right on there and get some players who can be plug-and-play guys, then that would help. But they definitely need to shore up that defense.
Oh, for sure. But I'm not complaining right now if I'm a Bengals fan, because when I look at their season last year, I mean, they stormed down the stretch to go 9-8. That gets you a statue around here, last I checked. They only missed the playoffs by a game, and they lost their opener at home to the Patriots. They should have been a playoff team. They really should have.
They blew a lot of games because their defense couldn't stop people either.
True. Not till the end of the year, till they won those 5 in a row. So you're right. On the other hand, I'll say it again, if I'm a Bengals fan, I'm feeling pretty good about my team.
Yeah, because offense sells. We talk about offense all the time, and when you can score points, that can erase blemishes on defense.
Yeah.
However, if you get into, games where you're expecting your offense to score 35 to 40 points every night, that could be a problem.
Could be, for sure. You look at I think one thing they need to do is make sure they're ready to play at the beginning of the year.
They should have just traded Higgins. That was being talked about. They decided to franchise him first. They should have just traded him. You could have gotten a lot. You'd save 100. What do you get? 119 million or 15, whatever it is.
2 years guaranteed.
That's 2 really good players on defense. I don't think they need a number 2 as badly as they think they do.
I don't know, man. They got Burrow. They got those 2 guys, Gesicki, Chase Brown. They are powerful on offense. And, there was a couple other games. They lost to the Ravens 41-38 in overtime and 35-34. It felt to me like they were actually, in totality, a better team than the Steelers, a team that would have actually been a threat if they went to the playoffs and had a couple balls not bounce their way.
Yeah, that's true.
But I do agree with you. If they're going to win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl, they have to be way better defensively. It was weird because down the stretch, they did get way better, and then they fired their coordinator, I don't know that you get this much of a pickup just from a coordinator. Next. How about these Penguinis, Bob? Break them up. I saw somebody put out on Twitter that Tristan Jarry in the very same year is both going to cost the Penguins a playoff spot and make sure that they're not in the lottery in the same year. Right?
He might be doing that.
That would be quite a trick.
He might be doing that. He's playing very well. 4 straight wins.
What do you make of this? Is this a Bengals-like run? Is it a Steelers-like run that amounts to nothing? Or what are we looking at
It's sort of similar
here?
to last year where they came on
Yeah,
really strong late in the year and barely missed. They're only 4 points, I think, or 5 points out of a playoff spot, but they have like 4 or 5 teams to jump over. So that makes it almost impossible, I think.
And other teams have games in hand.
Right. They have a lot of games in hand. So I think what they're hoping for is that it provides them options. At the end of this year, they can look to a team that may need goaltending help and say, look how he played down the stretch. We had him down there. He went through and changed, his fundamentals, and he got back to where he was. And so therefore, with the end game of, getting rid of some of his salary, I still think that's primary. If they believe, however, that he's really recaptured what he had, and come back with him to start next year, they could very well end up in the same situation.
Don't fall for that. And they're the only team in the lottery that's now playing well, which is the last thing you needed, Bob. The teams ahead of them, San Jose is 3-5-2 in their last 10. So's Chicago. Buffalo stinks. They're 3-6-1. Seattle has a losing record. None of them have winning streaks except for the Penguins. They've won 4 in a row.
I think Chicago's a good example of how it's difficult to rebuild and expect things to happen quickly.
Yeah.
Because they got a generational player, and now he's completely, I think, in his head, lost confidence. He doesn't have options to help him out. He's smallish. He's getting beaten up a lot. Connor Bedard is having trouble.
He is, but as I think it was Nathan McKinnon, I was reading a piece last week, said he's way better than I was my first couple of years. When you're that young, the kid's still only 19.
19, I know. And it does take time. Look when Lemieux came here. Or,
Right, well, he's not that,
No, I'm just saying it does take time.
Yeah.
But it goes to show you, though, to expect everything, even with a generational player, it doesn't happen that quickly. So this draft coming up, they have some good players, but they have no generational players, I would say.
Right. I mean, it's hard to rebuild from the studs, but I would say it's also very hard to rebuild on the fly and expect it to happen quickly.
True.
I can give you examples.
You get stuck in that middle ground that doesn't seem to
That's where
really
they're
affect
living.
either one of them.
That's where they're living. The Ottawa Senators seem to be doing something right here. They've won 6 in a row. So,
they're a good team.
Yeah.
They're playing really well, too.
There's many different ways to do it. So I guess my question is for that, what is the significance of this 4-game winning streak? They've beaten, I think, 4 playoff teams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, including
at least
the Devils, 3. Which I didn't think would happen after. Yeah, they have.
Maybe only 3.
Significance is they can get rid of the contract of Tristan Jarry, at least half of it, whatever it would take to create more salary cap space.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable, Bob.
But do you believe in their goaltending options in the minors? I don't know that we have clarity on any of them.
Well, I think the Russian kid who just came up from Wheeling is becoming a major story for the Penguins.
And so was Blomqvist before he got called up. It's not an easy transition to come right up here and play is what I'm saying, and it may take some time.
No, but I think this kid is a different breed. From everything I see, read, and hear, I think he's going to be the Penguins' goalie of the future. Marashov, I believe, is the name.
I thought it was Miroshov. Whatever it is.
Maybe it is Miroshov.
He got promoted with good reason. He was dominating.
But he used to call Connor Sherry.
Sherry. Yeah, exactly. He didn't correct anyone at the time. He should have done that.
He didn't care.
I know, but he could have just said, hey, get a PR thing out there and tell him how do you say my name?
I think it's too late to change the pronunciation of your name when you've been in the league for a while, Bob. If it was Connor Sherry before that, he should have just gone with that.
I got used to it then.
It was Connor Sherry at first, right?
You can go back and do it both in the same. Like you'd be talking about him, and in the same sentence, you can call them both names.
And then it was Oli Mata. It was Oli Mata.
Yeah.
Remember those days, Limits?
And even the guy who was in goal here recently, Ilya it's now Samsonov. It was Samsonov.
Well, what about Blomqvist? He was Blomqvist, Blemquist,
yeah.
Joel. It was ridiculous.
Jolie Nelson.
It was incredible.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Falsey.
That was Jolie. Bob, I was told you got a call on your show the other day, a leadoff call from a man named Woody in Wilmerding. Is that right?
I did. Let's go out to Woody on line 1. Who's our first caller today? Hello, Woody. How are you?
Bob,
Woody just dropped. Okay.
I couldn't go through with
That was
it.
you.
Yes. It was Woody and Wilmerding, and you didn't say Wilmerding, and
Because
then I lost my nerve.
First of all, I don't think you ever watched that show. So therefore,
What show?
When you called.
Watch it? What do you mean?
I thought it was a sports call. No, it wasn't that? Because we had a call on the sports call.
This was your Saturday fan show.
Okay, we had a call on the sports call from someone named Woody. I'm not sure where Woody is from. So I took that call.
Yeah.
When I heard Woody here, I thought it was that Woody.
No, it was me, Woody.
So you couldn't even go. You couldn't even pull a "Hey, Bob." You couldn't even do that, could you?
I couldn't go through with it. I texted Crowley that I'm on the line as Woody from Wilmerding. Who was producing?
Hey, Bob.
That was Arm Blaster.
Logan Arblaster, yeah, Waynesburg student.
I think
he's got to be more vigilant.
Yeah.
He let me right through.
Well, I had to talk with him like I have all about, make sure if you're taking these calls, let me know if you sense or smell a rat.
Right.
And
I mean, Woody from Wilmerding had a lot there.
But I had a Woody on the sports call.
Right.
Two nights earlier.
So your antennas were up already.
Well, but he was a good Woody.
Oh, he was a good Woody.
He was a good Woody.
I was a bad Woody.
You were a bad Woody.
Let's hear that again, because if only it had gone through.
And you know what he did, Bob? He immediately called me, and as soon as I see Joe Starkey calling at like 11:15, 11:20 on a Saturday afternoon, it can only mean one thing.
Let's go out to Woody on line one. Who's our first caller today? Hello, Woody. How are you? Oh, Woody just dropped.
I'm just
happy that I could provide laughter and levity to your otherwise lame Monday afternoon here.
And my lame Saturday afternoon. It could have been great, Bob. We were destined for greatness there. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have all kinds of treats happening today. I'm going to go to a list of quarterbacks beyond the ones being presented here coming up. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We still have a couple of bonus cans to crack here, and one is the NCAA tournament. The NCAA tournament, which is why Crowley and Limits literally had a fist fight here this morning. We'll talk about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's Paul Skeens Day in spring training, as Skeens will start for the Pirates at 1:05 against the Minnesota Twins. Skeens over the weekend was announced as the Pirates opening day starter. Buccos will be in Miami to start the season coming up just about a week and a half away, about 2 weeks, on the 27th, Thursday, at Miami with the 4:10 first pitch in the game that you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 10 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today, we honor the Apostle of Ireland with our all-green team. Manager Dallas Green has Hank Greenberg at first base. Bill Greenwood is the best ever left-handed second baseman. Khalil Green is at short with Elijah Pumpseat Green at third. The outfielders are Scarborough Green, Riley Green, and Sean Green. And Hunter Green pitches to Todd Green. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All of that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome on board here. It's Pomp and Joe on a Monday. Austin City Limits Bechtold sits to my left. And what a man he's become. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. We'll get to the NCAA tournament top of the hour. Meantime, Bob, let's get back into this Bengals signing because... signings, I should say. With T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and all signs pointing toward Hendrickson. That's going to give them 4 really highly paid players. The Steelers...
But it's like the reverse of what the Steelers have done over the years. They put all their money in the offense, not the defense. Steelers put it all in defense, not so much in the offense.
Until DK Metcalf came along.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what if they keep Pickens? Does this open up the notion, at least, that George Pickens, well, what if he stays here? And then what if DK Metcalf is good for him? And then would they pay him? Could they pay 2 just like the Bengals do? Does your mind open in that direction? Or is that silliness and Pickens will either be traded or gone after this year?
I wouldn't say it's silliness. I mean, it could happen. He might find that it's actually beneficial to have another guy like that on the other side. When he gets double covered, you get some more opportunities, and then all of a sudden things are good. And I don't know if I go that far here. I still think this year is big for George Pickens. I still think they'll move him possibly at the draft just because they need a second-round pick, and they can find, if they draft a wide receiver in the first round, that they could make up for that loss. Then they don't have to pay him either, and they could use money for other aspects. So, yeah, it's out there. It's a possibility. And quite frankly, if you're going to score points to keep up with teams like the Ravens and the Bengals, you're going to need a lot of high power on offense. So it's one of those questions. That's why I don't think they'll take a quarterback in the first round. And I don't mean to break your heart there, but I think wide receiver or defensive line will be the 2 top choices.
Could be. They signed a defensive lineman over the weekend, Daniel Iquale, and he looks like a depth piece to me. I know he started for the Patriots, but his resume suggests depth, and they have to take defensive line somewhere early in the draft, right?
They absolutely have to. And let's say they don't get a second-round pick. And if you don't take a defensive lineman in the first round, when are you going to take him? And all the good ones that you will have measured will probably be gone.
Exactly. So. As for the quarterback, man, if you're going to go with Mason, and even if you bring in Aaron Rodgers to pair with Mason, the question's going to be wide open. Are the Steelers going to draft a quarterback? as we all sit around and wait for this drama to play out. Ray Fittipaldo had a very interesting story in the Post-Gazette today. Bob, Steelers holding cards close as QB market runs wild. Now, I disagreed with Ray's initial sentence here, actually. He says there are maybe 5 teams in the NFL who feel really good about their quarterback situation. I would at least double that. He said the Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens, Bills, and Eagles can sleep well at night, knowing Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Allen, Hurts will be under center. The other 27 teams either don't have a franchise quarterback or are hoping they have one. I don't know.
Which teams would you add to your list?
Well, if the criterion is, he says there are maybe 5 teams in the NFL who feel really good about their quarterback situation. He didn't include Washington, Denver, Green Bay, or Houston. If I'm any one of those teams, I feel really good about my quarterback situation.
And I would agree with you.
So now we're up to 9. I'd feel pretty good. We can talk about Justin Herbert, whether he's ever going to win big games. I'd feel pretty damn good about Justin Herbert being my quarterback. That gets me to 10. Drake May, I won't put on the list, but I'd feel pretty good about him. But I'm up to 10 anyway. God bless me, Bob. Jared Goff, I feel pretty good about. That's 11.
They certainly do.
Baker Mayfield gets me up to 12. And the Rams get me up to 13 with Matthew Stafford. I think there's 13 teams at least that feel good. And I'm not sure the Niners don't either.
Well, they may feel good, but they don't have those automatic guys you're looking at and saying, well, he's going to be here for the next 10 years and he's going to be a very good player. They could be, they couldn't be. I mean, when you're dealing with rookies on their second year.
Which guys are you talking about?
I'm talking about the guys like Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. I believe in those guys, but maybe Ray's premise is they only did it 1 year. Do they really feel that good? Will we see? I don't know what his definition of feel good is.
Well, it seemed, I guess, maybe from context, it's you don't have to address your guy.
That's a better way to look at it. You don't have to address it right now, and it's not a problem. It's not one of your.
Do I feel I can win with this guy?
Right.
C.J. Stroud, absolutely yes. Jaden Daniels, yes. Bo Nix, yes. Matthew Stafford, yes. Baker Mayfield, yes.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield has been dynamic. Touchdown passes all over the place down in Tampa. And, I mean, he has given them a credibility at quarterback, which is going to be hard to find when Brady left. You wondered what they were going to do, and all of a sudden that became available.
I mean, another way to look at this for you, maybe he meant it in the form of, hey, is this a bona fide franchise quarterback in his prime? Is this
right.
This guy already done it for years, and will he do it for more?
There is still question about Stroud. Last year was not as good as first year. That kind of premise.
I don't know. He's won playoff games both years.
I understand that, but I'm just saying maybe that's his criterion. I don't know what it means to feel good.
Could be. I'll phrase this a different way. If you were the Steelers, would you feel good about being the Patriots? Would you feel good about Drake May, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, even Dak Prescott? I'd feel good about any one of those, plus Baker Mayfield, plus we get Brock Purdy, go up and down the list, Kyler Murray. My God, Bob, I'd feel better with any of those.
You'd feel better, but you wouldn't feel like Buffalo or Kansas City.
No, although in Washington I would.
Yeah, maybe.
In Denver, I'd feel like I had a chance. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of guys out there. The Steelers don't have one. Having said that, well, we'll get to this later in the 11 o'clock hour. But having said that, I feel like if you give Aaron Rodgers 450 attempts this year and you give Mason Rudolph and Joe Flacco 450 attempts, my gut tells me you could then do a blind test on the numbers and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Agree or disagree?
I would disagree with that. I think, again, if you're talking about 450 attempts with mostly a clean pocket, I think Aaron Rodgers' numbers still would be superior to those guys.
We're talking about the Steelers with Broderick Jones protecting the blind side.
But
450 attempts, many of which will be under duress.
Well, then that's a different story. I mean, we don't know how that's going to work. If it's just 450 attempts and everything.
450 attempts. Let's just say average. It's not gonna be Tom Brady standing back there for the Patriots with an hour to throw.
There's no question that Rodgers has a problem that way. I mean, if he's under pressure, he's gonna. And we saw that last year.
Let's just say average.
He never ever was careless with the football in terms of interceptions. If you look at his charts in Green Bay, he never threw a lot of interceptions.
But he has lately.
He has lately, and that's also because he gets pressured and he can't move.
He can't move. I would say he's probably getting pressured about the same as he did a couple of other years, but he couldn't move away from it. Right. That's part of the problem. Let's just say average pressure rate on the Steelers quarterback, let's put it 15th in the league next year. 15th in the league, right at average, and the guy gets 450 attempts. My personal opinion
is... You think Rudolph, don't you?
Maybe. I think we wouldn't be able to tell. I think it would be around, 23, 24 touchdowns, maybe for another guy 26, maybe for another guy 21. The interceptions will be roughly equal, maybe a couple more for Flacco, although Rudolph throws those too. I just don't think the completion percentage, again, Rodgers was 30th in the league in completion percentage last year, and he got rid of the ball in 2 seconds. I mean, he got rid of the ball as fast as Ben late in his career. I just think there would not be a pronounced difference.
You might be right.
I just think that.
I think in a perfect pocket world, Rodgers can deliver the ball still.
Yes.
The problem is they're not going to have that. So.
Right.
And I don't know what you think about Broderick Jones over there. You have essentially 2 guys now at tackle positions who you're not sure of. And I say that out of respect for Troy Fautano. I know what he did in college, but we haven't seen it.
I know.
We thought Broderick Jones was going to come in here and just be devastatingly good, and he hasn't been. What if they're both struggling?
It's very problematic. They just had a year where their tackles combined for the most sacks given up in a season. I mean, they led the league this season in combined sacks given up, and then one of them went out and signed an $80 million contract. What is going on, Bob?
That is so hard. I mean, I wish him the best. He's a good dude, and he deserves it. Not $80 million. I thought that was way overpay. But it goes to show you how important that position is. And Tennessee's, their offensive line was in shambles, and they needed help big time. So they looked at him as a solution. But I don't know if that's going to be the solution they're gonna get in the long run.
50-minute. Bob, does peanut butter stay good if you leave it out?
You mean out of the jar?
Out of the refrigerator, leave it out.
Oh, yes.
And so does butter?
I don't know about butter.
It's the peanut butter I'm a little worried about. I got the kind
peanut butter. We don't put it in the refrigerator. I leave it out. It's fine.
All right. It's the kind where you squeeze it fresh from the peanuts,
Okay.
You ever done that?
No.
You put it in a little jar so it comes home fresh, and it's been on the counter for about a month, and I ate it today, and something's gone wrong.
Uh-oh. We're going to have more blowouts than the 1960 World Series.
Or the 2007 Patriots.
Limits, any opinions on peanut butter? Does it need to be refrigerated at some point?
No.
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you're talking about just a regular jar of peanut butter, not like peanut butter crackers.
I just explained.
No.
I squeezed it fresh. It's in a little container, not a jar, a plastic container.
Yeah, maybe you should refrigerate it.
Why do you get them in a plastic, like a tube?
That's what they provide. You pull the lever on the machine, and it grounds the peanuts into peanut butter. It's very good, I might add, Bob. I just don't know how long it stays fresh.
Okay. I don't know either. All I know is you should try organic peanut butter.
Yeah, I don't like that because you get the oil on top. It takes forever to mix it and get it right.
No, but it tastes good, and it's better for you. I'm looking out for your health, Joe.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Let's dive into the tourney for a little bit. This is a week that all of America can finally agree on something, and that is that the first 2 days of the tournament are absolutely awesome. I think we're going to be at the casino. Is that right? Am I going to be at the casino one of those days? Limits?
Yes, we will be there on Thursday.
I can't wait. Usually Andy Toole joins me at the casino. This year he's going to be a little bit busy. Let's talk about his matchup. Coming up in Cleveland against the Fighting Nate Oates, former University of Buffalo head coach. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. But I always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Speaking of that tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tourney. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you'll not be upset about. The question with RMU, I think the line was 22.5. Can they cover? Eesh. I don't know about that. The team they're playing just beat the number 1 seed in the whole tournament like a week ago. FanDuel, the best place to bet on the tournament. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus and present Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins on a little bit of a roll. They've won 4 games in a row. They're now 7th in the Metro, but not that far away from a potential wild card spot. Penguins on Saturday beat the New Jersey Devils 7-3 at PPG Paints Arena, and that's partly due to how Tristan Jarry has played for the Penguins. Jarry has been solid for the Pens. Erik Karlsson scored. Phil Tomasino scored for the Pens. Rickard Rakell scored his 31st of the season. Danton Heinen also tallied a goal, and 2 goals for Connor Dewar as well in the 7-3 win. Pens will play against the Islanders 7 o'clock on Tuesday, once again at PPG Paints Arena. In a current look at the Metropolitan Division standings, Penguins with 66 points are currently just 6 points back at the Rangers for 4th place. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Line, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on that.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
You know what I love about spring? It's the season of change. And that means it's time for a closet refresh. Enter Kohl's. With the extra 15% off they have going on, I saved on the latest styles for my entire family. Like a cute dress for myself, linen shorts for my husband, and spring jackets for my kids. Just add sunshine and we're set. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. 15% offer ends March 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Split squad day today for the Pirates in spring training as Paul Skeens will pitch in the 1 o'clock game in Bradenton against the Minnesota Twins. You can listen to that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK at 1 o'clock. Andrew McCutcheon in the lineup batting fifth and DHing. Key Brian Hayes also in the lineup batting sixth. Tommy Pham leads it off. Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz, Joey Bart also included in that action. The second half of the Pirates will play at Detroit spring training facility, also at 105 with Bailey Falter getting the start. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right. One of the best weeks on the sports calendar, I think we all agree. Maybe the best, Bob. Is there a better period of time in American sports than the first weekend of the tournament, the first 2 days? I don't think so.
It's certainly right up there. A lot of anticipation, and I think it's because a lot of people do get involved, even those who don't know a lot about basketball. It's a fun activity you could watch and go to work on your brackets.
Man, I mean, I can't
It would
wait.
be helpful if the Penguins were in the race, meaningful hockey games going on simultaneously, the start of baseball season, all that together. But
Well, there are many storylines here, one of which, of course, is Robert Morris, headed to Cleveland to face Alabama. And our friend Austin Bechtold, the man to my left, tweeted out right away, RMU will give Alabama a really good game. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they upset the Crimson Tide.
That's right.
Now, I would be somewhere in a land far beyond surprised if RMU upsets the team that just beat the number one seed in the whole tournament last week.
That number one seed that's also lost 3 out of 4 and is kind of reeling going into the NCAA tournament right now. Even though they're the number one overall seed
in the tournament last week. You wouldn't be surprised if RMU wins?
No, I would not. Now, I'm not going to predict RMU in my bracket to beat Alabama. I'm not going to do that. But what I have seen, and I've seen it up close and personal over the last couple of years covering the tournament, I was there for that Kentucky game against Oakland when Jack Golke went off. Trey Townsend had a great game, and Oakland stunned John Calipari in his last game at Kentucky here in Pittsburgh. I've covered the tournament when on the Jumbotron in Greensboro, we saw FDU take down Purdue, and I feel like...
No, I know. We've seen all the tournaments in NCAA basketball over the years. I definitely get that, but specific to this game...
Specific to RMU...
I'm not seeing it. The only teams that Alabama has lost to, every one of their losses this year was to an NCAA tournament team. Every single one. I just...
Yeah, RMU's a tournament team, too. I mean, I feel like them... and the way that they can consistently play as a unit and as a team. And they don't depend on just one guy. Where a lot of teams, it's one guy gets hot that carries the boat for them, that carries the ship. RMU is a really good collective. And also, if you're going to pull off one of these upsets, you need a really good coach. And I think Andy Toole is that. So that's my explanation as to why I think they can do it. I'm not going to place money on them doing it right now, no doubt about it.
No,
but I wouldn't rule it out.
Are you betting on them to cover 22.5?
Yes.
Okay. Bob, I hear what he's saying. I love Andy Tools also. And I've watched RMU, and I think that they've had a hell of a year. But if they win this game, I am going to be stunned to silence. You?
Yes. I look at what Alabama's been doing, what they have done. It's just not designed to be a close game. Will they cover 22.5 points? Is a lot of points. I think Robert Morris is a very good team that plays well together as a team. But I think the disparity in talent will become apparent the longer that game goes on. So it may be close for a while, but I think in the end, Alabama will pull away. I don't think they'll win by 22.5 or whatever, but they'll certainly win.
Well, that's one story. There are many others, including the one that got Crowley's goat this morning. And by the way,
that's a big one.
Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And that is West Virginia being left out of the tournament, along with Indiana and the likes of North Carolina, and I think Texas is another one that people are screaming about, Bob. But let's focus on North Carolina in and West Virginia out. What do we make of this? Joe Lunardi says they just flat out got it wrong, and then you throw in the fact. Now, he doesn't. Lunardi says there was absolutely no collusion, and it's not suspicious that the committee chair doubles as North Carolina's AD and gets $100,000 out of this. It sounds slightly fishy to me.
That sounds fishy when you put all that together.
What do you make of that? All of it.
Well, I think West Virginia got jobbed big time. I think if you look, and Texas is a team that doesn't deserve to be in. I agree with that. North Carolina doesn't deserve to be in, but they both did get in, and West Virginia didn't get in. And if you're going to tell me that quad one wins are so important, which is what that tournament committee tells you time and time again, then you have no choice but to put West Virginia in. I don't care what their overall record is. They did what you asked them to do, which is winning against the third team in the country, Gonzaga, winning against the second team in the country, Iowa State at the time, and 3 more top 25 wins. They've done all of that. Yeah, they had some ugly losses. Did that taint their resume? They got blown out by Pitt early in the season, and then their loss to Colorado in the tournament really hampered them, I guess. They still should have been in. And I don't like the fact that these ADs get involved to the point where, there should not be. He should have, if anything, I would have, as North Carolina's athletic director, kind of recused myself. Say, you know what, you guys determine what you think here. I'm ahead of this committee too, but I want to hear what you guys think. And if you agree that North Carolina shouldn't be in, then they shouldn't be in.
Twinner Circle, what do you think of all this?
Well, the North Carolina
now, you have to recuse yourself, and I don't mean this in a bad way.
No,
You're a big North Carolina fan, correct?
I'm just North Carolina basketball, yeah.
Okay.
Since I was young, like the Heels, like a lot of my friends, and I've actually bonded over that. So, Bob, to the point of that, and I mean, you can take it for what it's worth. The North Carolina AD is not in the room for those conversations. What does that really mean? How much influence is still there? I'm sure it's big. I fully agree with everyone that West Virginia should be in the tournament. No doubt they should be in. My gripe is more with Texas. The 14th team out of 16 to make the NCAA tournament. North Carolina has a better KenPom rating than them. West Virginia also has a better KenPom rating than them. Same thing with strength of schedule. If you look at the net rankings, also better. Texas has a better net ranking than West Virginia does. San Diego State, too, I think you can make an argument. WVU definitely should have been in, but I do feel like that loss to Colorado significantly hurt them in the Big 12 tournament.
Hold on. Texas has 7 quad one wins, which means the highest quality of win.
And North Carolina getting in means that quad one wins don't matter as much as some of the other traditional
Hold on, let me finish my thought. Texas has 7 quad one wins. North Carolina has 1. One quad one win out of 13 attempts. 1 out of 13.
Right. Every time they played one of those teams, they lost, and that includes everyone in the tournament that they ran against. So I think they were 2-9 against tournament teams.
Joe Lunardi says that fact, 1 out of 13 in quad one games, is quote disqualifying to me.
Well, then how does it end up happening that they get in? I'd like to hear the explanation.
Because of their combined, he says, because of their combined quad 1 and 2 wins, that they have 10. So does Texas, by the way.
So they're stretching it.
They're stretching it to say, okay, you still have a bunch of quality wins if we pop quad 2 in there.
Yeah, they were undefeated in quad 2 games this year. North Carolina was.
Great. They were 1 for 13 in quad 1.
Look, I'm surprised they got in. Like, I did not expect North Carolina to get into the tournament. And I didn't think West Virginia was even on the bubble at this point. I mean, a lot of bracketologists had them as a team definitely with a bye, potentially even looking at a 9 seed or a 10 seed. But the SEC no conference should get 14 teams into the tournament. I mean, it's a strong conference, but it's not that strong of a conference.
Yes, it is that
Texas
strong of a conference.
15 games in a season, and they should get in at 19 and 15. Get out of here. It's ridiculous.
What about
why is that ridiculous?
Ridiculous?
Jake Bill has just called this the most powerful basketball conference ever formed.
I have the clip if you want me to play it.
Yes, I would like that, Limits. Thank you.
Here it is on the Feinbaum Show.
I have never seen anything remotely like what we're seeing in the Southeastern Conference this year. The non-conference success that I think you referenced a little bit earlier, has not been seen since the ACC in the mid-1980s. That's so long ago. I played in the league back then. But the biggest difference in comparing those two is the ACC was 8 teams then. It's a lot easier to have 8 really good teams than it is to have 16 really good teams. And the SEC has top to bottom the best league in the country by far. They're blowing away every other conference with the numbers that they've put up this year. And it's going to.
There you go. So I'm not sure where you're coming from, Limits. The SEC's non-conference winning percentage was, get ready for it, .889. The last time any conference was that good in non-league play was the ACC in 03-04. And and that was still well below this. The SEC's 30-4 against the ACC this year, 14-2 against the Big 12, and 10-9 against the Big 10. Bob, I have zero problem with 14 teams from that league in the conference.
I have one problem with Texas. That's the only problem I have. But I understand, competing in that conference, what it's like. So
well, at least Texas had the 7 quad 1 wins that we were talking about. North Carolina doesn't have.
But I still think overall, if I had to make a choice, North Carolina would be the first team out, West Virginia would be in. If I had another team, it would be those 2 teams, Texas and North Carolina. You could have made a case they didn't deserve to be in at the expense of West Virginia. But if you look at the ACC, I don't see any other teams that have a case at all other than the 4 they picked. And that used to be the conference that they would get 9, 10 teams.
So you'd be good with 13 SEC teams.
Yeah. I don't care what conference if you're good, you can determine.
When I hear a guy like Bill
say
it's the most powerful basketball conference ever formed,
that's saying something.
That speaks to me.
Because there was a time when that was never in the conversation. It was Big Ten, it was Pac-10 back in the day, and it was ACC. And before then, Big 8. You never heard SECs. Now all of a sudden, it has become a really good basketball conference.
Limits, why do you think, let's say it was 13. You obviously thought that would have been too many. Why?
No, I think 13 would have been fine.
Wait, so 14 is outrageous, but 13's fine?
Yeah, I just don't think that Texas was a team that is worthy of the tournament, losing 6 out of their last 10. And basically what I think got them in was beating Texas A&M in their conference tournament. Like, I don't think that overall body of work.
But you're okay with 13?
Yeah, because, I really don't at this point. 12 would have been a better number for me in putting West Virginia in. And, I'm not going to make the argument for like San Diego State or whoever some of these other teams were, UC Irvine, for making it over Texas at that point.
Well, here's the thing with the SEC compared to the ACC, for example. And there was a great story. I think it was in ESPN. Why has this happened? And as Bill has said, this started about 8 years ago. You had Greg Sankey come in. You had him hire Mike Tranghese as one of his consultants for that league. And they basically went out and bought a league, which is good for them. They started with the coaches, and now it's paying players. They're just above the grade here, Bob. I read where half of the 12 highest paid coaches in college basketball are in the SEC. And their commitment as far as paying players is way above a lot of other leagues, including the ACC. So I don't think it's a huge mystery how the SEC got here, right?
No, when you get good coaches the way they have. And a lot of these guys found themselves on the outs in many areas, and they came back and have kind of rejuvenated their careers, Bruce Pearl being one of them. I really think, jumping out into another conference, the Big East, Rick Pitino is on a roll like nobody's business. What he's done at St. John's, they're a 2 seed, and I could make a case that they could win the whole thing the way they are playing right now. So if you have good coaches, guys who have history, and he's a Hall of Fame coach already, I wouldn't be surprised that you would go out and put together rosters in this competitive NIL world that favor that coach.
That's what you have to do. They have great coaches that they're paying a bunch of money to, and then as Bruce Pearl said, everybody up and down the league is paying for players. But that could change shortly from what I see here, Bob, in that there's going to be somewhat of a salary cap on this stuff with this $20 million that you can commit to your athletes any way you see fit, right?
Yes, they need some kind of structure here.
And the ACC, according to opendoors.com, is set to spend more per school on men's basketball than anybody but the Big East. So this could actually help the ACC. Also, starting next year, the ACC has the number 3, number 7, number 8 prospects in the ESPN's top 100 joining their schools. So we could see a correction. But for now, the SEC is king in a big way.
Well, the key word you say there is correction. It can happen overnight. All you need to do is look at Louisville, where they were, where they are.
And how'd they get there.
And how they get there. And how they got there was hiring a good up-and-coming coach. And they went to transfers and money. And they bought a lot of money. Arkansas got in. John Calipari got in. How did he do it? He brought in guys who he had to pay, and he went to some big-time boosters in the Razorback program. They came up with the cash, he came up with the players, and now they're in the tournament.
Well, the same thing with Rick Pitino. And
certainly, that's the way it goes.
There's no argument that Rick Pitino's a great coach, right, that they're paying. Mm-hmm. But I think St. John's MVP might be their billionaire backer that's buying players. I think he has a lot to do with it.
Okay, well, then you better find one if you're Pitt.
Well, that brings us to Pitt, doesn't it? And Jeff Capel has not been shy about placing this on not enough money for players. Right. He was asked early in his tenure. He was asked the day I think Alan Green was hired as AD. Somebody said, hey, Jeff, if you could ask Alan for one thing, what would it be? Money. Money. So where does this leave Pitt? Where does this whole carousel leave Pitt? I would imagine the $20 million cap per school would be helpful. Well, I just said it'll be helpful to the ACC, so therefore it would be helpful to Pitt.
Right. You just need a level playing field when it comes to that. If you're going to go out and get the richest guy in the state that you're in, okay, fine. You have a huge advantage. It's like the Yankees versus the Pirates or anyone else in that. You got to find people who are willing to do this.
Right.
Not a lot of people are the way it is set up right now because you're playing. Your money goes straight to a player. This way, at least, it still would be considered a program. It's up to them to decide how they disperse it. Right now, you know, they're saying, hey, we have this guy. He's the number 1 rated guy. Give me $10 million to go get him. Okay, well, that's not the way it should be.
No, but that's the way it is.
I know.
Although, again, if there's somewhat of a cap. See, the cap doesn't apply then, I don't think, to NIL outside of the cap, correct?
Yeah, but I
People
still need
can
to hear
and earn
that,
their own.
But but that has to be defined more. And
well, I think we've reached an era where no matter how they try to define it, you're going to have people, whoever it might be, dealerships, things like that, finding ways to funnel guys' money to bring them to your school, right?
Yes.
Now, for everybody out there, when we talk about St. John's and Rick Pitino, Mike Repole is the guy you should be talking about, as great as Pitino is of a coach. As the New York Times write, he has emerged as one of the most striking examples of how money is reshaping college basketball. This dude had a falling out. He's a billionaire, had a falling out with the program. But he was part of the reason Pitino came in and took over. And now he's basically funding their ability to get players. And as they say, they're compensating players like a powerhouse program. You got to find your guy, your sugar daddy, Bob. Will you fund Pitt basketball?
No, I would not be able to help them in that regard. They've got to have some sugar daddy somewhere in that, It's been such a great school for medicine and people who have gone on to big careers. I don't know if they're interested in basketball or if they'd rather give the money to something else.
Front page of the New York Times. Front page from Friday. New MVP at St. John's, a 56-year-old billionaire. That's the headline. And they're showing somebody taking a foul shot in a game, and somebody's got a fat head of this guy's face behind the basket. That's what you need.
That's what it is. And then it's up to you to go and get the guys who you're going to spend the money on.
Right.
But you also have to coach them, and that's why I wanted to talk about these coaches, because they're very important to it. You can have the best – just because you have the best players doesn't mean you'll have the best team.
But you got to pay for coaches too.
Right. And their salaries are not going backwards. They're going higher. So it's a tough time. I don't know what Pitt does moving forward here.
I mean, that's the story. It's how, as the Wall Street Journal termed it in another headline, how a football conference took over college basketball. I think Tranghisi's advice was use football to your advantage here and start bringing in coaches and stop making excuses and start paying and winning. And that's exactly what they've done. And that was a smart move to bring him in as a consultant, I think, as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, he has a lot of experience in how you can transform a league. So, man, they've become the best basketball. I never thought I'd say that just because I've never said it before, ever. It's always been other conferences, but when you get the kind of coachings they have in their conference, you're gonna end up with some pretty good stuff.
And when we say that, we mean Nate Oates, we mean Calipari, we mean Bruce Pearl, we mean Mike White of the Post-Gazette, we mean Mark Pope, we mean Chris Beard, Rick Barnes.
Right, all of them
Buzz
have
Williams.
long histories, long resumes,
right,
of winning.
Yes. I think 9 of the coaches in the SEC have taken a team to the Elite Eight, which is all you need to know.
And when you have that advantage and that resume, players are attracted to that. They've seen it. They know that can be them potentially. So
the other side of Pitt, however, Bob, is that within the ACC, they haven't been at that huge of a disadvantage. And then the question, see, when Capel talks so much about money, sometimes I start to get the idea of, wait, is he saying that coaching's not a problem here? Like it's buy us better players within the confines of the ACC? Did they target the right players, and did he do a good enough job with those? Did he spend the money the way it should be spent? It's kind of like the Pirates.
At the beginning of the year, you looked at it and said 12-2. They're doing a good job, and they're coaching the guys up. And they may not have the best payroll, but they have. And then they completely fell apart.
And the Dunn injury didn't help. I get it, but that's one guy.
But they didn't really address, other than Cam Corrin, they don't have much in terms of big guys, in the paint, centers who can actually dominate or play to a point where they protect the rim, any of that. So they need more of that. They have some guards, and I'm not so sure they're going to return, though. I wonder about Jalen Lowe.
Well, that's always the question, right? Limits, are you pumped for the Duquesne-Pitt football opener, August 30th?
Yes.
Are you giving Duquesne a shot like you are Robert Morris here?
I have a lot of friends. I have actually some friends that are on that team, so I hate to say no, but no.
What do you think the point spread will be in that game, Bob? 35.5?
I don't know. I don't know if Pitt's going to be that good to give them that many points. It'll be a big number. I don't think it'll go that high.
They should have the game at Art Rooney Field at Duquesne. They could sell it out, Bob.
Yeah, that would be good. That's a nice facility, too.
The second game is against Central Michigan. So Pitt should be 2-0 going into West Virginia. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Actually, I do. I tried to pull up Pitt's basketball schedule, and up came their football schedule. And it interests me. And I think do you think if Alan Green, if they gave him the freedom to move on from coaches if he wanted, that he would have moved on already or would after the season from either Capel or Narduzzi? Or both?
Very well could have. I don't know if he would have, just because he's new. He may have wanted to see a whole year beyond this year.
Yeah.
But I think, it wouldn't have been, we're stuck till 2030. If there is a time, it may not be now, maybe next year. If they don't see results, it could be one of those, okay, show me. This is a show me year for you guys. I need to see results.
Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette says probably not realistic given the buyouts until after the 27 seasons. That's
because it minimizes. It gets less and less over if you wait. I think that had something to do with Neil Brown getting an extra year at West Virginia.
Of course, yeah.
But that's the wrong reason to keep guys, because someone made a mistake in how much they paid them.
Well, Pitt is also experiencing some challenges financially elsewhere.
Right.
Are they not?
Yes, it all
the
comes
Victory
back.
Heights project?
Absolutely.
So not only would you have to pay these buyouts or pay Capel his contract, whatever it is with him if you wanted to move on from him, then sticking to the theme we were just on with how you attract good new coaches, you'd be paying these guys for 3 or 4 years to not coach. Plus, you'd have to pay a new coach, hopefully a high-profile one, who you think could turn things around. It's just, unless you find your version of the St. John's billionaire, it doesn't seem all that likely they're moving on from anybody.
And this is also why it's, to me, the days of giving these guys these long extensions should be over.
Yes.
Now, I realize if you're going to attract a big name, you may have to do more. But, quite frankly, all due respect to Narduzzi and Capel, but what did they do to earn such significantly long-term extensions?
Yes.
I don't think you need to do that today because players can leave as they want to. They don't have to wait around, or you don't have to tell them, well, our coach is signed for 7 more years. You know he's not going anywhere. Well, they may say, good, I am. So it doesn't matter.
412-928-9370. You want to weigh in on all of that? Top of the hour, we have a Limitless Express that we're going to jump on. Limits is going to take us on a little trip around the NFL and perhaps some other sports. And that's all coming up. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's almost time for us to feed the need. Again, with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, March 25th. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you by Aetna. Bob, how do you say the Chip Tam place?
Isley's?
Isley's, yes, thank you. Isley's, Aetna, Beano's, and Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers. All the details at 937thefan.com. Let's talk about Gina for a moment here. One of my favorite topics. Kelly and Kevin recently worked with Gina because they'd found a new home they wanted to buy and needed to sell their home in Murraysville. They said Gina was a 10 out of 10 to work with, and her experience was evident every step of the way. Gina was able to get some great results for Kelly and Kevin. Within 4 days, she'd sold their home for over the asking price and helped them buy their new home for under the asking price. That's your over-under for the day. If you're looking for great results like that, be sure to call Gina. You can't lose. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy a home, call my friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
St. Francis is a 16 seed. Robert Morris, a 15 seed. The Colonials will play in Cleveland on Friday afternoon against Alabama, number 2 seed in the first round of the NCAA tournament, as West Virginia was the first team left out of the NCAA tournament. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. There should be no coach feeling more pressure than Hubert Davis. While it's not his fault, the Tar Heels are the most polarizing team in the NCAA tournament, nabbing a spot despite going 1 for 12 versus Quad 1 teams. If Davis falls flat against San Diego State, the critics will be vindicated that UNC should have never had a spot in the big dance. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia.
spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, I really like that new jingle. I want to see ya at Monroeville Kia.
We want to see ya in Monroeville Kia.
Can you do
harmonize?
that?
No.
Yeah.
I can't go that high.
You and I could harmonize.
can't.
Let's do the male version
Can't
of that.
do it.
They say, we want to see ya.
We want to see ya in Monroeville Kia.
We want to see ya at Monroeville Kia. The key there is at Monroeville. You have to say that practice that.
At Monroeville.
There you go. Ready?
It won't sound good.
We want to see ya at Monroeville Kia. 1, 2, 3. We want to see ya in Monroeville Kia.
We want to see ya in Monroeville Kia.
No.
At least Bob gave it a try. I really like that one, Bob.
Jingles do work.
Yeah, they do. What are your favorites in fan history? Any come to mind?
In fan history?
Even if they're not jingles, they're just catchphrases. One of my favorites is, what's the guy who says...
Joe likes Granger.
Yeah,
for
that
the
guy.
ones who get it done.
I like that one, too.
Granger.
I mean,
for the ones who get it done. Remember
sticks in
that
your
guy,
mind
Bob?
For a while, yeah.
He also likes...
I liked...
This is Ron Trzynski from the original Mattress Factory.
This is Ron Trzynski of the original Mattress Factory. Remember that one, Bob?
I do. It works.
And there was one other one. Hot dog. Well, no, that was from Hey Arnold. Did you watch the show Hey Arnold?
I think the Shenderogers have a pretty good one.
They do.
For them.
Yeah. There's many good ones out there. You won't. Oh, this one was. You won't believe how happy your dog will be. Do you remember that one, Bob? I don't even know who that was for. You should be a voice on. Are you a voice on commercials? I mean, other than the ones you do as endorsements. Like, do you do voice work? You should be in movies with your voice.
One day,
like those animated movies.
You know what I've done? A lot of out of the blue, just people will say, "Hey, can you do a voicemail message for me on my phone?"
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I like doing.
And you
stuff
should
like
be
that.
you should be on things like Finding Nemo. You should be the you should be the grandfather fish or something. You should.
A grandfather fish.
That.
Nemo, where are you? You're supposed to be home by now. What are you doing with those other fishies?
Limits. Am I right about this?
I think Bob should be on my voicemail. Bob, would you like to do that?
Yeah, why don't you give his voicemail? That would be great. A great treat for Limits.
Hello, you have reached Austin, better known by some as City Limits. Please leave a message at the beep.
He's too busy defending North Carolina, so he can't get back to you right now, but he will soon after North Carolina gets slaughtered in their play-in game.
They're going to win the play-in game, and then they're going to win their first-round game, and then they're going to lose to Iowa State.
Surely, Bob, you've had opportunities to do voiceover work like that.
Not really. I haven't really pursued it.
In cartoons and things?
No,
I'm shocked by that.
I would like to be the grandfather of Nemo.
You would be great at that.
Grandfather of Nemo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a great job for you, Bob.
An old fish can barely move underwater.
You can't teach an old fish new tricks, Bob. Although in your case, you could. And I'm shocked that hasn't already happened. Anywho, going back to the brackets here. What else stands out to you? We could see a Patino Calipari matchup at some point early in the tournament. Who are you guys picking to win it all?
That would be interesting. Patino and Calipari. That'd be round 2, right?
Yes, it would.
'Cause they have Bill Self and Calipari in round 1.
He's very self-aware.
7 and 10.
Yes, exactly. That's a good coaching matchup.
Of all the
What about Dan Hurley? What about him?
Dan Hurley's.
What about
I
him
know
the
you
other
think
day,
he's
by
a
the
long
way?
shot or whatever. I wouldn't classify him as a dark horse. They've won back-to-back. They're number 8. 8 seeds are dangerous.
Did you see their game the other day? I think who'd they play in the final? Who was it, or the semis? It was Creighton, right?
Yeah, Creighton's a good team too.
And the kid dunked with 3 seconds left in a game that was over. And UConn and Hurley, of all people, took exception to that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're the ones who normally have applied that sort of logic to their games, and now when it goes against you.
I mean, this guy is front and center in every game. He becomes a spectacle, Hurley. So now somebody beats you and they want to do a fancy dunk to put an exclamation point on it? Tough crap.
Yep.
Is what I say to that.
No, I agree, but I think they can be a dangerous team in there. We'll see how they do, but
Limits, who's your national champion? West Virginia, even though they're not in it, that's Crowley's.
Robert Morris. I still think, despite the injuries, just how well they played in the tournament, I like Duke right now to win it all.
Do you think Cooper Flagg will be healthy?
he said so.
Reports are saying he will.
That he's going to play, so.
Well, he's going to play is different than he's healthy. I'm a little
No, I
worried
know
about
that, but I would think that he won't be 100%, of course, but, 90% of him is still better than most. And while I like Duke, too, I also, if I'm going to pick another team that I really think is on a roll, Florida. Florida out of that conference is playing very good basketball. They just beat Tennessee again, 2 seed. Or no, they're 1 seed. Of the 2 seeds, who do you like? I like St. John's. I think St. John's could do it.
I don't know. I don't know if the 2 seeds in front of me. I always root for Houston because of my childhood rooting for Phi Slamma Jamma. I have an affinity for that program. Do you remember that team, Bob? How many guys from Phi Slamma Jamma can you name off the top of your head?
Phi Slamma Jamma.
Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, Clyde was terrific.
Akeem
Clyde
the Dream.
Clyde. Elijah Wan. Who was the third guy?
Michael Young, lefty. He used to shoot from the corner
that's
all the
right.
time.
Michael Young, I forgot about him.
The Celtics drafted him in the first round, I think the same year that Jamie Dixon got drafted, because Jamie would tell me stories of Michael Young. Do you know what else Jamie told me?
What?
When he showed up at Washington, I think they were the Washington Bullets then. He showed up at their training camp, and Manute Bol was there. And he said Manute Bol would drive in a car with the front seat taken out because he was so tall. He was like 7'6". So he would drive a car from the back seat.
Well, what else would you do? How many people? You don't have
nothing
much
you
of your
could do.
population's buying cars with 7'6" frame.
So he shows up at camp, and there's Manute Bol driving around a car where they ripped the front seat out, and he's driving from the back limits. Would that concern you at all?
That's a great story.
Isn't it?
It would a little bit. I mean, considering how far away he would be from the windshield.
So then I would wonder, does the airbag work?
Great question, Bob.
I mean, how far does it have to extend?
I don't know. That's a hell of a question. What would you do with the airbags limits? I don't know.
You'd basically have to move the back seat like halfway up. You know that like little spot where you put your feet if you're sitting in the back seat?
Yeah.
That's where the actual seat for the driver would have to be for Manute Bol.
I do have.
We should
right
ask Bol Bol what his car looks like right now.
We should. I do have rooting interests here. Obviously, yours is North Carolina. I'm rooting for Robert Morris and St. Francis. St. Francis has a play-in game. And then, like I said, I root for Houston based on childhood. I root for Nate Oates at Alabama, which presents a little bit of a conflict because he took the University of Buffalo back to prominence, Bob.
Yes,
so
he
I have
did.
a soft
That's how he
spot
got
for
that
him.
Alabama job.
Yeah.
He did a great job there, and he's doing a good job there, too.
James Madison, I don't know why I root for them, but I do. And then there's teams and coaches that I root against. I don't like UConn and Hurley, although I respect him as a great coach. Not the biggest fan of Bill Self. I root against them. How about you guys? What are your rooting interests in this tournament, for and against? Limits, I know you're going for North Carolina and Robert Morris.
Yeah,
right?
I want to see Robert Morris do well. I'm rooting for Michigan State, too. I've always had a soft spot for Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
January, February, Izzo, because they've been in March for, I can't remember how many years it's been, but just a huge amount of times. And his teams are always really fun to watch. Plus, the St. John's story is incredible. I want to see them go far and reach the Final Four.
Bob?
There are a lot of teams I like to watch. I'm a big Clemson fan. I think that's a senior-laden team, as is Auburn. They have a lot of guys who've been around that program for a long time. I kind of like those stories.
St. John's is the other one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, Rick Pitino, you can say what you want about him, but as far as turning programs around, and listen, you can get all the best talent you want through NIL, but that doesn't mean you're going to go and win a tournament. You have to still have structure, roles defined, plays defined. Rick Pitino's a master of really all of that stuff. So that's a team that I would look to and say, watch out for them.
Me too. And my dad went to St. John's. So that
and I harken back to the Big East days when St. John's and Lou Carnesecca. I always liked Lou Carnesecca. So maybe there's a soft spot in there for that team.
Here's a list of long shots that could win you some money. You ready for this, though, Limitless Wonder?
Yes, and I hope I get one of them right that I think you're thinking of.
Texas Tech is 40-1 right now. 40-1. They finished second in the Big 12, Bob. You should put some money on them, perhaps. Here's one I like. Because of the coach, and even though, they haven't exactly overachieved through the years in the tourney, I think in this sort of role as a heavy underdog, at least to advance far, Gonzaga at 50-1? 50-1?
Waste your time and money on that one. Don't do it.
I mean, I'm talking only if you're looking for
if you want some outside, that's a long shot.
How about Wisconsin 65-1? How about that
They're
one?
not going to win it.
No, they're not. I'm only talking long shots, Bob.
I know, but you're wasting your money.
Well, not if you want to win a lot of money.
But they're not going to win, so you're wasting your money.
Wisconsin was one spot away from playing Robert Morris. RMU was the top 15 seed. If they would have flip-flopped with anybody to get on the 14 line, it would have been Montana. So,
Wisconsin is said to be strong at both ends of the court, Bob. They have a much higher ceiling than their record indicates. So there.
Well, go bet on them then.
How about Michigan loses to Wisconsin, or Michigan beats Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship, and Michigan ends up being a 5.
Yeah, 5 seed. I was a little surprised by that.
I mean, Wisconsin at a 3 is 65-1. I'm only talking in terms of long shots.
What about Iowa State?
And you're not
They
comprehending
once were in the top 2 of the country. Now they're a 3rd seed.
Right.
They may be worth it because they've been a team that people thought could win it all at the beginning of the season.
This is like Notre Dame on the women's side. They might have been, they would have been a top 4 seed going into the tournament 3 weeks ago. And now they're a 3 seed. They're a 3 seed. So you want to jump on a team like that and see how far they can get, Bob.
Well,
are you more interested in the women's tourney or the men's? Women's for me, just like last year.
I still am going to look at the women's tournament, and there's some great players in that tournament. But it'll be the men's with me.
By the way, are you in on Thursday? No. So I'll be at Rivers Casino.
I would like to be there with you, as opposed to where I will be. So, yes, I would like to be there, but I'm not going to be there.
And Wednesday, we're at the Baseball Card Castle. Is that correct, Limit?
That's correct. That's correct.
That's going to be unbelievable, Bob. There's pizza. There's donuts.
Yeah, I've never been out there. I'd like to see the General.
There's millions of cards. There's all kinds of treats there. You won't believe it when we walk in. I'm serious about that. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Yes, it's time again, ladies and gentlemen, for the Limitless Express. What do we have coming up next?
All righty. A former Steelers first-round pick has signed a new contract. Where is he going? And another quarterback is visiting the New York Giants. Could this be somebody that's of interest to the Steelers? Next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have won 4 games in a row, as Joe sings off air. So, they beat New Jersey 7-3 on Saturday at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins will next play once again at home against the New York Islanders tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And when you look at the wild card standings, well, don't look now, but the Penguins at 66 points are currently 6 points back of the New York Rangers for the final wild card spot in the East. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, sunshine will return for the afternoon after seeing overcast skies for the morning. I have afternoon temperatures hitting the mid-40s with winds out of the northeast at about 10 miles an hour. While today sees a return to more seasonal weather, warmer weather will return tomorrow with highs in the 60s. Have only one 70-degree day in this week's forecast, with that happening on Wednesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonihan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NCAA tournament bracket is out, and the first four from Dayton will start tomorrow night as two different games battling it out from 16 seeds and 11 seeds will face off for a chance to move on to the round of 64, which will begin just after noon on Thursday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, Rob King does a nice job with those documentaries.
He really does.
Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
All of it. I mean, it takes you back. They talk to people who have actually seen things, who were there. The video support and the pictures are unbelievable. In order to make it work, that's what you got to have, all of it.
No doubt. We're watching
Nellie
the Lily
Bryles,
Stars.
remember
There's
him?
Nellie Bryles.
The Rainmaker.
Yes, one of my first sports memories when I was 6 years old or so was him falling off the mound in the 71 series, Bob. You remember that?
Yeah,
He would throw.
He would always do it, and he'd fall chest first down.
Yes.
Yeah.
That captured my little imagination back then. It's like, what is this? This is fantastic stuff with Willie Stargell, this one, isn't it?
And Larry Boa, I remember him vividly.
They just showed Forbes Field. You said you went there once.
Only once.
I wish I had gone there. That's one venue I wish I had gone to. The clearest sort of picture of what it was came to me by surprise one night when I just ordered the movie, the original Angels in the Outfield. That was filmed largely at Forbes Field. So that gave me an idea of what it was like. Do you have a vivid memory of being in there?
No, I don't. I know we were. I remember just being there and absorbing it all as a young kid, but no specific memories. That's a shame. I wish I would have. I wish I was born a little earlier so I could have done that more.
Ron was.
Ron was there.
You should have been born when he was born, Bob. I told you about the piece I did on Phil Coyne, the
great usher.
Legendary usher.
Great usher, yeah. You did a really good job through his eyes, what he's seen over all those 100-plus years.
Back in 2013, I met him at a coffee shop in Oakland. And the idea was just to take a walk around the site of Forbes Field and have him tell me, what he remembered. Bob, he remembered watching Babe Ruth play. He remembered, in fact, Babe Ruth hit his final 3 home runs on the same day, May 25th, 1935. Ron wrote a column off that game. Numbers 712, 713, 714. He said the players would take streetcars to the games. They would all be drinking at what I think now is the Student Union. It used to be the Shenley Hotel on the front porch there. And you said you remembered the Home Plate Cafe.
Yes.
From there.
Yeah, I like food venues, places that you can get food. I remember them pretty well.
He said that, this is a great move, fans would lug ice-filled garbage cans into Forbes Field. Can you believe that? You fill that baby with beer, Bob?
Well, I was telling you what I remember, too, is how people used to dress at those games. A lot of times the men would show up in complete suits and ties and top hats.
Right, exactly. I said at one point we were walking around, the site over there in Oakland. We were over by where a little bit of the wall is preserved.
Right.
And I said, just close your eyes and try to picture Clemente and then just tell me what comes to your mind. And I remember him smiling. And he said, I have the quote here. He said, I see the basket catches, the throws. Everybody stood on their base when Clemente caught it. Nobody tried to go from second to third, even though he was in right field.
He had, I remember at Three Rivers Stadium, him throwing the ball from the warning track, no bounces to home. Just a line drive. I mean, you can't find arms like that. That was incredible. And nobody wanted to test his arm. They shouldn't.
And they just showed part of that as part of the Stargell thing even.
How about that collision at home plate? Manny Sanguillen got run over.
Yes.
Back then, you were allowed to do whatever you had to do to jar the ball loose.
That's one of the dumbest rules in baseball history is this home plate collision thing, isn't it?
Well, now, this year they're extending it to second base. you have to give a runner access to the bag, which means you cannot put a leg or anything anywhere near there.
To me, it's almost more sensible there where a guy's very vulnerable if he's trying to turn a double play where he's like just has one leg planted. But still.
I'm talking about the runner has an advantage now.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
wait, what do you mean?
At second base. They're I don't know if they're experimenting with it or if it's in this year where if you slide in the guy who's at, for example, let's say you're picked off of first baseman throws it to the shortstop covering second.
Yeah.
You got to give the runner access to the base. In other words, you can't have a foot.
For your own safety reasons,
I guess it's all safety predicated. But it just seems to me that's, it's going a little bit too much again.
Now, Phil Coyne ushered at Steelers games as well since the 1930s. He was at the Immaculate Reception, for God's sakes, Bob. He was there, and he passed away, 4 or 5 years ago?
What was he, 101?
Something like that. Yeah, maybe longer than that. I can't remember. He was there for Maz's home run. His job was to work the Yankees dugout. He was working behind the Yankees dugout. He said part of our job was to keep people off the field. We didn't even try. At age 95, you know what his secret was to longevity? 2 Oreos and a glass of milk before bed.
I thought you were going to say 2 Oreos and a fifth of vodka. But whatever. That goes to show you that there is no rule one way or the other about your longevity. It is genetically controlled, and it could be anyone at any time.
I know, but I'm thinking about trying that now that I read it again. 2 Oreos and a glass of milk. I love that idea.
Would you dunk the Oreos?
I might. And that led us into a conversation of what we used to have on the Fan here, and you were a huge part of it, was Legends on the Fan. Or
Yes.
Legends of the Fan?
Legends for the Fan.
For the Fan.
Yeah.
And one was Dave Parker, and you flew him in, you said?
Yeah, we did. We flew a lot of people in, Mike Tyson included. That was a legendary one. But we had Calipari come in, him, Jay Billis. I'm going to forget people.
Wow.
We had people that we had to fly in, and they wanted to come. We took care of that. And it was just an hour down at Capitol Grill.
I
So
remember
over
it.
lunch,
I
so
remember it was
and they'd
amazing.
sell out all the time. And but it's just good conversations where you're just sitting there BSing.
And what would you do? You would moderate it and have a Q&A?
No Q&A, just me talking to him, whoever it may be. Yeah, and fans would eat lunch, specialized price lunch, and you get to watch the broadcast.
I think we might have to rekindle that, Bob, and your first guest should be City Limits.
I would love that.
I think that would be wonderful.
I would be completely honored, even though I don't think that I would be worthy.
I think you would be. And I think, Bob...
Plus you get a nice steak.
You get a nice steak. We should start doing that again. New legends have been born over the last 15 years,
there's no
right?
question. No question about it.
I think that would be tremendous.
Rick Tucker was another one.
Jim Leland was one, I bet.
Leland was one. We also had Francona. We had a lot of people.
We have a couple of calls, believe it or not, Bob. I didn't think we were headed in this direction, but here you and I are accidentally watching a Pirates documentary.
Yes, and a weather forecast that I don't like. Oh, no, I do like. It's 77 on Wednesday. How about that?
Yes, I'm golfing today, hopefully. What was I going to say, Bob? It feels like a ballroom.
You said there are people on the phones. That's the last thing you said. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It feels like you and I are just sitting around on our bar stools right now, which is sort of the feeling that I think would be wonderful to affect on this show, and I think we do, don't you?
It's just sitting around talking sports, and wherever direction it ends up, it ends up.
Did you know Nelson Bryles?
Nelly, I not well, no, but I did meet him a few times, yes.
Look at Parker. Was there any more intimidating player in baseball history than Parker in his prime?
I think so. Bob Veal on the mound.
Bob Gibson, you mean?
No, Bob Veal.
Bob Veal? Really?
Well, Bob Gibson's another story, but Bob Veal, from the Pirates' point of view,
yeah,
he's a left-hand pitcher, 6'6", whatever he was. He would wear glasses, and he knew because he made it known that sometimes I can't see through these glasses the right way, and he would be deliberately wild.
I like that
to make you think that, oh my goodness, he's going to come after me. He's wearing his glasses, and they're steamed up.
Effective wildness. I like that.
You remember the Mad Hungarian?
Al Hrabowski.
He had that same vibe where he would glance at you and stare at you. And
so did Goose Gossage, right?
Yeah. The ones who were really intimidating just brought the stuff. You can't intimidate. A lot of people think, grow a beard, you'll be a good closer. No. You can grow a beard all you want, but you better have 100-mile-an-hour heat.
And athletes can still be intimidating, by the way. I think. Even in modern, I think Skeens intimidates batters.
There's no question. His confidence comes at you. He's not afraid of anyone. They know it. I'll tell you another guy who's intimidating to pitch against would be Juan Soto. He stares down people all the time.
Yes.
But he's really good. He has drawn more walks, I think, in his first 5 years in the majors than most everyone in the history of the game.
I think it's harder to be intimidating these days as a pitcher because the batters go up there in a suit of armor. Barry Bonds being the most famous example when he started doing that, right?
Now they all do. They're all wearing stuff to protect themselves.
Limits, do you have a phone call on this?
I have a few. Here is Jim in the North Hills.
Hello, Jim. Say hello to Bob Pompiani.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, Bob. How are you, Bob?
Doing good. How are you? Go ahead.
I'm good, thank you. Hey, I wanted to chime in on the Forbes Field discussion. I'm an older guy. I'm 74, and I remember my first game there. My dad took me in '55. I was 5. I can still remember it vividly. Went to a lot of games over the years. Yeah, I was 10 when they won in '60, 21 when they won in '71, 29 when they won in '79. And I played there in high school in the Whitfield playoffs, which was pretty cool.
That is awesome. Is it your favorite Pittsburgh venue of all time, Forbes Field?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, think about how big that field was. You know, the batting cage, they take BP before the games, and then they would drag it out with a tractor into center field. It was in play out there.
Yeah, they'd leave it there for the game. It's unbelievable, Bob. What's your favorite sporting venue in this town in all the years you've been alive? Your favorite venue?
Well, at first when the Peterson Event Center happened and when they were really winning, I thought that was a cool place to be. I think I still, in my heart, have like an affinity for Civic Arena / Mellon Arena. I just like that place for some reason.
I've got a giant framed
but PNC
photo
Park
of that.
Is, I like what appears to be some, old-time baseball setups. Wrigley's that way, Fenway's that way. PNC Park, even though it's newer, it has that vibe to it.
For sure.
So I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm partial to the arena, the Civic Arena, the Igloo, because I worked there. That was my first real job here, was covering the Penguins as a beat writer. And then, like that gentleman, Three River Stadium, because of an attachment with my dad. We'd come on pilgrimages from Buffalo to see my favorite team, the Pirates, in the 70s.
They were a lot of people's favorite team.
Yeah, we came here right after the Madlock trade and saw him one of his first games at third base for the Pirates.
That was a great trade for them, and it won him a championship. He had that little, almost half swing, but he was really good at putting the ball in play. And I think, what was he, a 4-time batting champion?
Yeah.
I mean, he was terrific.
Limitless Wonder, we've taken up too much of your time, and I apologize for that. We were supposed to do the Express right here. We can still do it if you'd like.
No worries at all. Entirely up to you, because there is some new breaking news from Pitt. Alan Green announces that they've added 2 executive leadership appointments. Brad Ust, I think that's correct, U-S-T, and Kyle Bruce. So Ust will serve as Senior Deputy Athletic Director for Administration. He will focus on the Panthers' competitive excellence and advancing strategic priorities for the overall department, and Bruce will join the Panthers as a Senior Deputy Athletic Director for External Relations and a Chief Revenue Officer.
Yeah.
Overseeing Pitt's external units and having a strategic focus on revenue generation operations. So here's further trying to buy into NIL like we just talked
call him
about.
the money man.
Yeah,
just call him
right.
the money
I
man.
was just going to say.
His job is to go out and get in your pocket.
Get
That's
the
what
money.
he's doing.
I was going to say a lot of big words, fancy words, and job titles there. It boils down to 2 words: find money. That's it.
Make money. Bring in money.
Show me the money.
That's it. All right, Limits, why don't we get to that next?
Sure.
With your the Express. We'll take a little trip around the NFL, and then we'll get back to Steeler quarterback drama as we all sit around and wait on Aaron Rodgers. That's what we've been reduced to, is waiting around for Aaron Rodgers. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, that was a wonderful trip down memory lane from your childhood. The game that stands out from any sport that you went to, maybe your dad brought you to a game, is there one that you hold forever? For me, I guess I was still a kid, although I was probably closer to 20. For me, it's Bills 51, Raiders 3 in the AFC title game. That was Buffalo's version of the wild card game here, which was decades of pent-up frustration and rage all let out on the same day.
I like the Steelers beating the Ravens in the AFC Championship game and just how it happened, that big interception by Troy Polamalu. That
Oh, yeah.
When I was a kid, though, at Three River Stadium, there was a doubleheader against the Mets, and it was a makeup doubleheader, I believe, and my father, and we had a bunch of people there. But it was fun to watch them win both of those games. They had to. I forget. I think Zane Smith pitched one of them. I'm not sure about the other one.
Oh, the one against the Phillies, are you talking about?
No, that's a different one.
Yeah.
And I remember one with John Milner hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, I think, or 10th. Do you remember that?
Off Tug McGraw. No. Now I'm getting those mixed up. That was Ed Ott off Tug McGraw. But John Milner did hit a big home run.
I think it was a pinch hit grand slam to win a game. I mean, all that stuff. I remember being there when Mike Schmidt hit his 500th. I thought that was cool to watch.
Were you there the night Parker wore a hockey mask?
I don't think I was there for that. I remember that, though. No,
legendary stuff.
But even the Penguin stuff is, back in the day when Mario and those guys won those championships, that was awesome to see.
Oh, man.
Especially at that place.
I was working in a parking garage then, Bob. In fact, I was the one taking tickets for people parking for those games at the Chatham
You
Center.
had a lot of
parking
jobs,
garage.
I just discovered.
Yeah.
You've been everywhere.
I fell in love with a fellow. She was working in the parking little thing next to me. And then years later, we actually went on a couple of dates, Bob. It was a miracle. She didn't like me then.
But that was the common bond. You say, hey, I remember you. You were right next in the booth.
Yes. And I used to try to talk to her, and she wanted no part of me then. But then years later, we met at an exercise club and went on a couple of dates. It was a miracle.
Savvy old news hound, Bob.
Yeah.
Very savvy.
The savvy young news hound. That was about 50 pounds ago.
Or did she remember you?
Good question. I remembered her. She had no recollection. I never even entered her consciousness when we were working together. It's like, get this person away from me. She was always reading a book, I remember.
See, that's what attracted you to her.
Yeah.
Reading a book, digging deep.
Sure.
Savvy old news sound. What a savvy old news houndess. What is the word?
The hound was hounding there,
Bob.
Bob.
Was hounding. The hound was hounding.
All right. That's enough. Coming up next, the Express, and then quarterback talk. Are we just going to go with Mason Rudolph here? What are the options beyond Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson? Because if you ask me, it's starting to move in the direction of Rodgers in Minnesota, Russell somewhere where they want him, and then what? Just Mason? We'll talk about all of that coming up. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at yousports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the text line. You can talk to Limits over here. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Split squad game for the Pirates today, and you can hear one of them right on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and that game has Paul Skeens pitching at 105 against the Minnesota Twins with Tommy Pham, Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz in the lineup with Joey Bart, Andrew McCutchen, Key Brian Hayes to follow, concluded by Nick York, Jared Triolo, and Nick Solak, the starting nine. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. If you want coaching powerhouses, then the NCAA West region is the one for you. There are 3 coaches already in the Hall of Fame: Rick Pitino, John Calipari, and Bill Self in this region, along with future Hall of Famer Danny Hurley. Tournament legend Bryce Drew is here, not to mention NBA star Penny Hardaway. I'm Maggie Gray.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's time for basketball, and right now, Uber Eats has deals on Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's time to jump out of your seat and into a new ride with Slam Dunk Savings from #1 Cochran Buick GMC. Lease a new 25 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation from $234 a month, or buy a 25 Buick and Vista Preferred for only $23,499. That's just $355 per month when you break it down. With offers like these and more than 300 new models available, score your Slam Dunk Savings now at #1 Cochran Buick GMC, Monroeville and Robinson. 24-month lease includes all qualifying incentives, 10,000 miles per year for 20,000 miles total. Mileage overage fee may be applied. $3,999 due at signing with zero security deposit, subject to Tier 1 credit approval through GMC Financial. MSRP $24,795. Payment depends on finance term, and down payment excludes acquisition, tax, title, plates, and fees. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology. See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2menandajunkdruck.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile.
Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speed after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with top tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round. Cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Start your day right with Get-Go Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Bob and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's Bob?
Hey, he's out in the hallway talking to someone.
Wish he was in here, because we're about to take a little detour as we get ready for the Limitless Express, and that is we're going to head down to Bradenton, or perhaps somewhere else in Florida, depending on where the Pirates are, where our friend the Noah Constrictor is on the line. Bob, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette, live from spring training. Hello, Noah.
I bet he has a big tan going on.
He also has a hell of a
Top
St.
of the morning to you, fellas.
You too. A hell of a St. Patrick's Day outfit on, Bob, and if the monitor worked in here, we could look at it.
Why is that not working?
I don't know.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
How you doing, Noah?
I'm well. I mean, I'm kind of bummed that you guys couldn't see the outfit. I put a lot of effort into it, but now I just kind of feel dumb.
The
But
audience can see it.
well.
The audience can see it,
Okay.
Noah.
Yeah,
Just
on
those two
YouTube.
can't.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
We don't matter.
Well, I'm going to take the sunglasses off because I can't see in these things.
You were just rubbing it in anyway.
Well, let's start there with the rotation and Paul Skeens and him pitching the opener. What do you imagine his first 3 starts will be? Obviously, he pitches game 1. Does he then pitch a game in the second series, and does he catch a game in the opening home series against the Yankees?
I don't think he does. No. I think that.
Whoa.
You know,
what?
Come on. No, we got to change that.
I mean, why? Is the goal to entertain fans in the opening series, or is the goal to pitch your best player against the best pitchers of the opposition? That's what your opening day starter.
If he goes on 4 days rest, he should be able to pitch Sunday the Yankees game of the Yankee series.
Correct. Oh, I just think they're not going to alter his rotation for anything. And they shouldn't, especially this earlier in the year. They shouldn't build in too much rest, and they definitely shouldn't take away days of rest for him just to pitch against a specific opponent in early April. If he's scheduled to start in the Yankees, if it's his turn in the rotation, then yeah, he will. But I don't think they're going to alter things one way or the other just so he can pitch in the first of 3 games that they play at home. I mean, he will pitch at least once that homestand regardless. I don't know if it'll be in that New York series or not, but I don't see them going out of their way to change it.
Is it St. Louis that follows?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a division team, but it doesn't. I think that if you pitch the opener, and I'm assuming he's going to go 5, 6. I don't know what he's going to do at that point. I would love to see him against that, and I think because it's the Yankees and they're so infrequently in town, and you have a stud like that, I want to see him in that game.
So do I. That would mean someone else has to alter their schedule. So what? Someone else will have to skip a start. As long as he goes on 4 days rest, though, Noah, he should be good to go in that Sunday game.
Yeah, then he'll pitch that Sunday game. If he stays on his normal, they're going to stick to their rotation, and everyone's going to pitch on the 5th day. So if that goes according to plan, then he will pitch then. The way I drew it up, I thought he would have missed the Yankee series, but maybe I was wrong on how I have looked at it because they play 4 in Miami, 3 in Tampa, and then there's the off day. I don't know how it would work, but I just can tell you they're not going to change anything for anyone to give Skeens a special opportunity to pitch against the Yankees, and nor should they. You can't be altering start dates just to appease fans for certain matchups. The goal should be to win, and you win by sticking to the plan that you make in spring training.
All right, let me ask you about first base because that's still seemingly unsettled. We saw that Hall hit another home run yesterday. Came in the 9th inning, a 2-run home run. Is he the guy that at this point is the leading candidate to be there? And what about Henry Davis? How does he figure in on this?
At first base?
No, just on the roster. 2 separate questions.
Okay. So, sorry. I think DJ Stewart's still the leader at first base. Derek Hall's swung a better bat as of late, but a lot of those hits have come against guys who are going to be pitching in the minor leagues. And Derek Hall has hit minor league pitching really well throughout his career. He just hasn't really hit big league pitching as well. DJ Stewart's been the guy who I think has got the most looks at first base as far as players that we didn't expect to see playing first base when we arrived down here in Bradenton. He's had the most consistent spring at the plate out of anybody who's in that first base competition. He swings from the left side, which is where Horwitz swings from. So it's kind of you're replacing a lefty with a lefty, and he's done it before. I mean, he's got 7 years of big league experience. He's 2 years removed from an 850 OPS season with the Mets. First base is a newer position for him defensively, but they've got a Gold Glove utility guy behind him that they can put in as a defensive replacement in the late innings. So I expect Stewart to be the starter there. As far as Henry Davis is concerned, I think he makes the opening day roster as the second catcher. He's probably the most well-rounded catcher right now in this organization. His defense has come a long way. The bat has the potential. We haven't seen it at the major league level yet, but when you look at the guys competing for the job, Rodriguez has swung a good bat, but I think they want to start him in AAA just because he missed all of last season. And DeLay hasn't been as good as Davis or Rodriguez, so he shouldn't make the opening day roster. I think it's Joey Bart, and I think it's Henry Davis as the 2 catchers.
Wow. All right. What's the opening rotation, and how soon do we see Bubba Chandler?
It's going to be a minute for Bubba, just because I think they're happy with what they have at the major league level right now. Paul's obviously day 1. I think they're going to break up the lefties. Derek Shelton talked about that earlier this month on how that's their intention. So, and this isn't going off of anything I'm told, but if you're going to break up the left-handers, I would have to imagine it would be Heaney as the number 2, Keller as the 3, Falter as the 4, and then Jones as the 5, or maybe Jones as the 3 and Keller as the 5. But they're going to go righty-lefty there rather than just putting your 5 arms in order by merit. I think they want to break it up righty-lefty. You can put both of those left-handers are soft tossers, so you can pair them behind high velocity righties, and I think that would make a lot of sense. So it's going to be an interesting way they draw it up.
Well, whether or not that works or not, as far as Chandler is concerned, he seems very confident. I saw an interview in which Skeens said, well, he texted me, said, good, you have the starting day job this year because next year it'll be mine, something of that nature. He seems very confident in his abilities. I mean, is there an expectation that when he does get up here, I mean, he can bump one of these lefties out of the rotation, or does it give him some flexibility to make some moves potentially? What do you think would happen with him?
I mean, the funny thing about baseball is more often than not, these things kind of work themselves out. You know, an injury will happen, or a guy will not have a good season and make the choice easy for the manager. That's what happens most of the time. I'm sure Derek Shelton would love to have a hard decision in May or June. If Chandler's dominating AAA and all 5 of his starters are pitching well, he would love to have the dilemma of, all right, well, how do we make the best use out of everyone? But I think if that situation were to arise, you look at it where, I mean, a guy like Bailey Falter pitched a career high in innings last year, and he took a significant jump up in innings. And typically after that happens, you have to be very mindful of that guy's workload. And so maybe Bailey Falter's a guy who could rotate between the rotation and the bullpen this year. And if that's the case, then that creates an opening for Bubba Chandler. I don't think he's going to need a ton of time in AAA, Chandler being the guy I'm talking about. His stuff is big league ready. It's just getting a couple more reps. He didn't spend a ton of time in Indy last year. But once he's ready, they need to bring him up here because he is a true asset. I think he has the capabilities of being every bit of electric as Jared Jones was last year, if not better. I'm not going to put him in the Skeens category because I don't think you can really put anyone in that category right now, but he's not far behind. He's an immense talent.
Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We're talking to Noah Hiles, affectionately known as the Noah Constrictor. All right, so they're facing a righty in Game 1 in Miami. You give me what you think the batting order will be with positions that day, Constrictor.
Man, a righty. Even though they're facing a righty, I'm still going to have Tommy Pham batting leadoff and playing left field.
Okay.
And I have Reynolds in right, Cruz in center, Kutch at DH, Bart behind the plate. We'll say Gonzalez at second, Hayes at third, Stewart at first, and IKF at shortstop.
Dear God. How is Hayes doing?
He returned to action. Would that have been Saturday? So, I mean, he wasn't too concerned with that left side tightness. It's not something like the back where I think we're going to have to monitor it throughout the entire season. It was just a little bump along the road here, and the Pirates were probably rather conservative with how they dealt with it. He said he could have been back days prior to when he returned. When we've seen him on the field, I think he's looked solid. His bats have been really good. He hasn't had an extra base hit, but he hasn't played in a while, so that might be part of it. I think his new swing will help him get more contact in the zone, the two-handed finish. He's not going to be chasing as much, not going to be reaching as much. And this is a guy who I know everyone wants to see what we saw from him in 2020 and in the back end of 2023 with the extra pop and everything. But if this guy can just even be a league average hitter, he's a difference maker for what he can do defensively. This is a 3 to 4 WAR player if he can stay healthy and just hit league average because what he can do with his glove. I think he can be a consistent 260, 270 hitter this year if he stays healthy with the swing changes he's made. But that if is something that I don't feel confident in until I see it happen. We've got to see how that back holds up after spring training, how it holds up in April, May, once we get to the mid-season in June and July. Can he still be a semblance of the player that we thought he could be when he signed that extension?
No, I want to ask you about pitching again, going back to that starting pitching specifically. Yeah. Joe and I were talking about pitch counts and how they apply to just about every pitcher. Although this year I'm thinking that if Paul Skeens determines that he wants to continue in a game, it's the 8th inning, it's 1-0 or 1-1 or whatever the case, and he is really dealing. Does Derek Shelton allow him to go where maybe no pitcher around here has gone before? It's so predicated on how going to the 6th inning reliever, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and generally that sort of approach. But what is his expectation about innings pitched and pitch count in specific games?
Well, he said in January at Pirate Fest he wanted to build himself up to pitch 240 innings. I don't think he comes close to 240 innings, but I think that is a realistic expectation for himself. I think he has the body to handle that type of workload. I don't know if he'll get to that, but I wouldn't be shocked if he gets to 200. As far as pitch count is concerned, I think with Skeens, they're going to look less at the pitch count and more at the biometric stuff, those analytics, where they're going to look to see how his pitches are spinning the second and third time through the order. Where is his velocity sitting at? And if that's taking a dip, that shows fatigue more than his pitch count will, because we've seen him reach triple digits and pitch 100 before. But if the ball has a little bit less spin to it, if he's missing his spots, that I think for a guy like Paul shows a better indication of fatigue, and that will be used to determine if he stays in a game in the late innings more than pitch count. So, and sometimes they might coincide. It might happen that his stuff starts to dip after 105, 110 pitches, and I don't expect him to ever throw more than like 130 in a game. But I think that because of his role on this team and his just overall strength as a human being, Paul will have a little bit longer of a leash than most guys in this modern era of baseball.
Noah, it's been a little bit of an adventure for David Bednar this spring. Has allowed 9 earned runs in 6 games. What do you make of his progression, and ultimately is his spot as the closer still safe?
He's not the closer. I asked Derek Shelton this yesterday, and Derek Shelton said this team doesn't have a closer right now. I wrote about it yesterday. And it's something where I don't think that's a jab at Bednar. It's just something that the Pirates have been consistent with all spring. They said they don't have a closer right now. Now that could change sometime this week as they finalize the opening day roster and pick someone to hold that role. But they haven't dedicated it to anyone, and Bednar obviously falls into that. Now,
wow, hold on a second. This led off a notebook, I think, which is the reason I missed it. Everything that I've seen, even I think from Shelty, since the end of last year, indicated that yes, this is absolutely our guy. I mean, this is big news.
It's the second time he said it this spring. He said it to a national podcast early down here. But I thought at that time it was more, hey, we just want everyone to compete for that leverage spot. I decided to ask him yesterday because, this is the last full week of spring training, and I wanted to see if they had made a decision, if Bednar is their traditional closer, or if they're going to pick someone else for that role, or if they're not going to go with anyone. And as of right now, they have not named anyone their true closer right now. I don't know if that's a slight against Bednar and what he's done this spring, or more that maybe they're just going with a change in strategy with the coaching hires they've made this offseason. They're going to go with matchup-based bullpenning.
Who are the other candidates?
I would have to say Dennis Santana would be a lead guy. He's only allowed 1 hit this spring. He's looked really good.
And he was good last year, too, at the end.
Yeah, he was really good. This is a guy that the org is very high on. Since he's arrived, he's really taken off through the guidance of this pitching group here in Pittsburgh. Kyle Nicholas has had a really good spring. He's thrown 8 shutout innings. Those two I would look at. Maybe Lawrence is the guy they brought in from Colorado on a waiver claim. He's had 2 really good outings. I don't expect him to get instant opportunity there, but he has experience closing ball games before. Colin Holderman could be another guy that I could see pitching in the 9th inning. But they've got a lot of candidates. I mean, I don't know who's going to make the team as far as the bullpen is concerned. They've got probably 13 guys competing for these 9 spots, and I don't know who they're going to go to.
Noah, we appreciate the time, man. I know you're busy. Great coverage. And now we have a little topic here with Bednar. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Noah.
Absolutely. Take it easy, guys.
There he goes, the Noah Constrictor.
Isn't that like saying if you have 3 quarterbacks, you really don't have one? When you have a bullpen with a bunch of guys, but you really don't have one?
I mean, that is, he said, whether that's a slight on Bednar and his work in spring training, that is absolutely a slight to Bednar. It's a comment on Bednar's season, maybe his spring training. But, man, for Shelty to say out loud, I don't think we have that right now. I think right now we'll go and kind of figure out what we're going to do from there. That's pretty big. That Bednar is no longer the designated closer. It doesn't mean he won't be the guy when the season starts, but there's no public backing from the organization. Bob, that's big.
Yeah, it is big because that's what they, he got his arbitration case or the money he got with that in mind. But hey, I'm glad at least they're saying whatever you're doing is not good enough, and his spring has not been good. So if that matters to them, and it should, because that's what you're judging him on based on a season that I don't think was as good as his previous one, then you have to make necessary changes. That doesn't mean he won't emerge or won't end up getting back to that role. That means for now they're just looking at other guys. I will say that about Santana. He's been really good, especially this spring, but at the end of last year he was really good too. Every time they called on him, he did some pretty good stuff in there.
Man, I don't feel good about any of this.
Closers, though, emerge out of nowhere sometimes, Joe, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Guys you never think are going to be closers.
I'm not talking about that. I should have mentioned in my mind, I'm looking at the lineup right now. I don't feel good about this, Bob. Tommy Pham is your leadoff
Tommy
hitter.
Pham would not be on my team, honestly.
Kutch,
he is what he is, but he's a journeyman who's looking for work just year after year.
Yeah. Kutch as your cleanup hitter? And then you finish with Hayes, Stewart, and IKF. What do you think of that lineup?
I don't like that lineup. I think they should have done and spent more money in the offseason. They had every opportunity to do it. They have a pitching staff they think is going to be good as starters. They should have spent another $30 million on 2 players.
Even one guy. I know I always go to Jock Peterson because, and I'm not saying he's Barry Bonds, but he's a slugger, a bona fide slugger you put in the middle of your lineup, and then things start to look a little bit differently. And come on. What are we doing here with Tommy Pham in left field?
I don't know.
You go Reynolds, Cruz,
and all due respect to McCutchen, him as your cleanup hitter tells you that they have weaknesses throughout their batting lineup.
Oh my God, yes. They have weaknesses at the top, in the middle, and at the bottom. Other than that, they're real solid. What do you make of this? Limits.
Well, I am concerned about the bullpen. The rotation is the only thing that I feel pretty decent about. The bottom 3 of this order, guys, you know how we always harp on how the bottom 6 of the Penguins has been an issue for however many years? The bottom of this lineup is going to be, I think, a problem, especially if Brian Hayes gets hurt again.
What about the top with Tommy Pham? As a leadoff hitter?
I like Pham, but not as a leadoff hitter.
What do you like about Pham? I'd be curious to know. What do you like about him?
Well, what I was going to go to was he's a good contact hitter, puts the ball in play and can hit gaps, but last year he was not very good being able to do that.
He's 37 years old.
I would have preferred Peterson, too.
His on-base percentage in Kansas City was .228. That's your leadoff hitter.
I would have been okay seeing another year of Brian De La Cruz, and I'm not as confident in this bullpen.
When you're reaching for Brian De La Cruz, we know we're desperate here.
Yeah.
He played most of his games with the White Sox last year. He did 266 batting average. He actually had a decent on base for them at .330.
But Henry Davis, that was the other thing that he said. He believes he'll make the team as a second catcher. Good for that. Actually, what they need Henry Davis to turn into is a 30-home run guy they could slot as a designated hitter, cleanup hitter. That's what they'd like to see.
What happens to the human rain delay? Jason DeLay. What happens to Endy?
He's going down to the minors, apparently. I want to see Henry Davis do well. They need him to do well.
Man, I'll say. They
catch twice a week, and then DH twice a week or whatever. Just mix it all up.
And then Bednar, not the designated closer, although he still could be the closer. That's an eye-opener for me, Limits. I'm not saying I actually like it.
Yeah, me too.
I would have liked it better, I suppose, if he showed up at spring training and was lights out and he was the obvious choice. But I think you don't just roll out a guy because of his resume.
No. I mean, the pedigree from Bednar, like it's especially being a closer, it's a what have you done for me lately type of situation. I know he's a two-time All-Star, but last year was just a disaster, and he's given up 8 earned runs in 5 innings this year. 10 hits.
Yeah, he's really struggled.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to over hype or downplay stuff that's happening in spring training, but you got to see a little bit because he was a question mark coming into the spring training. So,
can you find from our last Shelty interview from last year, or from Shelty? Here's a better one, and I'm going to go check with Zangrilli. He's in the back right now. If I'm not mistaken, people in that organization, whether it's Shelty or Charrington, have said in the not-too-distant past that Bednar is the guy.
Yeah, he's still their closer.
So the organizational stance on that has apparently shifted. Jerry Dulac with a story about the Steelers' options should Aaron Rodgers not choose them and Russell Wilson not be available. I don't even know if the Steelers want Russell Wilson. What then? What then? Jerry mapped it out in the Post-Gazette. We'll talk about it next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Join Pomp and Joe this Wednesday as they broadcast from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. It's for our special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call to bid on special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. You also support now. You can by texting NEED to 50155. All the details at 937thefan.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Twins are just about to begin and deliver the first pitch from Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates to start it off, as he will on opening day on the 27th in Miami. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA with the broadcast now on the air. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Hampton Beer Outlet. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every leaf filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking getting a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens on the mound, top half of the first inning. Pirates against Minnesota in Bradenton. Spring training action. You can listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Top half of the first with 2 runners on currently and 2 outs. Skeens 20 pitches into the game. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Bob and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Bob. So I'm going back to find Dan Zangrilli after our last segment,
yes,
as I sometimes do, to talk baseball. And I walk by a man in the hallway here that I've never seen in the hallway here. And he says, "Oh, hey, Joe," and just keeps walking. And I said, "Hey, Robbie, wait a second. That's Robbie Smikowski."
Yes, it is.
It was incredible. There he was. And here he is.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are you,
It's
sir?
good to see you.
I did not have this on my bingo card, ending up talking on the Fan with you guys, but I'm very happy and thankful to do so. I was on with the great Marty Griffin. He was talking about sports gambling and the impact it has on athletes, on how there's a great story was written in, I believe it was yesterday's PG, talking about how Zach Austin, the kid who plays at Pitt, was facing threats on his social media account because of that controversial foul call that took place.
I saw that.
I believe it was sometime maybe last week, and we were just talking about how ridiculous it is that athletes have to face these types of comments from people who, quite frankly, are terrible at gambling.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not Zach Austin's fault.
It's not his fault. It was what he did. But
right.
now
Zach did not have the desired outcome, but he stepped right up to the microphone and said he did not have his best day, and he was very open and honest about it, but he had to face all these threats, which is just ridiculous. So we were talking about that, and here I am.
And then we were talking about a book project, which is what led me to bring him in here, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a fascinating development here for all baseball fans out there. Listen to what Robbie has to say, because I think if you love baseball, and specifically if you've traveled to baseball stadiums, like a lot of people I know have, you will be interested.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. The one thing I learned, I've loved baseball my whole life, long before I got a job working as a TV reporter for 3 different teams. So I don't know if you know part of the background. I worked with the Minnesota Twins from 2009 to 2012 as their primary TV reporter. Then I did Minnesota Timberwolves, I did the Minnesota Wild, and I did the University of Minnesota hockey team, the Golden Gophers as well. Then I come here and I became the Pirates TV reporter for 11 seasons. And then last year I spent a little under half a season with the Texas Rangers as a TV reporter and host with them. And now I am spending my first full month of March here in the city of Pittsburgh, and it's pretty cool because I've always been at spring training, so I never had a chance to be here. I've never had a chance to see what St. Patty's Day is like in the last 16 years.
Right.
So
you miss those green hats and green shirts you have to wear.
We had to wear Pump. I'm not kidding you. We had to wear the ugliest green shirts when we did this spring training broadcast, but it was cool. I get it. Like it was fine. It was just the shirt was ugly. That's all.
Well, you were showing us some photos. I don't know how much of the book you want to give away here, but some of the stuff there was really cool. I was just on the phone yesterday talking about cool books. Now I forget who I was talking to. One of the books that came out recently, maybe in the last 5 years, is called The Wax Pack. It was a guy out in
baseball
California.
Cards.
Yes. He said, I'm going to open up a pack of baseball cards from my youth. And this guy grew up in the 80s.
Right.
And every card that comes up, I'm going to go find that person and do a story of his life. And it's an unbelievable book.
That's incredible.
So I'm very keen.
That is amazing.
On great ideas. And I think your ideas is so cool.
Yeah, thank you. And Joe and Pump, I can't thank you guys enough for giving me the chance to do this because this is a real passion project of mine, right? So I got let go by the incoming network that came in December of 2013. And or 2013, Jesus, I got here. I worked 2013 season, December of 2023, and I had traveled for a while because I knew at some point in my life I was not going to be traveling to baseball stadiums for a living, making my living traveling the ballparks and asking some, depending on your opinion, dumb questions of baseball players, right, or some good ones. But anyways, I knew at some point in time I was not going to be doing that for a living, so I went and bought a camera before the 2017 season because the Pirates were getting set to have opening day at Wrigley Field. Now, we always get there a day and a half early for opening day because I try to go to workout day and gather any kind of sound or stories or anything that I need to get in advance of opening day because obviously it's a very big day. Now, it's not to say we didn't put our best effort the other 161 games of the year, but opening day is so special, and it meant the world to us to put on the best possible broadcast we could as a group. So I wanted to document opening day just with a digital camera. Because remember, cell phone cameras were advancing really good, so the price of digital cameras kind of dropped quite a bit because they weren't selling as many. So I bought a real good one for I was like $400 or $500. I'm like, I'm going to travel with this. And I love ballparks my whole life. I just love baseball stadiums. Think about it, right? We're on a sports station. You guys know this. You go to an NBA or an NHL arena. For the most part, they're cookie cutter. You have a few one-offs, a couple special features here and there, but by and large, the playing surface is the same, the seating bowl is the same, and you have a few different quirks here and there, but that's about it. You look at football stadiums, okay, still pretty different, but nonetheless, it's still a football field and a bunch of seats around it. But when you look at baseball stadiums, there's something magical about it. You have seats that are really close to the field, seats that are far if you're in Oakland, in different places, but then you have quirks of every place. Every ballpark has a quirk. You have the Clemente Wall in Pittsburgh. You have the Green Monster in Fenway. You have,
the Ivy in Wrigley.
The Ivy in Wrigley. You have splash hits in San Francisco. There is nothing that connects a venue more with its city than a baseball stadium. You get the pool in Arizona. So what I decided to do was rack my brain, and I started to just look around how big my Rolodex really was around Major League Baseball. So I realized, you know what, I think I could compile some pretty good stories, and I just took photos of all 30 ballparks as I was traveling. Most days I would go an hour early to the ballpark and just walk around while it was empty and just take pictures of every possible aspect of the ballpark. Now, a few things. Clubhouses were off limits, so I didn't take any pictures inside a clubhouse at all. So none of those are going to be in the book. But what I did was I would take pictures of what the walk was like for a player once he leaves the clubhouse to get to the dugout.
Cool.
And I took pictures of the dugout.
Love to see that.
Yeah.
It's different in every single place.
The bat rack, the helmet rack, how catcher's gear is hung. What does each bullpen, even the bullpens are significantly different from place to place around baseball. You look at the quirks, you look at the concourses, the food stands, the press boxes, the view from the top. Some places have a beautiful view. PNC Park is the best view in Major League Baseball. I've been to all 30. Nothing matches PNC Park. Nothing. It's as good as it gets. But then you go to places like Milwaukee where they just have a roof and that's it. Now, it's not to knock American Family Field because it's a beautiful ballpark too, but there's just not a lot of scenery. So I kind of wanted to give the avid to diehard baseball fan a tour through all 30 ballparks, right? So you think about it, how many baseball fans, what they would give to travel to all 30 ballparks. So some have, and a great friend of mine, a guy named Paul Hogan, a retired Pittsburgh firefighter, has been to, he's got like 5 or 6 more to go. He's trying to knock off all 30, and he's 53 years old and still has a ways to go to do it. Yeah. He started 20 years ago, right? So what I wanted to do is use my experience as a Major League Baseball announcer and my access to just take these photos and kind of share what the experience is like, where you can tour all 30 ballparks in and out through the comfort of your own home. So what we did is I just started calling around and I interviewed people for the book, just different people connected. Yes, players and coaches, but I'm chasing down a beer vendor in Arizona. I'm chasing down players. I'm chasing down broadcasters, ushers, fans, bar owners, how a baseball stadium has impacted bars and restaurants around ballparks and what it meant. I'm chasing down a guy who owns a restaurant in Baltimore and talks about all the old famous players that would come in there after hours, sit there and drink beers and eat dinner all night. So just a lot of insider access. So if you're an avid to diehard baseball fan, you're going to love it. And I have a couple examples, of kind of what the angle was. Vince Scully, in my opinion, the greatest baseball announcer in the history of the sport, right? I think it varies, but I think he would be in everybody's top 3 or 5, I would think, right, Pomp?
Absolutely. And that voice, it was such a soothing. He did games without a color broadcaster.
Exactly. And he's that'll never happen again. He did until the end of 2016 when he stopped broadcasting games. So I went and interviewed Vin's right-hand man, Boyd Robertson, who stood 1 foot away from Vin for 26 years. And what was it like working with Vin standing a foot away? What was that experience like? Barry Bonds, when he hit number 756, August 7th, 2007, in San Francisco, I interviewed the pitcher that gave up that homer, and he talks about what it was like trying to get a taxi that night because he had a buddy in town going to the game, and they were going to hang out and get a beer after the game. So just a lot of different unique stories, and there's over 100 of them. We can go on and on and on, but I'll tell you one more funny one. Glenn Perkins is a former closer in the big leagues, made 3 All-Star teams, born and raised in Minnesota. And in 2013, he made his first All-Star team, and he was in the clubhouse with Mariano Rivera. That was his final year. Gave a speech to the whole American League team in the clubhouse. So he talks about what that moment was like.
Wow.
And then the next year, he got the save in 2014 at Target Field, his home city, and he tells a story about how Idina Menzel, the lady who sung the song Frozen, he had 6 and 8-year-old daughters at the time. So he goes up to Idina Menzel and says, "Hey, can my daughters meet you? They're 6 and 8. They love you." She goes, "Yeah, but I would like an autographed ball from Derek Jeter first." So Perkins had to go in the clubhouse and ask Derek Jeter to sign a ball for him so his daughters could meet Idina Menzel. So it's just a bunch of stuff like that. Just a lot of insider stories.
And I like what you have. It's
Robbie and Smikowski, by the way, is who we're talking to.
Joey has this QR code that is popular now these days. But what does that QR code unlock for you if you're going through this book?
Yeah, so each ballpark is a chapter, and we're going to have a couple bonus chapters in the book, too. We're doing a bonus chapter on the Baseball Hall of Fame, which, by the way, if there are any baseball fans out there who haven't had a chance to get to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, you absolutely, positively have to get there. Absolutely, positively got to get there because it's an experience you won't see anywhere else, and it's an amazing, beautiful, wonderful place for baseball. We're doing a bonus chapter on that, and then we're doing another chapter on a lady named Janet Marie Smith. Have any of you heard of her? And it's not a trick question.
No.
So you remember when PNC Park back in 2021 got redesigned? You know, they took a couple sections out. They added the bullpen bar and the landing. So she helped redesign it. But she also designed Camden Yards, largely known as one of the most beautiful ballparks. She redesigned Dodger Stadium. So we have a chapter going in on ballpark design and ballpark redesign. How you take an old park and make it a little more interesting. Fenway Park she consulted with. So she's worked with all these different places. So we really just talk about the beauty of ballparks and what goes into them. And then we look into famous moments or just the everyday experience that has taken place at each park.
What's the name of the book, Robbie?
It's going to be, for the first time, I have not said this yet, so thank you. It's going to be called Sacred Grounds, the name of the book, Sacred Grounds.
I love that title.
That's going to be the name of the book, Sacred Grounds. And there's going to be a QR code pop. Sorry, I got off track there.
No,
but if I'm talking too long, just cut me off if you got to get the break or whatever.
No, please.
Okay.
Keep going. We don't have breaks.
Okay. So what we're doing is I decided with we're working with a guy, an author. His name is Kyle Fager, and he's fantastic. Stephen Knezevich, also marketing and website guy, and a lady named Anna Hall, a small team. Anna lives in Seattle. She's a graphic designer that's laying out the pages and curating all the photos and all that for us. And I hired a team because obviously I'm not a professional writer, so I wanted people who are really good at writing, and that's what they did for a living. So I hired a small business. So there's 4 of us putting this book together, and each of us have a unique role. And I don't know. I'm not kidding. I don't know how the hell this even happened, but I came up with this idea. I'm like, we have to cater to the short attention span to the long and everywhere in between. So what we did was we got these QR codes. I said, let's put a QR code in each book, and I wanted to link to a site because I have over probably 6,000 or 7,000 photos that I've taken. Now, by the time we look at the repeats and all that, it's going to be a little less. But the QR code is going to link to a site. Once you read the short stories in the book, you can click a QR code and read my whole conversation with that interview subject. So like Justin Morneau, 2006 AL MVP, he's in the book. And then I interviewed a lady who works in press dining in Cincinnati. You can read a story about Marty Brennaman busting her chops day in and day out, about what that's like. So it's really the people who've given fans moments of greatness, and then people who have ridden shotgun for moments of greatness or the everyday experience. I'm chasing down one of Bob Uecker's security guys too. I got to try to track down him because Bob needed 2 security guards every time he walked around Miller Park. So you can read the interview transcripts. I want to have at least 150 to 200 more pictures of every single ballpark that you're going to be able to check out and basically tour every stadium from the comfort of your own home.
What a great idea, man! Get us a copy of the book for sure, and then we'll talk about it when it comes out.
I will. We've mid-September, yeah. And
perfect.
It's either going to fail spectacularly or it's going to do okay. We'll see.
I think baseball,
but I took a big risk.
Of them out there.
Yeah,
they want to see this kind of stuff.
And to be honest, I'll talk a little bit on the personal side. I mean, obviously, it's very devastating losing your career when you've done absolutely nothing wrong. And that happened to me here at my job with the Pirates. So this kind of became a passion project and to kind of cash out, if you will, from my career in baseball, and I hope fans out there are going to take a liking to it.
2 minutes left, Robbie. Tell us your most memorable interview of your Pirate career.
Pirate career? Ooh. Oh, man. A whole career, I was going to say Ellen DeGeneres.
Tell us that one, then.
I was in Minnesota when I was with the Twins.
I wouldn't have expected that answer.
But here's why. Here's why, Pomp. So she comes to a game in Minnesota. She was doing something with her programming and doing a media junket, and part of it was an interview with me. Lucky her, right? So I meet her an inning and a half ahead of time. Like, hey, Ellen, I know you've been to a ton of baseball games before, and she's like, no, I haven't. I'm like, what? How the hell have you not been to a baseball game before? So I interview her, and I said, can I ask you about that? And Target Field in Minnesota was still new at the time in its second year of operation. She talks about it. The next day, I woke up to like 50 messages. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I just did an interview like I do every night at my job. It was on the front page of yahoo.com. This was like in 2011. Ellen DeGeneres attends her first baseball game.
Wow. Were you at the wild card game? Were you already on the job here for that?
I was, yes. And yes, I was there. As a fan, we didn't broadcast, so I went as a fan with my friends.
What a game
Amazing.
That was.
Top 3 game I've ever seen in my life in person.
Ron Cook says the same thing.
Nothing
Top one for him.
I interviewed Sam LeCure, who is a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds for that game, to talk about what was it like sitting in the bullpen that night when Cueto dropped the ball. What was it like he pitched the 8th inning? What was it like pitching in that environment? And then I talked to Neil Walker about it as well, who played in that game and had the final putout.
Awesome stuff, Robbie.
That was unbelievable. I never heard a chant like that. That's a hockey chant that you would normally get for a goaltender.
Yeah.
And then you got it on.
It was
I'll
incredible.
hear it for the rest of my life.
I will never forget that as long as I'm alive.
Me too. Robbie, thanks for stopping in.
Great to
Joe,
see you.
impromptu here.
Bob, thank you guys very much.
I wish you a lot of luck, and make sure you come back when it's all out, and we'll talk about it even more.
Yes.
Pop, you know what I want to know? You have a hat on right now. What does your hair look like under that hat? Because I've never seen
it. Looks great. Are you kidding me?
You and Rich Walsh, the two best hairdos in Pittsburgh.
Rich
and I'm angry at both of you.
I have to put a lot of product. He doesn't, so mine is kind of messy right now. I'll show you in a break.
All right. That was cool.
I love your hair, Bob.
Fan Twitter brought to you
Yours
by...
is great. It doesn't move ever either.
I know, but it's not Rich or you.
Good to see you, Robbie.
South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Robbie was on the Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up next, let's get to that Jerry Dulac story on what are the options beyond Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. Should it come to that, we'll talk about it next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens allows an RBI double top half of the second inning as Minnesota leads the Pirates 1-0 with 2 outs, and you can listen to it on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. Skeens, it was announced over the weekend, will start on opening day for the Buccos, March 27th in Miami. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 10 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. This year's #1 seeds look strong, and Vegas gives them all a good shot to win the NCAA tournament. You can see the flaws in this group of ones. Auburn has lost 3 out of 4. Duke star Cooper Flagg is hurt. Houston has been disappointing as a top seed. Florida's red hot, but they're a little bit unproven. Be careful when you're going chalk. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's not luck that Fine Wine and Good Spirits has top-shelf Irish whiskeys on sale this March. Take Redbreast Single Pot Still 12-year-old. It scored 95 points from the Beverage Tasting Institute. Impressive. Jameson Black Barrel, 90 points from Whiskey Advocate. Nice. It's not luck. It's generations of craft from Ireland's finest whiskey makers. Save $5 on both, in-store or online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union continues to grow. They're proud to announce their newest location on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and become one of the nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians who are part of the family. Visit AllegiantFCU.org today. Steelers fans, Boyd & Blair has created 6 limited edition bottles to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Steelers' 1974 World Championship. The legacy of the 1974 championship and their iconic defensive line are forever immortalized with the introduction of the Steel Curtain Spirits. BoydandBlair.com. Enjoy 93.7 The Fan and the college basketball tourney at DJ's Famous Ribs in Murraysville, Friday from noon to 2. Stop by for your chance to win some great prizes. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Restaurant owners, we need you. Register your restaurant now at 937thefan.com to become part of our Dine and Donate Week supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank starting on March 17th through the 23rd. You can join us. That's today, I believe, is the 17th. Am I right about that?
Yes. St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day. You can join us at various local restaurants, including Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations, Albero Verde, and more, with part of food sales going to our Feed the Need Radiothon. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Bob, you got a better candidate than Mulsey?
No, at this point. But that's your de facto pick every time. So, I understand. But no, I don't have any. I was trying to look through Twitter to find some, but I haven't seen so many so far.
All right. Well, Mulsey's always a good choice. And Limits, you have a message for the people, do you
Yes,
not?
Bob, we're very excited for this. Everyone can join Pomp and Joe on Wednesday, March 19th. That's 2 days away. We'll broadcast at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for our special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call to bid on special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. So you can support us right now by texting NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155, and all the details are at 937thefan.com. Very exciting for Wednesday.
I love that. One year he literally rolled out a red carpet, the General did, for Ron and I, and we didn't, for some reason I didn't pick up on it, that there was an actual red, I thought it was just part of the normal store, but he rolled out a red carpet.
He went over and above for you.
God only knows what he's going to do for you, Bob. I don't know. It's going to be gigantic. But
I'm looking forward to going there because it's been a while. We've talked about it. I've never done it. So.
Yeah, it's fantastic. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Jerry Dulac, if Aaron Rodgers goes elsewhere, what are the Steelers' next QB options? I just got a tweet from somebody saying, are you getting sick of Steeler quarterback talk? Now? No. I mean, maybe like, in the middle of, I don't know, February or something, but now it's heating up. Are you kidding me? We're sitting here waiting if Aaron Rodgers is going to choose the Steelers. They just brought back Mason Rudolph. Mr. Unlimited is still out there. And who knows who they might get if nobody wants them. So Jerry is throwing out some suggestions here, or some things he thinks, are at least imaginable.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
That guy is one of them, although, as he says, it's become apparent the team is not in any hurry to bring back Russell Wilson right now. He said the only viable trade that makes sense would be to acquire players such as Kirk Cousins, who the Falcons have decided to keep on their roster. That decision triggered a $10 million roster bonus Cousins would be owed for the 2026 season. And, of course, Rudolph back on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Bob, I don't know what they do. He says, Dulac says they're going to draft a guy, but probably not in the first round. He says he'll be surprised if that happens. I won't necessarily be surprised. But where do they go beyond Rodgers and Wilson? Jameis Winston, is he still out there?
I wouldn't do that, but there are options. You mentioned Marcus Mariota, Joe Flacco. I really would have taken Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Just because. At least I wanted guys with potential upside, which is why I was so interested in keeping Justin Fields. But if they draft someone in the 3rd or 4th round to be a quarterback, I don't think it's the eventual franchise quarterback they'll be looking for. I think that person will be taken next year.
I'm not so sure about that.
I just think they're going to have a lot of extra surplus in draft capital. They can move a little bit around. And if they see someone they like to move up 5, 6, 10 spots the way they did with Devin Bush, they may be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about a third-round pick this year, almost like you have to take a quarterback. I don't think you take one this year or next year if you don't like him. I mean,
no, if you don't like him, you don't take him. But if you think potentially a guy like Howard out of Ohio State,
I think they like
Ewers,
Jackson Dart.
I think a lot of people like Jackson Dart. Right
I don't have any knowledge of that. I should say I hope they like Jackson Dart.
They may not, or they may say, we're not doing that at the expense of this. We need this for now to help this position.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of things in play here, but this quarterback situation, I have a feeling, is going to carry into next year. We're going to be in the same kind of situation, which is why you got to get it figured out sooner rather than later if you can.
And he also, Jerry, talks about Mason Rudolph and says, despite past indecision and even more reluctance with their former third-round choice, the Steelers think Rudolph showed them enough at the end of the 2023 season to be an effective, albeit temporary starter. Why didn't they just bring him back last year then? If they thought that.
Yeah, I thought if that's how they felt, they should have done that last year. They had every opportunity to do it, and they didn't.
And he says that might seem hard to believe based on the way they've treated Rudolph in the past. I've never bought this one, Bob, the alleged mistreatment of Mason Rudolph.
No, he had plenty of opportunities to get in there. And I did think, though, because of the way he ended that 2 years ago, that run that got 3 wins into the playoffs, I thought he would be back. Maybe not as a starter, but he would get a contract from them, and he didn't.
I mean, I think they were pretty good to Mason Rudolph. They drafted him. That's the first thing. Moved up to draft him. He got his chance when Ben went down. And even got a chance later in the year after he was horrible in the Cleveland game, the night that Myles Garrett attacked him, then was horrible in a Cincinnati game right after that and got benched. They still brought him back later in the year, and I believe gave him a start against the Jets with the playoffs on the line.
Yeah, he did well in that game, I thought.
And he got hurt.
They
had to bring back in Duck.
Right.
So I don't know that I would have given him another chance after what happened that year and how bad he was in those 2 games, but they did. And then when they brought him in a couple years ago, with the whole Pickett stuff going on, he played a really good game. They didn't have to bring him back. Tomlin could have justified, hey, Pickett's our starter. He got hurt. He's coming back into the lineup. They let Mason go right in through the playoff game, played the playoff game. Where is all the mistreatment of Mason Rudolph? Not to mention, Tomlin went above and beyond to defend Mason Rudolph when Myles Garrett accused him of uttering a racial slur, and Tomlin essentially said, that did not happen. I would know if that happened, he said. He went on Stephen A. Smith and said, that did not happen.
Right. No, he totally defended him, and I was surprised that they just let him walk to Tennessee. I thought they'd create a spot for him, that's all. Right. It doesn't have to be a starter spot. At the time, they didn't know what was going to happen there.
Yeah.
Then the Kenny Pickett stuff fell apart, and all of a sudden now they're revamping the entire quarterback room.
They also, by the way, gave him $3 million to stand around with a clipboard. And if him or his agent were stupid enough to believe that after they signed Mitch Trubisky and drafted a guy in the first round, that Mason Rudolph was going to get a legit chance to start that year, they were out of their minds. You don't sign a free agent and then draft somebody in the first round and find a way to stage you can't have a legitimate 3-man competition in camp. So I'm not buying that one either.
No.
And now he's back, and he's back for one reason, because they've been rejected and because they're desperate. That's why.
And because of it, he gets a 2-year deal for $8.5 million. Good for him. He might end up being the starter on opening day. And if that's the case, that's fine. If it gets down to this and that's where we are, so be it. See what he does. You know you're going to draft quarterbacks in the next year and 2, maybe both years. And that's the most important thing you got to figure out. I am not of the belief. And by the way, does Jerry seem to suggest that the Aaron Rodgers deal is not a 2-year deal? It's a 1-year deal?
1 year. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah. He also said it's not about money, but I'm inferring from all that it could be about term.
Could be about term. It could be about I still think money is a big factor. If he's going to get paid, he wants to get whatever he can get for his final rodeo. So I do think money is still an issue.
Yeah. And the other thing with Rudolph is that he made $10 million here. He's a fringe quarterback. This is life on the fringe. They draft a guy, he's ahead of you. They bring in Aaron Rodgers, he's ahead of you. They sign even Mitch Trubisky in free agency, he's ahead of you. That's life as a fringe athlete in professional sports.
There's nothing wrong with being a fringe athlete making $10 million, I can tell you that.
Right.
Because in the real world in which we live, that goes a long way.
Thank you, Bob. Good night.
Good night. See you, Joe. Bye, Austin.
Bye. See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens working around some trouble top half of the third inning. 2 guys are on once again for Minnesota. It's been frequent that Skeens has had to work out of a jam. It's a 2-1 advantage for the Pirates after Ke'Bryan Hayes hit his first home run of the spring. And Skeens is able to induce a bounce out to go to the bottom half of the third inning, keep it 2-1. You can listen to that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Penguins riding a 4-game winning streak will play the Islanders tomorrow, 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Knicks host the Miami Heat tonight as a classic Eastern Conference rivalry is renewed. New York returns to the friendly confines of Madison Square Garden after a long West Coast road trip, and they are the side to back tonight as a 7-point favorite against a struggling Miami team that is an awful 0-5 against the number in their last 5 games. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at their exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let the madness begin.
Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream, or you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this, but I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed, dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up, there's doctors all around. You telling them, I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here, he seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar, you hear me? This is Top Dollar.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The great rewards hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. fan. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeen struck out the side in the first inning, another spring training tune-up for the opening day starter for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's time for the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's that picture in Malibu where he's got the pods on, and I'm thinking every NFL GM is thinking, just make an effing decision, okay? You're not married, you don't have kids, you're not doing much, you're golfing, and you're reading Greek mythology. Listen, I've talked to 2 GMs, and they're like, I'm not interested.
Good afternoon, everybody. Malzy across from me, fresh off an appearance in the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Donnie Football here as well for 4 hours. And the Aaron Rodgers staring match continues. Zero movement over the weekend. But you know what? I didn't let it ruin my weekend. Was not glued to the phone. I made a deal with myself. And the deal was similar to what Cowherd pretty much said there to open. F it. I'm not going to let this guy, he's holding the Steelers hostage. I'm not going to let Aaron Rodgers hold my life hostage.
Wow. That's big of you. You've finally seen the light, and
Didn't feel like it.
Though I think when it's time to get quarterback thirsty for your favorite football team, you dive right in.
Was not going to be glued to my phone.
You say, turn on the hose, here I am. You have turned over a new leaf.
Not worth it for him.
You realize that whatever this guy has left, it really does not come close to outweighing the annoying drama that seems to follow his every decision. Cowherd's right.
There's going to be no, hallelujah moment or no, we did it, or no time for high fives or anything like that when it happens.
If it happens.
If it happens, yeah.
I mean, reportedly, they're not even making the best offer to him.
Right. And Dulac said on the Steelers flagship this morning that it's only a one-year deal.
That it's not about the money, it's about the term, which means it is about the money in the end, if you know what I'm saying.
So if the Giants are willing to go 2 and guarantee a lot more money, then I would think that makes it more complicated for Aaron Rodgers, which is why he's roaming beaches at dusk or whenever that was taken. Maybe it's when the sun comes up.
When's the lighting the best for pictures like that? Since we all assume this is calculated.
He would ask that question exactly. He would say to the guy, when do you need me out there?
I'll have that shawl at the ready. and I will have they're not AirPods. They're just wired earbuds.
Yeah, because he doesn't want
that Bluetooth or 5G or whatever it is getting into his brain.
Well, there is information out there about that.
Info.
Yes, some people think that it can cause cancer. There's a lot of conspiracy.
Have you done your own research on that one?
I've dabbled.
Dabbled?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't have the phone open, though. You must have had a very fulfilling weekend doing other things while you weren't paying attention as the Rogers turns.
I didn't turn sports off. I watched the Penguins game. I watched all the basketball games. I was at Robert Morris's party last night.
Enough about that for a second.
Tournament.
Yeah, I have a theory on that. Your party appearance, by the way. This is hardly number one on my list. What are the Penguins doing? Are they trying to F this up for themselves again? What are we doing here? Just very briefly.
Shall we cue up hockey talk music
No.
now?
No. This is more like a 10-second aside. You had a chance at a top 5 pick. I guess you still might get one. But all of a sudden, you're playing like a team that wants to make the playoffs. What are you doing?
Playing like a team possessed. Tristan Jarry now looks like Patrick Waugh in goal for them.
Just kind of an aside. Very odd. Yeah, I have a theory, though, about I think you've managed to be a jinx again.
For what?
I think maybe Robert Morris, who many people feel with their strong finish, the way the Horizon League usually gets a little bit more respect. I feel like I've seen Cleveland State win the league and be a 14, maybe even a 13
Oakland
once.
was a 14 win in the league last year.
I just feel like maybe Robert Morris had their seed one line low because you were there.
Well,
the power of your jinx.
We can ask Andy
extended.
about that at 3:30.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to talk to him.
The Rogers thing, I would think, for the people that were on the fence about it, and I find that hard to believe, but let's just say that they're just like with an election in a big decision that has to get made. There's undecided out there. There's people that see pros and see cons and have a hard time making up their mind and vacillate and ruminate on it and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
I am guessing here, not talking to all these people nonstop, although like even at that event yesterday, people are coming up to me and asking, what are the Steelers going to do at quarterback? What's going on with Aaron Rodgers? Everyone is thinking about it. I'm just not obsessing about it to the point where it's ruining my life. I would think the undecided people have to be turned off by what's going on here. That he's just letting them twist in the wind, and the once proud Steelers, the owners of 6 Lombardis, are at the mercy and the beck and call of a 41-year-old quarterback. It is embarrassing. I'll use the E word. That their whole offseason now is paused because they need to wait on this guy.
Who do you think there needs to wait? Is it just Tomlin at this point? Like, if everybody else just stripped Mike out of the decision-making process somehow in, like, some fantasy world, they'd already just make a move and be done with it?
Maybe, but I even think those guys are like, well, we've gone this far. Might as well not turn around.
Well, actually, that's sunk cost fallacy 101, although they haven't actually paid anything. Even as I say that out loud, trying to laugh and say that it's clearly Tomlin who wants Rodgers, if Art Rooney suddenly took the, wrestled away control of the steering wheel, we'd be getting another year of Donnie, right? Mr. Unlimited.
But that whole idea of, well, this guy's leading us on, he's breaking our balls, he's making us wait here, he's probably not even going to say yes to us, we're not even number one on his list of suitors. If they had decided last Monday that they weren't going to play this song and dance with him, okay, well, you've got Justin Fields, you've got Sam Darnold, you've got guys out there they might actually like. Those options have all dried up. So,
Jameis is out there, but we know they'd never like him because the coach hates turnovers.
Exactly. So the only realistic plan B for me is the guy that they signed to a 2-year, $8 million deal, Mason.
Who Tomlin also doesn't really like, or else he would have kept him.
Which is another reason why I feel like now that Mason's in their back pocket, they feel like we might as well wait on Rodgers. We might as well let this a-hole call shots here and dictate to us the terms of the negotiation. So I think there are people out there that just want Rodgers and are curious and are interested in just seeing how that works.
He's a big name, and by definition, a big name makes things more interesting.
There's obviously also the camp of the anti-Tomlin people out there that want to see Rodgers put Tomlin in his place, and that whole thing blow up in Tomlin's face. And maybe that egg on his face will end up in him eventually being fired, yes?
If Rodgers is this disliked by perhaps the anti-Rodgers to begin with crowd and the independent voter crowd, if you want to call it that, if he were to submarine things for the Steelers, would it guarantee that everyone got mad at Mike? What if Mike became sympathetic in all of that?
I don't think so. Because Mike's going to get blamed for, like, not knowing what he was getting into or being naive or being ignorant to the idea that, like that woman who says, I'll take on this guy who's got all kinds of, he's a degenerate gambler who never has his finances
The old
straight.
I can fix him
I'll
bit?
fix him, exactly.
You think Mike is saying that about a quarterback who's past his prime? I can fix him.
I'm not saying he's of the opinion that he'll, quote, fix Rodgers. I think he's like, we can coexist. He respects me. I respect him. We'll be
think that's the
equals.
most
This is not Robert Saleh and
I think that's
Aaron
the most
Rodgers.
interesting thing about it.
He
I
looked
think
at
once
Mike
he gets
McCarthy
here,
as a boob who would have like mayonnaise on his face mid
Mike
conversation.
McCarthy is a way better coach for what Aaron Rodgers cares about than Mike Tomlin is. I think that would be the most fascinating subplot because I think the honeymoon would be over almost instantaneously. I do. He'd be like, yeah, I respect Mike to some degree because of the way he talks about his players and this, that, and the other thing. The first time Mike actually challenged him behind the scenes, I think that would be a swift end to that honeymoon.
412-928-9370. Your thoughts on the Aaron Rodgers wait dragging on? Donnie, your take after a weekend full of tomfoolery. There was a trip to Dormont and a bar crawl there and whatnot. That happened on Saturday night.
Haven't been to Dormont in a minute, man.
Much
making
more,
a comeback.
Much more my speed at
like Dormont bar crawl specifically is more your speed?
Yeah, I'm not trying to do the South Side, North Shore thing.
So the South Side's a young man's
You're
game
retiring
anymore.
that jersey? It's up in the rafters?
Yeah, it is. It got pulled up there Saturday
It's got
morning.
like a .19 on it for Donnie's BAC in those days.
Were you, though, checking your phone constantly and Twitter searching Aaron Rodgers and looking for Adam Schefter updates constantly?
No, I feel like that ended after like the 72-hour mark of waiting on this. Like, okay,
Are you annoyed by him now?
Yeah, I mean, I was annoyed by him last week. And I feel like a lot of fans probably are. You guys both are.
Yes.
I mean, it is annoying. The Steelers, I feel as if Aaron Rodgers was 25 or 35 or hell, even 38 3 years ago, as recently as then, when he won his last MVP. I could understand the Steelers waiting on this guy and wanting to pay him a good amount of money. Not now.
But that's
41 years old. They're letting this guy wrap them around his finger.
That's the thing, though. Like, that's the fundamental part of this. If he was that player anymore, he would not be available to them right now. He would never have hit free agency. If he was still that guy, honestly, like the Jets would have probably made the playoffs and maybe made a run last year. Then they'd have just said, hey, Aaron, it's going great. Let's keep this thing going. You're an anomaly just like Tom Brady. So he is fundamentally not the guy that everyone says, oh, yeah, this would be worth it waiting on him for. And he's never going to be that player again.
And they might be able to twist it afterwards and say, we wanted Aaron Rodgers all along. Look, we're paying him more than we would have paid Justin Fields. And I will buy that to some degree if it happens. What definitely will not be true is that Aaron Rodgers wanted the Steelers first.
I think he wants the Vikings.
He is waiting out the Vikings. That's what this is about.
There are people even floating that if the Vikings say no to him, he'll just peace out and hang it up.
Or just wait until someone gets hurt in season. I heard Pompiani bring that up, which I thought was a good point. Maybe a quarterback on a team he likes more gets injured and he comes in riding the white horse. What a slap in the face that is to the Steelers. I mean, if he chooses the Giants over them, that's an all-time diss. But it's not like if he chooses the Vikings, it's something where I would feel like, okay, I get it. That team has one of the worst, like, in terms of heartbreaking losses in playoff history, right up there with the Bills and the Browns and the Lions and teams like that. And yeah, like they are more ready to win offensively with the coach they have and the players they have. But still, they had the same outcome as the Steelers last year. They played a first-round playoff game, and they got absolutely destroyed. It's not like we say things like the Vikings are more ready to win. What have they done the last couple of times they've been in the playoffs? They've had great regular seasons. Daniel Jones freaking worked them over in a home playoff game.
They would just say Kevin O'Connell's the best offensive mind of the bunch, and that's where it begins.
I understand that, but it's not like Aaron Rodgers is deciding between the Bills, who are like knocking on the door every year, and the Steelers. It's another team whose playoff history is not all that much better than the Steelers. I'm not talking about going back to the 1970s losing Super Bowls. I'm talking about even like the last 15 years. And Rodgers is just keeping his fingers crossed. He's praying that Kevin O'Connell calls him.
If he would choose the Vikings and Kevin O'Connell is ready to go with Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers should absolutely make a call to them about McCarthy.
Right.
And I'm not even a huge McCarthy guy. I feel like his numbers weren't as good as they looked at Michigan. He kind of got carried to a national title. But let's not act like the Steelers are flush with options right now, and it's a 22-year-old kid on a rookie deal.
Let's take some calls on this next. We've got some big March Madness guests today, including St. Francis's coach this hour, Andy Toole next hour, a WPIAL legend later in the show. Back in the tournament. You can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates Fan Text Line, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370. How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers dragging this on and on? Are you out on Aaron Rodgers? Were you in, now you're out? Were you lukewarm and now you're out? Are you still staunchly in, even though he's playing games with the Steelers? 412-928-9370. Take your calls next as the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
7-3 win for the Penguins on Saturday. Tristan Jarry, 24 saves in the effort. Pens welcome the Islanders tomorrow. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The March Beer of the Month is Hey Honey from Two Phrase Brewing, and the Charity of the Month is Yasu, Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL champions typically build from the trenches, O-line, D-line. The Cincinnati Bengals are going against the grain. Last night it was announced that they're paying wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins huge money, and they've already paid quarterback Joe Burrow. The problem now? Build a team around those mega-talented skill players, especially a defense. It's exciting that they kept their stars, but the Bengals front office has some serious work ahead of them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for basketball, and right now, Uber Eats has deals on McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-353-5566 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. That's 800-353-5566. 800-353-5566. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
A-Rod, he likes to never...
Second and a long four. Gets spread it out. Highsmith came around the edge. Rogers pass is intercepted. Pulled away. Beatty Bishop, the rookie, reels it in. Pick number 6 thrown by Rogers. And the first of Bishop's career.
We saw Aaron Rodgers throw a couple of interceptions to an undrafted corner who Mike Tomlin put in his doghouse shortly thereafter. And yet that personal experience for Mike Tomlin, for the Steelers, and for some fans, not enough, even now, for them to say, let's walk away and wash our hands of this ridiculous situation as Aaron Rodgers basically holds the Steelers captive and makes them wait on his decision, even though it's becoming abundantly clear he wants the Vikings more than the Steelers. I would tell him to screw off.
Tony, he might want the Giants more than the Steelers.
Well, they're offering more money, so we'll see if he's a true capitalist. Rob Krimmel, the coach of St. Francis, back in the tournament for the first time since 1991. He's arrived in Dayton. He's going to call us in about 15 minutes. 5 o'clock today, bracket reveal. It is Selection Monday on the PM team. The PM team best caller bracket.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
And I did
but
not.
You were a one-man selection committee, though.
I gave it to the committee convened, and I just got the results, just like the
Who was on the committee?
I can't say.
Well, I know I wasn't on the committee, and neither was Donnie.
Well, right.
You didn't ask either of us.
Well, yes, it was an independent committee. I didn't want our own personal biases like we've seen with the NCAA tournament committee to seep in.
So you had nothing to do with making this,
I just said,
this bracket.
Make a bracket and present it to me, and I got the bracket shortly before we came on air.
Donnie, we're going to have somebody that doesn't deserve to be on there because their dad was on the committee.
Oh, man. Oh,
I'm just saying, I've seen it, and I think it's going to shock some people.
Donnie
some
and
of
I
the
put
omissions, some of the snubs, some of the first-round matchups.
What is this? This is an 8-person bracket?
An 8-caller bracket.
Donnie and I made our own. We tried to come up as like a Lunardi and Jerry Palm situation. we tried to make our own bracket. We can't, honestly, Donnie, I think we had about 13 names we felt like realistically could like take that spot. We went through it in the back, and we came to maybe a not surprising winner, but he certainly had a tough road to hoe. So I guess I'm giving away a little something.
And then among the callers that get left out, will any of them accept the invitation to the PM Team Caller NIT? You know? I mean,
the CIT, the Caller Invitational Tournament.
Very tough call these days.
Wait a minute. Wasn't there an actual thing called the CIT?
Yeah. And now there's something called the Crown.
The Crown?
Yes, in Las Vegas, the week between The Elite Eight and the Final Four.
The hierarchy was NCAA tournament, NIT, CBI, CIT.
Agreed.
Oh, no, I don't even think that was up for...
Now
I think that was a subjective thing.
Now I think there's a team in the CBI and the NIT.
Really?
Double dip, yeah.
They must just
Anyways, we're
think of
getting
all the
off on a
reps they're
tangent.
getting, man.
Let's talk to you, the people, about this Aaron Rodgers long, drawn-out melodrama at 412-928-9370. We'll start with Terry in West Virginia, where the governor is ready to sue the NCAA. Hello, Terry.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hello, Terry.
I'm tired of it. At first, I kind of thought, a little bit of nostalgia for Aaron Rodgers, thinking about what he's done. But he doesn't realize that he's 3/4 washed, and we were just going to squeeze the last quarter out of him this year. I think that they should just stop. It is relatively embarrassing now at this point to keep waiting on Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I would say that's where the owner has to step in, Terry. I think the owner has to say to Mike Tomlin, enough is enough here. Call Aaron and say we need a decision or we're done. That's it.
Well, I mean, Terry, you say embarrassing, and Pony, you say embarrassing. We kind of all have alluded to it. It's more just a sad commentary on what the Steelers are. And I think Rodgers, you can probably squint and say he is the best guy left available. That doesn't mean he's good. That doesn't mean he's definitely putting a team over the top or even close. It's a sad commentary on how desperate the Steelers are.
The best of bad options should not force the Steelers to look so feeble and look so desperate and look so lost, and that's what's happening.
Desperate and lost are two great words for it. I think embarrassing is okay, yes, it's embarrassing. For practical purposes, desperate and lost are way worse.
Neil is in Coriopolis. Hello, Neil.
Hey, guys. Yeah, they're completely embarrassing themselves with a guy who his last two healthy seasons is 13 and 21. He should be getting his AARP card instead of playing in the NFL again. And he's not any good anymore. He can't move. They have Broderick Jones on his left side. They've been in a downward spiral for the past 4 seasons after Ben. And it's embarrassing.
All right, there's Neil. When can you get an AARP membership?
I thought it was at 50.
So you got another 10 years.
Rodgers? He's got 8.
You.
Oh, yeah, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I got 8. I've said to people recently, it's a very good thing that I shave my head and generally don't try to grow a beard. The grays are starting to pop out everywhere, man.
Here is Paul in Washington. Will he make the PM team best caller bracket reveal at 5? Hello, Paul.
I'm going to tell you something, Andrew. If Paul ain't in the Final Four, I may start feeling like West Virginia. But I'm going to tell you another thing. We're the Pittsburgh daggone Steelers. We don't wait on anybody. Hang up on Aaron Rodgers. Play with the cards you were dealt, and let the chips fall where they may. You fellas have a good day.
See ya, Paul.
Paul's really growing on me. He is.
Did he make your projected field?
He did. Well, Donnie, I mean, I can do one bracket reveal per segment, perhaps. Paul made it in as a 6 seed in our tournament.
Donnie, did Paul make yours?
Oh, no, we collaborated.
Yeah, Malty and I did it together because I said Paul is playing hot at the right time.
Oh, yeah. He won his conference tournament.
Yeah,
he's like NC State last
on
year.
Yeah, he's got big DJ Burns. He's tossing it down to him. He's on an absolute heater.
That's funny. We've not had one person call in yet and say Aaron Rodgers is worth the wait.
Since we started this conversation, right? I'm talking days ago, weeks ago. Has anyone supported him?
Not really on this show. Here's Chris. Let's see if we can get a dissenting opinion. Hello, Chris.
Yeah, no, not a dissenting opinion. My question is, how can the Steelers be embarrassed? We're talking about this team like they're the hot chick waiting for a prom date. They're the ugly fat girl. If anybody calls them for a date, they'll be lucky. They stink. Tomlin's a joke. The Rooneys have no clue. They got a contract lawyer running a football team who don't care about anything but the draft next year. If Aaron Rodgers comes here, the Steelers would be blessed. They stink. What are we talking about?
Thanks, Chris.
He kind of makes me feel bad, though, because, I think you and I both were probably the guys struggling to get prom dates.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
Or you'd have to take the default, you go with somebody, but it's strictly as a platonic friend, and then that's all right, I'm just kind of there. Donnie, I don't know about you. I don't know if you were ever scuffling for a prom date at Greensburg, Salem.
Well, my thing was we went to this like semi-fancy dinner, and I got in trouble because I wanted to sit where there was a TV nearby.
That's the least surprising thing ever.
Yeah.
Freshman year homecoming, we went to I think it was might have been Nakama back then up in Wexford.
Ooh, congratulations on all your success.
I didn't know how to act. You're 14.
The
sophomore year, Donnie, how about this? My date, I actually had a date, and it was a girl I was pretty sure was actually into me and wanted to maybe be my girlfriend. Her dad grounded her. For do it
so
I don't
what
even
happened?
I didn't have a date. Once she was basically told by her
You
her
strolled
father.
out there by yourself?
No, that just nixed it for me too.
Oh, okay.
We were gonna go. Then she was like, "I got grounded." When does that even happen anymore?
St. Francis is one of the great stories in sports right now. They last made the NCAA tournament in 1991. They're in. They play tomorrow night. Their head coach played there. He's the second winningest coach there, and he's going to join us for a few minutes next on this kind of rags to riches story there. Wait till you get a load of what their NIL budget is. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rory wins the Players' Championship, a playoff against J.J. Spawn, as McElroy raises the trophy. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Great place to be Thursday and Friday over at Mike's. We were there Friday last year, and it was the cat's ass. All the games were on. Great buzz, a palpable one. Great vibes. And, of course, an amazing menu of beer, 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. They got all the Irish beers there right now for St. Patrick's Day. Go check that out. And hundreds of beers from around the world. So if you want to watch sports and drink beer, meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412
655-8411.
PA 1565.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program and New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Well, West Virginia got hosed, and now their governor is trying to sue the NCAA.
I love that for West Virginia. Go all out. Embarrass them. Make Billis take the stand. He can't plead the fifth up there.
But there are some great stories, and I think that the next one we're going to talk about is right up there. Really what March is all about, what the NCAA tournament is all about, the charm of the big dance. And that's when you get the little engine that could stories, the Cinderella stories. Like St. Francis in Loretto in the tournament for the first time since 1991. Tomorrow night, chasing its first NCAA tournament victory with a first four game in Dayton against Alabama State at 6:40. And on the hotline right now to join us to talk about it is the coach of the St. Francis Red Flash. He is the second winningest coach in school history. He played ball there, and he's good friends with Andy Toole, from what I heard through back channels. So he's a friend of ours. Rob Krimmel with us here in Pittsburgh. Rob, how are you today? Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Are you in Dayton yet?
We just got here about a half an hour ago. We made the trek from Loretto to Dayton. We've done it twice now this year, and excited to be in March Madness. And yes, Andy's a friend of mine. Have a ton of respect for the Robert Morris Colonials, and congratulate them on their championship and a trip back to the tournament for them. It's been good for the Northeast Conference, and especially former Northeast Conference, Robert Morris, Mount St. Mary's, Bryant, and us. So technically we have four Northeast Conference schools in the NCAA
That's the
tournament.
same number as the ACC, and their last one they got in was pretty controversial, Rob, as you know. What's been your favorite part of this experience since you guys beat Central Connecticut State last Tuesday?
I think two moments in particular, I think when I look back in a couple weeks or maybe a couple months will stick out in my mind. Once that buzzer hit zero, I remember congratulating Pat and have a ton of respect for Pat and the Central Connecticut program. And after that, the first vivid memory I have was hugging my wife and kids after I did the interview with ESPN after the game. That moment there. And then yesterday, right around 6 o'clock, a little after 6 o'clock, when our name popped up on the screen that said we were going to the tournament. I was sitting next to our president, Father Malachi Van Tassel, at the time, and I said, it's still a little bit surreal. And I equated it to him getting a big donation from, a significant donor. Until that check clears and the money's in the account, until we saw our name up on the big board, it was a little bit of a whirlwind, but that put some finality to it, and we knew who we were playing, and I'm excited to finally get to the basketball court after a couple days of waiting here.
Rob, speaking of talking finances, NIL dominates the world of college basketball and college sports now, it seems, at pretty much every level. What is the St. Francis Red Flash NIL budget? Like, how much have you guys built this team through NIL?
Well, we haven't. We don't have an NIL budget, and again, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not, it's not one of those situations where I'm old school and we're doing it this way. It's, right now we don't have it, and but I think that's what makes this group a little bit unique and a little bit special. They're they're on a mission. They have a chip on their shoulder, and unfortunately, we're playing our best basketball right now.
Rob Krimmel with us here, St. Francis PA basketball coach. Tomorrow, 6:40, first game in this year's NCAA tournament. Will feature them trying to win the first game in school history. So I went back and I watched some of that game when you guys got in, and I noticed a couple of your big-time players are from right here in Pittsburgh, right, Rob?
Yes, they are, and both of them made big plays down the stretch, and in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of want for those guys in their media availability. So I've got a Yinzer chat group going with those two guys, and Chris, Damar made the big shot, and then Chris made the big steal for us, the big defensive stop for us. So those two guys had a big impact on, not just our win on last Tuesday, but throughout this stretch run here where we've been able to win 6 in a row and play some really good basketball since really the beginning of February.
Rob, I was going to ask you about that stretch that you're on, winning the last 3 regular season, winning the 3 games in the tournament. As a coach, did you have a sense, and you beat a team in Central Connecticut State that beat you by double digits both times this year, so there's that too, but did you have a sense that this team was primed to go on a run? Did you feel like from the guy who's closest to them that they were starting to round into form to play their best basketball?
Yeah, once we got into the middle of January, the beginning of January, we had one of those moments as a team where, we had to make some decisions. And I've said to pretty much every player that's come through that, greatness is a habit in everything that you do. You can't be a schmuck in one area of your life and expect to be great in another area, right? Greatness is something that you do all the time. And we had some habits, as a group that we needed to be better at. And early January, we weren't there. Once the calendar turned to February, we had Kevin Porter night. And we had played some decent basketball, back and forth. And we had knocked off LIU, who was undefeated at the time at home, and then came back and gave up a 19-point lead with 8 minutes to go in the second half to Wagner and lost to Wagner. And I think the after Stonehill and after Wagner game for us were big moments where this group didn't hang their head. I think so much of composure is learning to get knocked down and get back up again, get knocked down and get back up again. And in those moments, they got knocked down, but they kept getting back up. And then I kind of said to myself, all right, if we can keep doing this and if we can play enough basketball, eventually that composure will lead to confidence. Confidence will lead to belief. And then hopefully we still have enough games to hang on and play well for 3 games in March. And, we were able to do that. And a lot of credit goes to our guys who kept coming back, and they were open-minded and ready to work, and we were able to move the needle to get a little bit better each day.
Coach, my favorite part about Selection Sunday is when they show these smaller schools, the small programs, celebrating when they see their name put on a line of the tournament bracket. What was the watch party like for you guys? How special was that for you and your whole group?
Yeah, let me tell you about the watch party, okay? And it started about 3 hours before. We're in the middle of practice, and the power went out. The storms that were running through the country, they hit Loretto, Pennsylvania, and knocked the power out. Maybe the biggest tree on campus fell down and knocked some power lines, completely wiped the power out in campus. So we finished practice. We had some auxiliary lights kicked on, and it was it was light enough out. So fortunately, we were able to do some things without harming anybody. And but then we had 2.5 hours to try to find a way to get a live feed in for CBS to do the live look in, and it had to be a dedicated line that they could get a signal in. And we had all of our people from St. Francis on site coming up off of some weekend plans, and there's one dedicated line that wasn't tied in to the main breaker that went out. It was the one coming into DeGaulle Arena. So we were able to keep the feed. We didn't have any power in the gym other than a generator that they brought in so that we could get it up on the TV, and had to make some quick adjustments where we were going to show the actual selection. But once we got to it, we had a ton of fans. We gave away 600 T-shirts in the span of what felt like 5 minutes.
Man.
And by 5:10, the shirts were gone, and people were, we'll have to order more shirts to give the people that were there waiting for them some extra T-shirts. And it was a great moment. The support from the band, the cheerleaders, the general student population, our community, fellow student athletes was fantastic. And when you don't do something but every 34 years, it tends to excite people a little bit more than if you do it every year. But it was a great moment for our guys to experience, and great moment for our community.
Well, Rob, get that historic win tomorrow night in Dayton, and then we'll watch you in Lexington try to take down the #1 ranked team in the country, okay?
Sounds good. If you guys have Andy Cool on the show,
we do. And next hour,
good luck.
We'll do so.
Tell Andy I said what's up, and good luck to him.
You bet, Rob. Thanks, man. There you go, Rob
Thanks,
Krimmel,
guys.
the coach of St. Francis.
They do it without NIL, which means he's got a bunch of guys who are bought in to what that program is just trying to do, which I do respect. I mean, I'm obviously not anti-NIL, but like the smaller programs, Pony, I think that's pretty.
So where do you think
it's more par for the course?
So he's got 2 kids from Pittsburgh that play big minutes.
Yep.
That play over 30 a game.
Yep.
Chris Moncrief, who's from Turtle Creek. So what do you think that means? He went to Woodland Hills?
He went to Kiski School.
He went to Kiski.
Kiski Prep. Yeah, the Kiski School. I think that's where the Symbol R went.
Yes, it is.
The big man from New Mexico is like 7'5".
New Mexico State.
Yeah.
And then
Man, he used to really trudge down the floor.
Yes, he did.
And then DeMar Kelly, who
Penn Hills
kid.
Then
do you think he knows Richie?
Dude. They got kids who are more from, like, now granted, this is way out by State College. Got a kid from Bald Eagle High School. Got a kid from Bollesburg. The Penn Staters out there know those names.
Yeah.
They know those names. Hollidaysburg.
A little more fun in Loretto, Pennsylvania than it was in the Crowley household.
Oh, yeah?
During Selection
how'd that
Sunday.
go?
Well, did you see the video?
I did not, actually.
Adam was surreptitiously taped by his wife.
Wait, is she a West Virginia grad, too?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think she is, Donnie.
If she's not a West Virginia grad, I can understand it. If she's a West Virginia grad and she might have been on pins and needles, that might be cruel.
So his mom is there, too.
Okay.
And this is what happens. His daughter gets in on the fun, too.
Did West Virginia get in?
Don't know yet.
Oh, it hurts my heart when he's not happy.
I think that's
Wait, was that his wife? I was going to say, it sounded like his mom. I feel like his wife would be making fun of him in that situation.
I was going to say, can you believe he cares this much? His daughter's saying, did West Virginia get in? If I even asked Lennox if Pitt was on the bubble, he would say something like, did our team get in? And if I said no, he'd say, does that make you happy? And I'd say no, and he'd say good.
It hurts my heart when he's not happy.
It hurts my heart when he's not happy.
Spoken like a true mom, right?
I think your mom would kind of laugh at your situation in that spot. No?
No,
she'd get that emotional?
Mad. If she was a WV, like, there's a non-zero chance my mom will say to me tomorrow when my parents come over to watch the boys, she'll be like, can you believe what happened to West Virginia? She knows more about college basketball than Callis.
Crowley's still, well, that's not a high bar to clear.
True.
Crowley's still very worked up this morning about it.
It happens to my school. Never happened to anybody else because we're down there. We're sleeping with goats, right, guys? We got 1.8 million people down there. Who cares about them? North Carolina, they got tobacco. Oh, look at this beautiful blue color they got. Everyone, oh, look at the most beautiful uniforms. Oh, what's going to happen if North Carolina doesn't make the tournament? Oh, yeah. Who was the chair of the selection committee? None other than the damn athletic director. for North Carolina. Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
Reclused himself? What is he, a spider? A brown recluse? What is it with people not on this show getting words wrong? It's recused. He reclused himself.
I don't know why
the line that he goes to at the beginning to say, look at us, you're making fun of humble. I thought he was going to say, because we burned couches. He jumps right to we're sleeping with goats.
Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
Wait till these reclusals are coming back into the Zygest.
You know what the AD at North Carolina and Jack Lambert both have in common? Very reclusive. Those two.
Can you imagine a headline?
Reclusive son of a guns.
Judge recluses himself in high-profile case. Man.
Isn't the guy who wrote Catcher in the Rye known for being...
he was J.D. Salinger, big recluse, yeah.
Bubba Cunningham, J.D. Salinger.
Famous recluses throughout history. They reclused until they couldn't recluse no more.
He reclused himself.
Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
It's just...
Are we the only ones in this station who have a full grasp of the King's English here?
It's very...
We should ask...
Well, you two for sure.
We should ask
very
Pomp
on brand for a West Virginia fan.
We should ask Pomp if that's the correct pronunciation. I think it is.
That's the most West Virginia response
Yeah, he's not really making it like, he's saying humble old West Virginia always gets trampled on. He's not really helping his cause there.
Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
Also, I know Crowley went there. He's speaking like he's talking for the whole state. Crowley's from Mount Lebanon.
Yeah.
It's not like he's from a holler down in southern West Virginia and he
but
came
Amanda
up to
does
big
that
old
too.
Morgantown.
Amanda has...
Is it because that's basically the whole state's team?
Yes, it's definitely tied up in her identity.
So would that be like if you're from North Dakota, you probably have very strong feelings about, say, North Dakota State or what? You know what I mean? Is it one of those deals because there's no pro team there? Or like Iowa athletics?
Well, yes. I mean,
okay.
It's the opposite of what you feel. You are so entrenched into your alma mater's teams that you live and die with them, which obviously you don't do. This is what Amanda and Crowley were texting about, my wife and him today. I don't even want to watch this stupid tournament, said my wife. I'm so mad, Amanda, said Crowley. Me too. And then Crowley said, in a way, I've rarely ever been mad about sports. How about that? It's the politics behind it.
Say that part again?
Crowley said, of them,
yeah.
My wife says she's mad. And he said, in a way, I've rarely ever been mad about sports. So it's taken him to a whole new level of anger and madness.
What seed were they probably going to be, like a 9 or a 10, and the Colorado loss just bounced them completely?
Yes.
Crowley.
My wife says...
A 9 or a 10 seed.
My wife says it's the politics behind it. And then she added in...
They said they reclused themselves, but they didn't.
And I feel like our team worked so freaking hard.
Well, they did. DeVries' kid did get hurt. He was their best player.
To which Adam says, me too. They deserved so much better. And now we will lose the coach. Amanda, yup, and we're back to square one.
Oh, boy, that's like pit-level fatalism.
Being a West Virginia fan is like Chinese water torture over and over.
Jeez. At least they're not, at least they've kept perspective here. Why?
Carolina. Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
I just can't get enough of that line.
Did anyone stop him and say the word is recused?
with Doran and...
Did Callis go, I believe the word you were searching for is recused.
Somebody on the text line did say he corrected himself later on.
Okay, good.
Who cares about that?
Do you think he corrected himself because a texter pointed out that he said the word wrong?
Yes. I don't think Crowley in that moment is going, you know what?
He reclused himself. That's just good stuff right there. Join Pop and Joe Wednesday, March 19th. They broadcast from the Baseball Card Castle for a special Giant Eagle Feed the Need broadcast. You'll be able to call and bid on special items with proceeds going to the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. That sounds fun. You can also support now by texting 50155. All the details, 937thefan.com. All right. Bengals made 2 gigantic splashes late last night. How does that impact the Steelers? How does that impact George Pickens? Andy Toole next hour, too. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom! That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NCAA Tournament Madness starts tomorrow. St. Francis of PA taking on Alabama State at 6:40. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
2nd and 3 at the 12. Trice making his first career start tonight for the injured Dante Jackson. On 2nd and 3, Burrow whips it over the middle. Caught by Jamar Chase. He beat Trice again, this time for the touchdown. Jamar Chase, a touchdown waiting to happen, and it happens on the opening drive. Touchdown 17 in game 17.
While you were sleeping, the Bengals inked Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. 4 years, $161 million for Chase. 4 years, $115 million for Higgins. To go along with Joe Burrow's massive contract. Still needing to get something done with Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL in sacks last year and had a field day against the Steelers in that last regular season game. Also worth mentioning or pointing out who is going to block for Joe Burrow in 2025. Well, something that seemed highly unlikely a few weeks ago has actually happened. They found a way to keep 2 number 1 wide receivers under contract in Cincinnati, which obviously begs the question about the Steelers and their wide receiver room, because now that you have DK Metcalf, if Cincinnati can dole out that amount of money to wide receivers, we've seen Philadelphia do it with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. In theory, the Steelers could do that with George Pickens if they wanted to.
Why would they want to at this point?
They wouldn't. But I would think they would. Maybe Omar Khan last night sends a text to George Pickens with the breaking news graphic from Schefter or whoever and says, look, it is possible. You go out there and have a great season, we'll get back to the negotiating table with you and give you that big contract. It's up to you to show us and prove to us that you're in the same class as these guys.
Which, to be very clear, he is not.
Well, you say,
at the moment,
I agree with you, but
that's hurts me to say that because I was like his biggest backer when they drafted him.
I will say this: my case for Higgins being better than Pickens is based mostly on eye test and behavioral stuff. it's not really that much production argument. Pull up their last 2 or 3 years. Higgins didn't have 1,000 yards last year. He didn't have 1,000 yards the season before that because he's not. Well, yes, he's not playing. That's part of it, Chris.
Yes, best ability is availability when he's healthy. Huge caveat. When he's healthy, it's unquestionable. Last year, he almost racked 1,000 in 12 games.
Over the last 3 years, though, George Pickens not playing with Joe Burrow, playing with the Steelers quarterbacks, has more receiving yards than T. Higgins.
You know what's a stat of Pickens is that I think is definitely attributable to some extent to his quarterbacks, but also has to fall a little bit on him. The last 2 seasons, it's been a steady downward trend. Catch percentage, so catches divided by targets. He's catching less than 60% of the times the ball's thrown to him. Now, Higgins last year, by comparison, this is pretty simple metric. 67% of the time they threw T. Higgins the ball and targeted him, he caught the ball. Pickens is at 57%. That is a large difference. If you look at it like completion percentage for a quarterback, it's pretty significant in that way. When he gets targeted, 100. Now, again, I know this is Burrow influenced. His career rating when targeted, Higgins, 110 passer rating when they target him. Pickens is 98, and it's coming off its worst year ever in that department, where they had, in some measures, definitely the most established quarterback he's ever had, throwing him the ball the back half of the season. I know he missed some of the games Russ quarterbacked, but it's not trending in a great direction for him at the moment.
Do you think I'm drinking haterade when I say that a move like this, signing both of those guys, makes it very difficult for the Bengals to build a complete team in Cincinnati? Because my gut instinct last night when I saw that was, yeah, it sucks to have to defend those guys, but their defense blows and their offensive line gets their quarterback killed.
You know what?
How in the world do they fix those two things now?
Are you drinking haterade?
Yes.
A little bit. I think maybe more than I am. And here's what do I think that what they're doing is risky? Yes, because of the obvious. That you have to build a defense, you have to protect the quarterback. They clearly like Amarius Mims, though, for the time being as one of their tackles. Here is what I like about what they're doing, though. They're at least choosing a path and an identity. The Ravens' identity is we are about Lamar Jackson. We build around him. I have no idea what the Browns' identity is. It's probably we suck. I have no idea what the Steelers' identity, frankly, is. It's we're going to win with defense, but please don't look at that defense when the games matter. The Bengals might not be choosing a path that ends up working, but they're choosing a path, and they're saying we have, at worst, the third best quarterback in the league. Do you think that's probably fair? Burrow, top 3?
Top 5 at worst. I love Burrow.
Yeah, sure. I mean, top 5 at worst, but he's in the truly rarefied air.
I've said on the air I'd give a testicle for Burrow.
There are only...
There's not a lot of guys I would give testicles for,
Mahomes,
but he's in the conversation.
Allen, Burrow, Jackson. Do we need to put Hurts there? I can't do that right now.
Would you give a testicle for Hurts?
No. Because I think he's system dependent to some extent. Anyway, Burrow is a guy who...
Donnie, would you give a testicle for Burrow?
I'm not giving a testicle for any quarterback on the market.
Well, you've already had 2 kids. You don't need it. What are you going to do with 2 now?
I haven't had kids yet, so I can't be putting that on the line.
You're talking about retiring from sex when you're 50. Now you're giving up a testicle for a franchise quarterback. What's going on over there?
It is a dry Steelers quarterback desert, though.
And
that dude is damn good.
I think we're good with Stella. At this point, I'd give a testicle for Burrow. No hesitation.
Anyway, you're just giving away how easily would you give away a kidney,
Quick
pal?
question. Can you? No, because kidneys are vital to life.
You can live with one of them.
I know, but not as long.
What do you mean?
It affects your lifespan. Go look it up.
Oh, okay. Mr. Kidney Lifespan Inspector.
Can you get a fake testicle put in there for aesthetics?
They do that to dogs that feel like less of a manly dog. They call them nudicles. That is a real thing.
I'm sure it could be done.
For neutered dogs,
well, then, I'd definitely give a real testicle for Burrow.
I mean, that is psychotic behavior, Donnie. You should cut that clip.
If you knew that you were going to replace your real ball with a fake one that looked the same, and you already have kids and that part of your life is over, why wouldn't you do it?
The city of Pittsburgh has banded together and coughed up 1 testicle, and Joe Burrow's coming to town. No, I do respect that in this way they have decided, they have made the following very clear calculation. We have one of the 3 to 5 best quarterbacks in the league. I think when Chase is really right, and I think he proved this year, I actually do think he's the best wide receiver in football. I think Higgins is a 1 on like at least 10 to 12 teams, and the best 2 by default almost in the league when he's healthy. I respect the fact that they have just said, screw it, we're going to try to outscore you every single game with the best, like, and most dangerous passing attack in football.
Well, one of the biggest insiders in the NFL who knows the Steelers inside and out just said about the Aaron Rodgers way and what the Steelers' plans were all along at the quarterback position. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Personal Injury Law Firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Andy Toole at 3:30 right now, headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A couple of local teams in the NCAA tournament this week. St. Francis gets it underway with Alabama State tomorrow night, the first 4, 6:40 tip in Dayton, Ohio. Robert Morris, they get to play in Cleveland. However, the Colonials take on Alabama Friday afternoon at 12:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell you right now about Mitsu by the Mall. My friends over there want to put you in the Mitsu that fits you. Easy to find right next to Ross Park Mall at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. They've got the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, period, point blank. If that's what you're looking for, you are in luck. It is your lucky day. Go see them. My guy, Tim Ferrara, the general manager, and his team are all about getting you the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you. Now, check out the 2024 Outlander. They still have 2024s. They have the best inventory around. These things are priced to move. They give you all-wheel drive, advanced safety features. There are ones, of course, with lots of bells and whistles, things like a panoramic sunroof. They fit 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them up to $7,000 off, or you can get 0% financing for 60 months. Deals on Eclipse Cross, how about up to $4,500 off there? Outlander Sports as low as only $23,000. This is the time. Luck is on your side at Mitsu by the Mall. Check them out. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Whether it's basketball or football, these selection committees love to tell us they don't consider entertainment value when creating their brackets. Any unique, intriguing matchup is a happy accident, but there's no way we get Rick Pitino, John Calipari, and Bill Self in one tiny corner of the West region by accident. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy, just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Once again, that's Indeed.com/credit.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonahan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic on the westbound Parkway East is slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to Wood Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. At Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thought that the way that he managed his professional circumstance was really impressive. I thought he brought an urgency to his day-to-day work regardless of his role. I thought he got continually better within our system of ball throughout the process. I thought the way he conducted himself makes that a legitimate thought or idea at this juncture.
Restaurant owners, we need you. Register your restaurant now at 937thevan.com to become a part of our Dine and Donate Week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Starting today through the end of the week, you can join us at various local restaurants, including Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations, El Barro Verde, and more. Part of the food sale is going to Feed the Need Radiothon. Mike Tomlin on Justin Fields, taking steps to be a number 1 QB. Jeremy Fowler, friend of the show, former Steelers insider, a man that ESPN is grooming to be the next Adam Schefter. On with Dan Patrick today. Said the following. The Steelers were all in on Justin Fields. All in. Not partially in, not somewhat in. All in on wanting Justin Fields back. Fields just didn't, quote, feel the love.
Okay, Pony, we might have an insider off then. Okay?
Okay, who's Jeremy Fowler versus?
I mean, I think this is like a title fight here. Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read his? I don't even think they call it the Monday Morning Quarterback or whatever.
That's
Peter. That was Peter King's
That's
property.
his intellectual property, right?
So I don't think Breer's column has a name.
His column doesn't have a name. He just posts on Monday, and it's musings about the NFL. So it's just Peter King's column without calling it Monday Morning Quarterback.
Would you say that I am correct in identifying it as such? That's basically what it is?
He should just say, I can't call it Monday Morning Quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
And then write about coffee nerdness and beer nerdness and 10 things I think, and things of that
Correct.
nature.
Where it's like 10 things I think is like 20 different like actual musings. He essentially said at the end of his piece, and I was trying to find it, and now like Sports Illustrated's a nightmare to navigate, so whatever.
Well, that's because the bots run it now.
I know, the bots, the private equity, things of that nature.
The bot writers.
Oh, they bought. I think I got it now. He wrote up like the Steelers situation, and he doesn't mention them a ton. Here is what he wrote. If you want to feel good about the Jets signing of Justin Fields, then know this. The Steelers did prioritize keeping Fields over trying to hold on to Russell Wilson. He was well-liked in the building, and they felt like a lot of other people in that Fields just needs some runway to play. In the thick of the Rodgers chase, the Steelers couldn't give him that, and I don't think they would have ever given him as much of it as the Jets just did with the contract Fields signed. That tells me Albert Breer thinks that the Steelers have always viewed Rodgers as option 1 and Fields as 1A. Is that how you interpret it?
Well, that's how I feel. So I agree with him more than I hate to go against
we love having
Fowler's
Jeremy
reporting.
on, but I believe Breer's reporting more.
If they were really all in on Fields, I don't think that they would let $30 million get in the way of that. I think they would have, if they needed to do 31, they would have done 31, or they would have found some other way to sweeten the pot or sweeten the deal for Fields. But I think that they're leery of him, and I think it cuts both ways. I think there was skepticism on both sides, and I would say richly deserved. By both sides.
Yeah,
yes.
I would agree with that. I think that's fair.
I think Fields has had reasons to doubt the Steelers, and I think the Steelers had reasons to second-guess him. So usually when that happens, it makes sense for both parties to go their separate ways and look for fresh starts or clean slates or new beginnings. So, Pop has really been big on being critical of the Steelers for letting Fields walk. Right now, I think that's a mutual opinion. That's something that a lot of people have because of the quarterback quandary that they find themselves in. But I got to be honest with you. Since Fields signed with the Jets, I have not had a moment or a second as a Steelers fan where I've thought to myself, gee, damn it, I wish they had just brought Fields back. That has not popped into my head really one time.
In the way that you mean, like, if they had just done that, they'd be on their way to, 11-6 or better. Like, they've really cost themselves a chance next year. I would agree with that.
Like, I would not feel like we're sitting pretty if last Monday, a week ago,
he re-signed
we
here.
got an update. Justin Fields had signed back with the Steelers 2 years, let's say $33 million with.
The only thing I would feel is that.
He signed for 40, right? My bad. I'm talking
2
about
and 40.
2 and 40. If he had signed for 2 years, $45 million, and 35 of it was guaranteed, I would not be sitting here saying, man, I feel like the Steelers are they're back on the right track here. You get Fields, DK Metcalf.
No, I
look
wouldn't
out.
feel that either. I would think that they had gone for a little bit of continuity, and I would still be hoping that they would be targeting 2026 as the time to find a quarterback. Just the way that they're doing it now, they are flailing. They are exposing themselves to the Aaron Rodgers drama sweepstakes. And it's very clear that they're this desperate kind of outfit that thinks they're one big name, shiny name away from competing.
Donnie, would you feel considerably better if they had made the Fields thing happen? I mean, obviously you hate the spot they find themselves in now, so feel free to disagree with me on this, but would you be in a good place as a Steelers fan if they had Fields locked up at the moment?
I mean, it at least tells me that they do have their at least answer right now at quarterback. Who knows for how long? But the thing is, we are a week into this thing now, and their only real fallback plan is Mason Rudolph, who they already had for multiple years. So they would at least have something at quarterback so they could focus elsewhere. I do believe that there is something to the Steelers missing out on other free agents at other important positions because they've been screwing around all week waiting for a 41-year-old man to make up his mind.
I can't believe I'm going to actually say this. I can't. But this is just how I feel at this very moment.
Speak
and
your truth,
you can
Pony.
hold it against me later on when it blows up in my face.
Can't wait.
I agree with Kabali. I would actually rather see Rudolph play quarterback than Fields.
I would rather Rudolph than Rodgers or Wilson at this point.
Yes, that's a given.
I mean,
he said that this morning, and I'm like, that sounds like a stretch, but you know what? I agree.
There's probably one reason why you can say that, and it's not like a crazy thought, and it's this. I know they lost the playoff game, and he started very slowly, but he came on in that game, strong. You were left with Mason Rudolph leaving almost entirely good memories, I think. You left Fields there with, I think a justified sense that they needed to do something different. And then this is the real thing. Wilson came in, and for 3 games, it looked like they had done a Tomlin masterstroke. There was none of that with Rudolph. There was this head scratch of why is this team so against this guy? He just dragged them into the playoffs.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net at 3:23. Now is the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. All right, Andy Toole joins us next. Robert Morris, head basketball coach. They are headed to Cleveland to play Alabama on Friday. More with him next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins beat the Devils 7-3 on Saturday. Tristan Jarry, 24 saves in the victory. Pens welcome the Islanders tomorrow night. Puck drops set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about WetGo. There are 45-plus locations all around town. So whether you are east, west, north, south, there's a location near you right now as you make your way home from work or to pick up the kids from school or wherever you are. There's not one far away, and it's a quick little pit stop that is going to have your car looking clean all spring long. Spring cleaning is something that most people loathe. They can't stand. It means extra work. It means maybe your spouse, significant other, giving you a honey-do list of things that need to get done and need to get cleaned. Well, the easiest one is keeping a clean vehicle because you can go to WetGo in those locations when you've gone unlimited whenever you want. Also, cleaning the inside of your car is free at those WetGo Pro locations that come equipped with their vacuum cleaners. No extra charge there. So sign up now. There's no fine print. You can cancel anytime. It's getgocafe.com/unlimited. That's getgocafe.com/unlimited, the WetGo Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 10 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Praise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time to take the Tar Heels. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. As analysts continue to trash North Carolina for making the tournament, they've moved from a 3.5 to 4.5 point favorite tomorrow against San Diego State. UNC's quad 1 record is awful, but most of that damage early in the season, and their only losses in the last month were to Duke. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai. in Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Back to the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. March Madness starts tomorrow with St. Francis and Alabama State. Friday, business picks up in Cleveland, where Mulsey's grandma owned a bar.
Sure did.
That's where Robert Morris takes on Roll Tide, Alabama. A 2:15 matchup. Best season in Robert Morris basketball history. They win the Horizon League for the first time. They have matched a school record for wins. And their esteemed head coach is on the hotline right now. I'm talking about Andy Toole, who joins us to break it all down. What's up, Andy?
Andrew, what's up? How are you?
Mulsey's here, too.
Mulsey, good to see you.
Andy, I want to start with this. Congratulations. Again, on winning the league and on the tournament berth. And I personally, now this is just me speaking, and you certainly do not have to co-sign any of this. I think you guys got underseeded. I watched Oakland win the Horizon last year and go in as a 14. I thought you should have been at least on that line. And I'm going to be honest here.
Oh, here we go.
I think you might have been a victim of a pony jinx by his presence at the watch party. Oh, that his mere existence there might have bumped you guys down further than you deserved. Come on. And I just...
First off, I've got to disagree with that second point. The effort that he made to be there, just meant so much to us and to our team. It couldn't have been a jinx. Second off, we were right. I think we were the first 15 when we won the Horizon League championship. We were the first 15 off the bat. We needed a couple more teams to win. We needed a different WAC champion. If Miami, Ohio would have held on to beat Akron, that would have helped us. So we were right on that fine line, and I was hoping to be a 14 as well. It didn't end up working out for us, but obviously we're excited to be in the tournament and to be in Cleveland.
Do you tell your guys about St. Peter's and Princeton and Florida Gulf Coast and these teams that have actually done it, or does that kind of thing not really work on college basketball players in today's day and age, Andy?
Is it odd that we know that there's 12 times that a 15s beat a 2? Did we look that up last night? I would say we did, and we kind of put a list of them in the locker room earlier today. And again, you have to try to figure out, any way you can. You never know what's going to stick. You never know what someone's going to grab onto. One guy might grab onto, a certain motivational message. Another guy might grab onto something different. So, we're going to flood them with different things, and we want them to know that obviously it's going to be a great challenge. Alabama's a great team. Their pace is incredible. Their offense is incredible. They have a lot of great players. But people have done it, and it's going to take a great effort from us, and it's got to take a team effort from us. But we want to go out and try and be aggressive and see what happens.
I just think it's very poetic that the first time a 15 ever went down in flames to a 2 was, in fact, Syracuse getting beat by Richmond, which is something that I just like to remind Pony
Shameless
of.
shot at me.
Yeah,
but
no, I mean, they're all shameless shots, but I enjoy taking them. Just what do you – I mean, you look at your own team, Andy. You know what Alabama is all about. You said it, the pace, the offense, and I just – you know, what about your team do you like specifically from a matchup standpoint here that even though it's a 15-2, you feel like may not favor you, but is something that your guys are going to be very comfortable with as far as the nature of the matchup itself?
And I've said it all in the last 5-6 weeks since people realized that we were having a great season. And, you know, what I've liked about these guys from day one is their competitiveness and the pride they play with. And when they go out on the court on Friday at 12:40, they're going to go out to compete. They're going to go out and they're going to want to play the game the way we've been playing it. They're going to want to play well, and they're going to go out and they're going to go out swinging. And I think that mentality has helped us all year long. It's helped us improve. It's helped us win some close games. It's helped us come back in certain scenarios. And that's the only mindset you can have as you go into one of these games that, hey, I'm going to go out there and compete. I'm going to do everything in my power to be able to try to execute offensively and defensively. And, you know, whether we make shots or how things fall, who knows? But I'm not going out there fearful of anything that's going to happen today. I'm going to go out and I'm going to go compete.
Andy, how about in these situations where it is a little bit of David versus Goliath? I'm sure there are some coaches that worry about, like, the intimidation factor of seeing a team that's made up of NBA guys. And you sounds like you don't worry about that. I mean, when you guys almost beat Villanova as a 15 seed when you were an assistant, it didn't seem at all like your players thought Villanova was better than them.
Because on that day, they absolutely were better than you guys.
But then 10 years ago, you played Duke, and they rolled out, like, 15 lottery picks. So I'm just interested in, like, the psyche of a game like this where all these guys are thinking about NBA dollars and are big-time players, and you've got kids that play tough and play smart, but there might be a talent gap there.
Yeah, and I think they're fully respectful of who we're playing against. But they're going to go out and try to play the way they play. You know, whether it's Cam, whether it's Mar. I mean, those guys walk on the court, and they walk on the court with a chip on their shoulder. They walk on the court ready to compete. Varro does the same. You know, one of the things about Varro that I don't think people understand is just how competitive he is. And so, like, he's not going to go out there and say, like, oh, here you go, just take my ball, or, you know, you got to score on me every time. Like, these guys are going to try and stand up, and they're going to compete. And I think that, you know, those three guys in particular have helped with the mindset of our team and a little bit of the swagger of our team. And I think they kind of start that mindset. And I think some other guys have grabbed onto it and are going to go out there and do whatever they can to try to give us the best chance to be successful.
Andy, I know it might depend on the kind of team in any given year you feel like you have, but Alabama's known for offense. They are a pedestrian, I would say, if you go by like efficiency rankings, defensive team, but they don't necessarily need to be great on that side of the ball in that way. Would you rather, all things being equal, go up against a team that does want to run and gun in a situation like this, or just to use an example from recent history, a team like a Virginia that wants to, you know, just basically punish you? Yeah, plod, punish you, not many possessions, etc.
You know, the bigger, faster, stronger is always one of the biggest things I think in play in these games. And however you can try to exploit it as a team, whether it's with speed and explosiveness and pace, that can wear out your opponent, or if you can do it with just brute physical force, that can do it. And that's always something you got to be worried about. You know, for the I guess they're the 32nd best team in the country defensively. I mean, that's pedestrian. You know, we have a high bar here in Pittsburgh for defense, but, you know, 0.97 points per possession is pretty good. So we're going to have our challenges on both sides of the ball, and that's what makes it fun, and that's what makes it exciting, and that's what makes this tournament the best tournament there is, because on any given day, anybody can beat anybody. And on any given day, you can walk into a gym against a team of NBA talent level players, and, you know, you can go toe-to-toe with them for 40 minutes. And so, you know, that's the exciting thing. That's the fun thing. That's what pulls everybody into this every year.
Andy, how about balancing the idea? We just talked to Rob Krimmel last hour kind of about this at St. Francis. You have this huge game on Friday, but you're also having these, like, kind of life-changing seminal moments where you might want to stop and smell the roses and be like, oh, my God, I can't believe this has happened to me. I've worked so hard to get to moments like this, and I don't want to, like, not be present for those things. So that kind of balancing act, I would think, is a bit of a struggle.
It is, and I think the thing that I tried to share with these guys even last Saturday when we first got back together as a group after the championship, not that we didn't see guys, but we weren't on the court, we gave them a couple days off, was that, I've been in the tournament in a couple different experiences as a player, as an assistant, as a head coach, and I've seen teams that never get back to business. They just are so high on life that, the game becomes a secondary part of the experience, right? And then I've seen teams that are like, hey, you know what? Like, we're going to go try to win this game. We're going to lock in, and we're going to have productive practices, and we're going to take care of the details, and we're going to follow scouting report. And those guys have been in the mix, right? And so, again, with the competitiveness of this group, that's kind of what I challenged them to do. I said, hey, when you're outside of these walls, people are going to pat you on the back and tell you how great you're doing. When you come in here, we got to have productive practice. We got to be able to lock in. We got to be able to execute. We got to be able to take care of all the details that, even if we take care of every detail, it's still going to be an uphill battle. But if we don't take care of the details, you could get embarrassed. And so I think that kind of gets everybody back to where they need to be from a mindset perspective as we approach the game. And I do think as we get closer to the game, these guys will continue to get even more locked in. Like we had practice today, we had practice Saturday, and they were pretty good, energetic practices. And I think that that's a sign of that. As much as they're enjoying the experience, they also know that, there's still an opportunity there in front of them.
How much easier is it for you to convey those kinds of messages since in your particular case, it's not your first trip? You've been here, done that before. You know what some of the pressure is like and what those outside distractions can be like.
Yeah, I think, with experience, you always have a better understanding of what can happen, or what are the pitfalls, or what are the best practices to be able to give yourself the best chance. And that's all you can share. And again, I think one of the great things about this team is, somewhere along the line, they've believed in what we've told them, whether it's me, whether it's one of our staff members, whether it's each other, like they believe in the right things, and they're trying to execute the right things, and they're trying to do what they're being asked to do. And I think that that's what's got us to this point. And so the hope is that at this point, we don't start changing behaviors, that we continue to execute those behaviors that have gotten us to where we are, and we try to do them better, because they're going to need to be done better on Friday, and they're going to need to be done at a higher level with maximum urgency. And then we hope things fall in our place from there.
Hey, Andy, I got one more for you because I love just picking your brain about like actual X's and O's basketball and strategy. We always hear the announcers on these games when it's a 2 versus a 15, 3 versus 14, like not the 7, 10s, 8, 9s.
Yeah.
These sort of David and Goliath games. They always talk about, hey, this, X team that's a 15 seed is going to play this game 4 minutes at a time, TV timeout, break it into 10 4-minute or so chunks. Is that how you've ever looked at it? Like, how do you approach it that way, where you really want to slice the game up as much as you can like that?
Yeah, we've done that. We've done that since our first game of the year for the last 10 years. I mean, everybody does something, 4-minute games. We call them rounds. People call them wars. Sean Miller and his coaching tree, they call them wars, and they'll say, oh, this is the 5th war. We got to win the 5th war. We call them rounds.
Sean was sweating usually like he was in one of those. My goodness, man.
He looked like he was in a steam room.
When isn't he sweating?
That's what
when
I
isn't
mean.
he sweating? But yeah, we call them rounds. We say it's a 10-round fight. And so, we're talking about when we come into those media timeouts, one of our staff members is saying, hey, we lost that round, we won that round, we tied that round, so they're aware of what the round count is. When we go into halftime, we put it on the board, you know what I mean? And again, just trying to keep the focus small, keep it one possession at a time, because that's the only way you can really play the game. And especially when you're going to be an underdog and you're going to be the least talented team, if you're not focusing on every one of those possessions, then, it's going to get away quick.
Andy, I will be there on Friday, and if I sense that the momentum's bad or that the juju isn't there, I will leave again to help you guys.
Well, I appreciate that. And I have one question for you, Andrew. Would you give a testicle for us to win on Friday?
You know
hey,
what?
Wait a minute. Why would you? Yeah, what do you even need either one
but
for?
If I give one for Burrow, then I'm.
You already said you're good.
True.
Give one for Burrow and give one for 15 too.
He didn't say he was going to donate both, but I just want to know: is Burrow more important than a 15-2 upset?
Andy, I'm going to jump ahead of him right now and say if you gave me the choice, I either get Burrow or I get you guys beating Alabama. No guarantees what happens after that. I'd give the testicle for you guys over
I don't
Bama.
believe it, Andy, because this is what he does with you guys all the time. We'll get off the phone with you. Chris will look me in the eye and say, I got to start going to more of these Robert Morris games. It's not far away. They're right down the street. I need to get season tickets. And then he never follows through.
Do you want me to reveal why I can't make the game on Friday? Would you like me to make that one public?
Because you're having a vasectomy?
No. My sister's having her first kid that day.
All right, that's a decent excuse. But the other ones have not been.
That's a decent excuse. Hold on, time out. That's a decent excuse. Your sister's having the kid.
Well, my parents
Not your
usually.
wife.
My parents usually.
So this can be, is this your first time being an uncle?
Hold
Hold on, is this your first time being an uncle?
No, sadly, it's my 5th nephew because I only have nephews.
That's where you rank.
But she's my kid's sister, Andy.
And what is that birth order now? Trumps your where you need to be at. I don't really fully understand.
Now I'm getting killed here. This backfired.
I agree.
He had the perfect defense for what I brought up.
Andy, go get him. We'll talk on Friday. See ya.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, Andy Toole.
I do have some good news right now for Robert Morris fans. I will say this, and I think Andy might have been trying to motivate his team and put bulletin board material out. Alabama, Crimson Tide, they're not good on D. South Alabama, however, my friends, very good on D.
So he used the South Alabama stats.
I believe he tried to throw a South Alabama okie doke at us because I was on the NCAA.
Maybe he's tricking his team with that stat and hoping that they don't do what you just did and look it up.
What do you think I just said? I can't believe he just immediately rejected at the rim my sister's having a kid that day.
I liked it.
Donnie, how do you feel about that? The real reason is my parents usually watch my kids on Fridays, and they're like, yeah, we are on call for your sister.
Well, yeah, I knew that. You told us that this morning.
I felt like if I said that to him, though, that would
I got a
further
ride
weaken
for him,
the
and he doesn't
argument.
want to take me up on it. All right. Coming up next, does a Steelers insider know what's happening with Aaron Rodgers, and he just won't say it? And what Mike Florio said about another quarterback option that could be lurking. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. The madness is back. That's right. It all starts tomorrow. St. Francis is a small underdog against Alabama State in the opening round out in Dayton. And FanDuel has a great Dog of the Day promotion running right now. Through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Holy crap. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines, team totals, plus so much more. Robert Morris, more than a 20-point dog against Alabama, but as you just heard the coach say, they have, we've seen 15s over 2s lately. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and bet that Dog of the Day. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required, winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Clear skies tonight. Temperatures will be a little chilly down into the lower 30s, but tomorrow with the abundant sunshine, we're going to see those temperatures warming back into the mid-60s, and the warming continues into Wednesday as we'll get highs in the upper 70s, but a few more clouds will start to move in. From the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Ethos. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Choose Syntec full synthetic motor oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Jim Costa with Cash the Ticket. It's March, so Mike Valeni and I are all over the tournament again this year. There's just nothing like betting in March. Breakdowns of every region and every game. From conference tournaments to the Final Horn, we'll have the picks and the plays on every single game. Cinderella spotlights, upset alerts, and some of that value for the last team standing. It's tourney time, so hunker down and bet the board with us. Subscribe and listen to Cash the Ticket in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Hey, you still peeling away that moldy shower curtain while you're trying to relax during a hot shower? Yuck! Well, take that tax refund you just received from the government and invest in your biggest asset you will ever own, your home. Let's be honest, too. Men spend a lot of time in the bathroom. So upgrade your shower to extraordinary by contacting Boulevard Glass and Metal. Customized glass shower doors, guaranteed to help you think better in the shower. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 local teams in the big dance. St. Francis takes on Alabama State tomorrow in the first game of the tournament, the first 4.
Robert Morris in Alabama. So both teams playing Alabama schools. Friday afternoon in Cleveland. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Flacco, you see the mix of running pass, ninth play of the drive. Flacco, sidearm, delivering to the end zone. He's got his man. It's Downs. Touchdown.
Flacco is a much more proficient passer than Richardson, and so blitzing doesn't necessarily help you. Veteran guy, makes quick and prudent decisions, didn't feel good. And obviously, we got experience competing against Joe Flacco.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Nothing new over the weekend. If you're finding us today thinking, did something happen? Maybe. This is the closest thing we've had, and I would say at least 48 hours. 35 minutes ago, Mark Cabali. Business is about to pick up. To which I replied, Mark knows where Aaron Rodgers is going but isn't telling. Because he got some kind of secret signal from the McAfee troop tied in with Rodgers.
And we should put him on right now. I know he comes on every Friday for an hour. We should put him on right now. Mark, you tweeted this. It's the equivalent of the old pony eyeballs BS.
This is like the smoke that comes up at the
Vatican. Smoke. When they have a what would Crowley call it, a concave?
Are you guys just playing this up, or do you want me to put a wet blanket on it?
Why, you already know what it means?
Yeah, he's watching Raw. It's live right now because they're in Brussels.
Oh.
Belgium?
Yeah.
Why are they doing Raw in Belgium?
I don't know, but it started at 3 since it's on Netflix now.
Oh, okay. So Mark is watching live wrestling in the afternoon.
Yes.
I love this. Steeler Nation. He's talking about WWE Raw. Wonderful.
See, this is now the issue with Mark wearing both of these hats, that he's going to say things in this cryptic way that makes people
He's
like
trying to
me
monetize
think,
his account. He's getting a check cut by Elon Musk
so
for his
he's
engagement.
doing this hoping that people think it's about the Steelers.
Yeah, he's got his hoe out, and he's farming for engagement.
I agree with that. Do you, Donnie?
He's got that big hoe of his just,
it has double
plowing
meaning.
the dirt.
Yeah, he could probably clarify a little bit better since he's going to have a lot of people. Like, he got Crowley, too. Crowley threw out the eyeballs, and I had to let him down gently.
His last 4 tweets. I'm just looking at impressions, okay?
Yep.
Hey, Cena, it's pronounced Jagoffs, 7.2 thousand. Eyeball emoji for a Pro Football Talk tweet about Mike Williams, 6.3 thousand. Cena promo thing, 4.2.
Nobody cares about any of that stuff.
Right? Business is about to pick up, 34,000.
Yeah, because people are doing what I'm doing.
Case closed.
They
open
think it's
and
about
shut.
Aaron Rodgers, or they think it's about the Steelers' pursuit of a quarterback.
Also, he thinks pickup is one word, which I don't think in that context it is.
So, all right, so we can, I guess, cross that off the list. Thank you, Donnie, for the wet blanket information. Mike Florio joins us on Wednesday, says Joe Flacco is in play for the Steelers. That is where we're at.
So grim.
We've reached the Flacco portion of the proceedings. But for the people out there, and there are a lot of them, okay, who say things like, Aaron Rodgers threw 28 touchdowns last season. Are you ready for a Joe Flacco stat? Last 16 starts. So the old-fashioned NFL
season
campaign.
Yeah.
Last 16 starts, so basically a full season. Joe Flacco has 33 touchdown passes.
The old gunslinger.
Rodgers 28. Joe Flacco 33.
How many picks does Flacco have in that?
Flacco is 18 to Rodgers 11. So he has more turnovers, no doubt. But I don't hear when people are giving me Rodgers stats, they're not doing the ratio game. We got ratio game last year, 26-8, seared into my brain with Russell Wilson over and over and over again.
Yes, we did.
The new 26-8 is just 28 touchdowns. The pro-Rodgers camp, the Rodgers apologists say 28, 28, 28. They're like a character from the movie 1984 during all that brainwashing business that went on. They just cite that stat, that number, constantly, ad infinitum. And Flacco actually has been better at putting the ball in the end zone when he's been given the chance. And look, I was at that game in Indianapolis. I think Donnie might have said it on the pregame show when I was out with him for that game, when Anthony Richardson played. And Donnie's take was, I'd be more afraid of Joe Flacco against the Steelers defense. And he absolutely carved them up. If you believe, like part of the argument for signing Rodgers is, hey, the offensive line is going to be better here this year.
Mm-hmm.
If you think the offensive line is going to be better, then Joe Flacco should not be discussed much differently than Aaron Rodgers. Because when Flacco gets time, he is good.
He carves.
Now, in a situation where Rodgers, if it breaks down a little bit, I think Rodgers can move around in the pocket better than Flacco.
Flacco has literally never been able to move. He's always been an immobile, true pocket guy. But he can still sling it. I mean, he is going to throw interceptions, but he is going to throw for 300+ and 3 touchdowns.
The people that say things like Rodgers still has the arm, Flacco does too. And if Rodgers is a $35 million a year quarterback, what did Flacco make last year in Indy? Do you know? I mean, what was it? It would probably between 5 and 10 would be my guess.
If I had to guess off the top of my head without having it in front of me, I think so, yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, when we're now
there are
at the bottom of the ocean floor.
There are Rodgers facsimiles out there that aren't as good as him. I think Rodgers is better than Flacco in the end. But there are, like, the amount that Rodgers seems to want to be paid, among other things, is way out of whack with the actual gap between he and these other players. And I will go back to this very kind of pathetic that this is where we're at, like, opinion. If I'm not going to have a quarterback for this team next year that's going to change the dynamic for them significantly, i.e. make them a real playoff threat, give me something that will amuse me. The idea of Joe Flacco suiting up in black and gold and just heaving bombs down the field, that amuses me.
Well,
it does.
Let's go back to that point now. If it really is going to be Pickens and Metcalf,
you want a bomber.
And Metcalf's stats are mostly driven by downfield passing, ran more go routes, more yards on go routes than anybody in the league last year.
Mm-hmm.
Who throws that ball still at 40 years old better than Flacco?
I think Flacco might throw it still the best in the league when you talk about throwing a true rainbow up there, a true moon ball.
Donnie, once you figure out what's going on with your Ernie Banks, can you get me how much money Flacco made last year in Indy?
I'm getting it. Spot Track is notoriously finicky here, Pony. We're getting Joe Flacco numbers for you, though. All right, how much do you think he made?
I'm going to say 8 off the top of my head.
Joe Flacco signed a 1-year deal for $4.5 million last year. His base was $3,000.
So
$3
he got the Mason Rudolph contract.
His total cap number was $5 because he had $500,000 in incentives. 1.5 signing, $3 million base, $500,000 in incentives.
The other reason why the Steelers can't stomach the Russell Wilson reunion, and not many have brought this up. Most of it has been about how Russell Wilson sputtered down the stretch and didn't see eye to eye and was butting heads with Arthur Smith. And all of that is true. But the other thing you got to think about is this. They had him for $1 million in change. When you're used to paying $1 million in change for something, and then the price of that same exact amount of production goes up 20-fold, that's not an easy sell.
Be like saying if you have say you're driving a truck that you like, for example, and you have a lease payment for it.
Yep.
And for whatever reason the lease payment is, let's just say for argument's sake, $250 a month. Hey, I love this truck, man. This thing gets bleep done. It's comfortable. It rides nice. It's only $250 a month. Next year, that price goes up to $2,500 a month, let's say tenfold, right? You ain't wanting that truck. You don't want any part of that truck.
Yeah, but the difference here is that it's 20, so you actually could have said $25,000 a month.
Well, no, 250 times 20 would be what? Times 10 would be.
You're right.
Would be
I just did
five. It would be $5,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, so now your truck is going from $250 a month to $5,000 a month. That thing better be spitting nickels and like shining my shoes and buying the groceries itself, driving itself.
Yes, they know they had a bargain on Russell Wilson based on the way he played and how much they were on their own compensating him. and that bargain was going to run out as soon as the year was over. But it's really hard to, unless it's like a young guy, unless you had Joe Burrow on his rookie contract.
Say you somehow went and finagled Trey Lance, and you were the team that turned him around. Just some random guy who's like never proven himself. Or yeah, Burrow, exactly. A guy who you have to pay because that's part of the deal because you drafted him.
Yeah, you drafted him, and it's like, we found this guy.
But you planned for that. You planned for that. That, like, you structure everything you're going to do financially otherwise around knowing that guy's good. Because that's the other thing. You use Burrow as the example. There's an understanding that he's that good, right? Like, there's proof of concept because he should only get better. Russ is probably at the point where whatever you saw last year that looked like his best is the best you're ever going to see from him again. Do you see anything about Russell Wilson that ages gracefully?
The moon ball?
You know what? Flacco throws a better one, arguably, and guess what Joe is able to do if you actually protect him? Stand in the pocket and see over his linemen.
I think Joe Flacco, among remaining quarterback options, is as good of an idea as anyone. If it's not Aaron Rodgers, call us right now and tell us who your plan B would be at quarterback. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Rodgers keeps making the Steelers wait. In the meantime, Mike Florio writes that the Steelers are in play for Joe Flacco. If not Rodgers, then who? 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Time out and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
24 saves for Tristan Jarry on Saturday afternoon. The Penguins beat the Devils 7-3. They host the Islanders tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Hills. Tim Ferraro is the general manager there. My guy Corey, the general sales manager. They are at the helm of a terrific team that's all about getting the best deal for you on the brand new Mitsu that fits you. If you do not know what Mitsu is bringing to the table and all these great vehicles under the Mitsubishi umbrella, I need to tell you more about them. 2024 Outlanders, they still got them in stock. That's what I drive. They got all-wheel drive, advanced safety features like if, for example, you're being a distracted driver, tisk, and you're getting too close to the car in front of you, the auto braking. They can get the bells and whistles in there, panoramic sunroof. It also has room for 7 passengers. Awesome, right? Choice if you got a big family, you want to be able to haul the dogs, the kids, whatever around. The Outlander can handle it. Right now at Mitsu by the Mall, those Outlanders 2024, up to $7,000 off. Or you could grab 0% financing for 60 months, plus other great deals on other great Mitsu models. You got to check them out. Luck is on your side right now at Mitsu by the Mall. Check out more at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with an Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, and allow me to indulge the worst parts of my personality, and maybe yours. I'm enjoying Aaron Rodgers twisting in the wind. It turns out the entire NFL is waiting, not on Rodgers to make a decision, but on the Vikings to decide whether or not they want Aaron Rodgers. What a refreshing turn of events. The guy that made the Packers wait and made the Jets wait now waits himself. I'm Bill Ryder.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time for basketball, and right now, Uber Eats has deals on Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details. Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Mainly clear tonight, the low 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the westbound Parkway East, traffic has cleared up by Edgewood and Swissvale, but further down the Parkway, expect slowdowns from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. Lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge also moving slowly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps. And put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and subsidiaries.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
45 minutes away from Selection Monday. The PM team best callers bracket reveal.
There's been lobbying in my text and in my mentions, Donnie's mentions too. There have been furious YouTube comments made about this. There has been consternation. I imagine that the callers that think they might have their names called are sitting perhaps in a room in their house like a team would sit for a watch party. This is a listening party, hoping, waiting, wondering if they've done enough in the eyes of what you said was an independent blue ribbon committee.
I reclused myself from the process.
Yeah, really. That brown recluse spider.
North Carolina. Oh, but he left the room is what they say. Oh, he reclused himself.
Man, he's down real bad today.
Oh, he's hurting.
He is in a tough
Somebody might have to go back and look up. I distinctly recall when I was down in Florida with the Pirates at this time last year that Crowley did not really have an empathetic bone in his body for Pitt getting left out for Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And if there were tweets that went out to that degree, it would really be a shame
if
someone were to go back in time and used a special search to find those.
What does it say about me that when West Virginia got left out, maybe it's because I think I like college basketball so much, and like I consider myself a bit of a purist. But like the rivalry, I kind of felt a little bad for them. If this had happened somehow in a parallel universe to Penn State, my alma mater, I'd be twisting that knife like no one's business.
You really would be.
I'd be laughing my ass off about how funny it is, and I don't feel that way about West Virginia. I am not.
I'm married to an alum. So
my super special search yielding
nothing.
Yeah, nothing I can find.
Maybe it was on the air then, or maybe it just didn't happen. That was just some of the feedback I was getting on why it was so hard for so many people that listened to him to feel sorry for him because they're Pitt fans and they feel like he did not really stick up for Pitt last year in this situation.
Yeah,
so
I'm
what
not,
goes
I'm
around
not seeing
comes around.
anything right now.
A comeuppance, if you will.
Comeuppance.
I think Donnie would identify as a Pitt fan second and Ohio State fan, a Pitt fan first and Ohio State fan second, and then Penn State would be near the bottom of the list. So I don't know where West Virginia ranks in there for you, but just based on some of the tweets last night, it did seem to me like you felt bad for your Mountaineer brethren.
Yeah, I mean, I by no means am a West Virginia fan, but I felt like the team got screwed. Now, yeah, they probably should have beaten Colorado in their conference tournament. That was a hurtful loss to them. There were people that were like, well, they lost to Pitt. Yeah, back in November. They also beat teams like Kansas and Iowa State and Arizona and Gonzaga. Like
North Carolina also lost to Pitt, by the way.
Yeah.
North Carolina, what, 1-12 against Quad 1 teams?
Yep.
One win against Quad 1 teams.
I'm seeing people trot out the net ranking for them. And
they had a tremendous net ranking.
I know, 36th, I think, or something.
Great net
ranking.
ranking.
The Ken Palm, they love the Ken Palm.
Well, they did, though.
Did Ken Palm like North Carolina?
Oh, Ken Palm,
There's a bracket matrix that, like, I think somebody's ESPNs or such and such does, like, they had, like, 111 of these brackets they simulated.
Okay, so Bracket Matrix is a website that tracks, every bracketologist.
111 out of 111 picked West Virginia to be in the tournament. I think it was like 32 out of 111 for North Carolina.
Ken Palm is North Carolina 33.
What do they have
Donnie's
West Virginia?
53. Ken Palm loved that decision by the committee. Who is Ken Palm? Is he just a random computer guy?
No, he's not like he's legit insofar as he has like a real presence. He's not the Dove Kleiman of brackets or something like that.
There's a real face behind the name.
Correct. Not like a video game face. He's not an ML football or things of that nature.
I mean, I think there's just a few things clear here, like the politics of college athletics. They have their AD.
If North Carolina
one of the lead members on the committee,
he reclused himself. Don't worry.
But also, it's North Carolina, one of the strongest brands in college basketball.
That's what irks you. That's what had you hot and bothered over this decision.
Well, I mean, I used to bring this up a little bit last year when Pitt was close, and then I know a year prior to that, like the last few years when UNC has been on the bubble, or really any team that is among the bluest of the blue bloods in college hoops, they are going to get help from the committee that your team probably won't get.
So, like, I even think if a team like if you grafted in Ohio State with the same resume in a weak conference, right? I don't even think they have enough juice as like a quote-unquote big-time school, because they're not really a basketball school, even though they've had some success. I don't even think they would have enough juice. Like, if this isn't a true blue blood program, like the bluest of blue bloods, arguably, in the whole sport, I don't think this happens. I don't.
I don't think it happens if the AD isn't in charge of the committee.
Yeah, you're right. Probably not.
And the crazy thing is, have we fact-checked this? The dude got a $100,000 bonus for North Carolina making it. I saw that going around on social media.
That feels like almost impossible.
Yes, he did. He got a bonus.
I'm reclusing myself.
But don't you think, I mean, let's just have human nature take over for a second. So this guy's been in charge of this group for weeks. And North Carolina has been on the bubble the entire time.
Correct.
Do the members of the committee who do not outrank him, do they want an awkward situation with this guy where they leave North Carolina out and then have to worry about, in the politics of college basketball, making an enemy with the AD at North Carolina for the rest of their lives? And
Should they really be that concerned about making an enemy with the AD of North Carolina, a team that wasn't even good?
No, but what I mean is, you know how the world works. Like, there's so much quid pro quo out there.
Oh, they're quitting, they're proing, and they're quoing. You're right. No, I know. Like there's a little bit of backslapping good old boys network stuff here at play, I would imagine.
And they'll also justify this by winning a game. Like they'll win their first 4 matchup, and then they'll beat Ole Miss. Is that who they play first?
Yeah.
So then every North Carolina fan that is all the way in Cranberry can bitch and moan to us that they deserve to be in the whole time. Because that's the type of thing.
Here's another question.
If UNC, assuming they win, Wednesday night, I'm going to pick them to win their first game because that's how these things seem to go.
Let me ask you guys this, and he does not
Like
deserve...
when Pitt won as a play-in game participant, then they went and played Iowa State, and Iowa State didn't score a basket for like 30 minutes in that game.
Yeah, they were brutal.
You get some momentum when you win that first 4 games sometimes.
Right. Serious question. And he does not deserve to be their head coach. He was rightfully removed from the job. If Bob Huggins is still West Virginia's head coach and they're the exact same team, is he enough of a draw in and of himself?
I don't think so. I think it solely ties back into the guy being the head of the committee. Here's why I feel so strongly about that. I think Indiana's a blue blood program. They had a better resume than North Carolina. They got left out too.
They were behind him in the net ranking, though, Pony.
Oh.
One of our guys,
there goes
Nate,
my argument.
One of our guys, Nate, who's a pretty loyal listener, he is a North Carolina honk. It is very obvious, and he is just flinging net rating after net rating tweet right at us.
But here, in his defense, for a quick second, here's all I would say about that. Why put so much stock in the net ranking if you're not going to follow the net rankings? Do you know what I mean?
I get it, but it's like the resume is just. I think the net ranking is a nice way to try to standardize it across the board, but the sheer number of apparent conflicts of interest here, and the apparent one team clearly getting screwed when you look at some basic resume stuff, and one other team looking bizarrely good in this net ranking. It seems like one of the times where the stats lie.
Here's another thing we haven't even touched on. Beyond even just the AD being in charge, which I do think is the main reason why they're in. The ACC needing another team to get to 4. Yes, it's had a terrible year. Capel even said that. But just the optics of did that room really want to only give a traditional basketball conference only 3 teams in the tournament? So the Big 12, already has a bunch. We can cut one of their teams out to get another team from the ACC in just to kind of pacify and placate.
But hasn't the Big 12 had enough basketball success with some of the members? They have Kansas, now they have Arizona.
Sure, but what I'm saying is
they're a pretty big basketball.
I know it is, but what I'm saying is if the ACC only gets 3.
No, I understand that you're saying let's cleave off 1. The Big 12's got enough
success.
Let's
throw them
here.
A bone.
Was there an SEC team that was right? Texas would have been the other.
They all
one.
made it.
No, I know. Texas. Is it easier to cleave Texas off though, out of the SEC, and maybe get West Virginia in there?
Probably, but Texas is a pretty big brand too.
No, they're a huge brand. So the point here is West Virginia, not a big enough brand. And also don't lose to Colorado.
Crowley said it was 1.8 million people.
Well,
what were they doing? Having sex with goats down there was his line?
That's what he said,
It happens to my school.
Yeah.
Never happened to anybody else because we're down there. We're sleeping with goats, right, guys?
Yeah, I don't know why he went right to that. Burning couches, drinking moonshine. No, sleeping with goats.
Incest, even.
Well, I would not have gone that direction. I will say one thing anti-West Virginia here. Beat Colorado, who sucked. And you probably aren't dealing with this problem.
I know, but we saw that happen, and none of us said, wow, they're going to miss the tournament now.
No, we all thought that it was going to make it a little dicey on the seeding, but there is part of me that says you open the door for this you open Pandora's box here and let this be even a slight possibility by not handling your business.
Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Donnie's football segment is next. It's called the Donnie Football Debrief. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NCAA tournament. A few other local teams in action. St. Francis gets it all started in the first 4 tomorrow night, 6:40 against Alabama State. Robert Morris takes on Alabama in a 15-2 matchup Friday afternoon at 12:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you very much, Donnie. I would like to talk to you out there. A lot of people, a lot of blue-collar types, people who build things, people who work as contractors. There are plenty of DIY types who listen to this show, who like to make their home repairs themselves. Let's say the kitchen has been on the agenda for a long time. You want to redo it. You're ready to make the move. Maybe you've got a contractor picked out. Maybe you're doing the deal yourself. Or maybe you're just starting to think about it. What is a huge feature in any kitchen? Cabinets. Guess what? The average wait time for cabinets right now is 8 to 12 weeks. That's bad. Not good at all. I've got a solution for you, though. Choice Cabinet. My friends at Choice Cabinet can help you out because they've got over 65,000 cabinets in stock. All wood cabinets, 10 different paints and stains. And this is the best part. Keep the ears open. Delivery is available in as little as 3 days. Not 8 to 12 weeks like the industry average, as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Before we get to the debrief, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to us. Youthsports@937thefan.com. The registered 12 and under teams. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Now it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie's biggest football topic and story of the day, brought to you by Boyd and Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary celebration. Don?
The debrief, March 17, 2025. The Steelers have signed a free agent defensive tackle. This as of last night. Daniel Ekuale, who started 16 games for the Patriots last season.
Man, he started 16 of 17 games.
Yeah, his season wasn't all that bad. Like, it was the first time he actually started.
Do we have PFF grade?
Decent amount of games. I don't have PFF. I know he had like 50
Ballsy, give us a
tackles,
PFF grade on this New England guy.
Think he's a better run defender.
Than who?
Well, probably Dean Lowry and
Dean Wormer.
Dean Lowry's still on the books for $3 million.
Kind of a perplexing one. All right.
I assume this guy will be the next class of like Braden Fehoko, Dean Lowry. Lord.
All right, Daniel Ekuale. I want you guys to guess. I always like to play a little guessing game.
64.1.
Donnie? Overall defensive rating, not a specific part of it, just overall defensive rating.
68.
Price is Right rules, you both lose. 60.3. Just a guy.
Here is a text I got about him from someone who I would take their opinions on the Patriots to the absolute bank. Said, flashed occasionally, probably a good backup. But this is the interesting thing to me, the next point. He had a PED suspension a couple years ago. Belichick didn't cut him, kept him on the roster, and brought him back immediately into the mix. Got meaningful snaps right after that. So obviously Belichick was a big fan.
All right, I'm going to say something sacrilegious. Belichick post-Brady doesn't matter to me as much.
On defensive stuff?
Even then.
Wow. Why?
I don't know. It just doesn't.
But yes, okay,
I know
it just
he
doesn't.
still runs a very good defense.
So then why would it not mean as much?
I don't know. Anti-Belichick bias.
Their defensive numbers his last year there were great. It's just their offense sucked ass.
Donnie, can you name the team that drafted this gentleman?
What were you going to say?
I'm not going to say it.
Well, they didn't draft him technically. He was an undrafted player.
Oh, I wanted to say Browns. Is that right?
Donnie?
Was it the Browns?
Incredibly, it was. You know what I went looking for with him, specifically in the 2023 season where he was hurt and didn't play a ton or just only registered 3 games? I wanted to see if he had balled out against the Steelers last year. 2 years ago, I should say.
Did you find
not.
a grade? No,
he didn't play that game. I'm smarting right now because I'm getting roasted on another particular stat situation.
What is that?
Just the defensive, we said it on the air afterwards.
The Alabama thing.
I was looking at a site that I think is pretty reliable because they have Houston as the #1 defensive team.
And Andy Toole was citing Ken. Again, Andy
he was on
citing
Ken Palm.
Palm.
And Houston's #2 by that.
The power of Ken Palm.
Ken Palm loves Alabama's defense. TeamRankings.com, which has pretty, I think, steady rankings in most areas, thinks Alabama can't play defense.
If we're just going to go by net ranking as an aside,
yes,
let's just have a computer pick the tournament.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep.
Let's not have all these guys sitting around smoking their cigars.
What if they just had a mainframe that spat out
eye test?
Their Peter Millar golf collection.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Let's have them.
Oh, he's just throwing shade there at old Millar.
Camus wine
Millar.
and whatnot. And
Camus wine?
And just let the computer do it.
Donnie, what if they got one of those old mainframes that was like the size of a room, and on the old paper with the dots, the little perforations on the sides, it just spit out one team at a time? Can you imagine the drama? It just has a region, it has a seed, it has a team. It's just
the paper's huge, but the font's very little
That's
for the
exactly
team.
right.
They have to get a magnifying glass.
Exactly right.
Donnie, did you see the Steelers' in-person visit today for the draft?
Jaden Higgins, that wide receiver from Iowa State.
So they had Jaden Higgins, who I think is looked at as probably a second-round wide receiver. It's doing your homework, I think, on a guy who, if he falls... let me start over again and make this more clear, clean cut. If I'm going to attach any meaning to something like this, and if you look at the Steelers' history, many of their in-person visits turn out to be draft picks. So there is definitely a correlation.
They do love them some in-person visits.
If I had to guess what this means, it means now that they have Metcalf and Pickens, they're more likely to draft a wide receiver with their 3rd-round pick and their 4th-round pick. And the idea that McMillan from Arizona or Golden from Texas or any of those guys would get picked by them in the 1st round is now basically out of the question because they still have to backfill defensive line, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this move does really nothing. This guy's just simply...
He's a guy.
Like a guy to have an emergency situation.
Yeah, so you still...
They did not address defensive tackle at all here.
So I think that's still big time on their radar for the draft. And the quarterback thing is still just out there. I guarantee, I shouldn't say guarantee, but I would think Tomlin's going to go to Ole Miss's pro day.
Oh, and let the Jackson Dart hype train continue.
But
Joe
Nolan's down there too, so he can kill 2 birds with one stone.
Have you guys seen the latest on him too? Like the widest variance in how a guy is viewed by scouts. There are people that have him as high as like an 8th overall pick.
people who think he'll fall out of the first round and are, quote, wary of his game. Sounds like yeah. I forget who I saw, which one of the draft cognoscenti it was, but said wide variance in terms of how he's viewed. Those guys make me nervous when it comes to the Steelers being interested, because then I'm just like, they'll probably get the worst version of the guy.
Ole Miss ships passing in the night. Nolan stock free falling. Jackson Dart stock soaring. Speaking of draft, Artie Burns got signed by the Dolphins today.
You want to talk about an all-time, how did he last this long
10
career?
years in the NFL as a draft bust.
Remarkable.
You see draft bust quarterbacks hang around for a while as backups?
Not corners, usually.
First-round picks.
Not corners. He's going to end up with like a very nice, healthy pension for how long he played in the league.
I really wanted him to sign with the Browns. How perfect would it have been if Burns, Bush, and Pickett were all on the same team together?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, here's what would have happened. Steelers play the Browns. Kenny starts the game, throws for 2 touchdowns and 260. Devin Bush has 22 tackles. And then Artie Burns pick sixes Mason Rudolph to win the game. That's what would have happened.
Donnie, thank you for the debrief. We have an awesome final hour of the show planned. At 5 o'clock, the inaugural PM team best caller bracket is revealed. We also have one of the best WPIAL basketball players of the last 25 years who's back in the tournament, set to join us at 5:30. Coming up next, though, the latest Steelers quarterback rumor. No, it's not about Aaron Rodgers. It's about the price tag on a guy who a ridiculous amount of Steelers fans want the team to trade for. That's coming up. Timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's the game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. FanDuel.com/radio.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you won't be too upset about. There's a couple of local area underdogs you could bet on. FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable. Expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Cassidy Village and Peters Township.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the Family Reunion Tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Expect about a 6-minute delay if you're headed on 579 South. Traffic is slow from 5th Avenue back to Liberty. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
March Madness begins tomorrow night in Dayton. The first four, St. Francis, Pennsylvania, in Loretto, Pennsylvania. We know a lot about Pennsylvania. They'll play Alabama State. Alabama will play Robert Morris Friday, 12:40 in Cleveland. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog, get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Avoid a penalty. Oh, Milton's got a man wide open, and again, he overthrows him. Oh, my. Cedric Tillman had a walk-in touchdown as Pitt had all kinds of confusion defensively, and Milton missed him.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Tons of anticipation, maybe even some anxiety for what's going to happen in 10 minutes. The PM team best caller bracket reveal. Our 8 best callers, all callers to the show, eligible. If you've made a call to the show in the last year, you're eligible.
It's all
to
part
be
of
in
your
this
resume.
tournament. Yep.
Adrian, who is now, I guess, retired to the YouTube comments, I don't know if he's helping himself with the committee. Just in a constant war with every other commenter, telling them how much money he makes when he makes bets. I believe that he owns a trucking business. Now he's telling people who are coming at him, hey, do you need a job? I can hire you.
Well.
His big take, I want to stress, he says he knows more about football than me, you, or anybody else at this station.
Yeah.
Is that Russell Wilson is the man and the Steelers should re-sign him.
I did not put this bracket together, so the committee submitted the bracket before the show.
Is it in like
Anything
a sealed
he has
envelope?
Said, that was in a text. So anything that's been said.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, anything post 2 o'clock slipped through the cracks, and it was sent with like the you have to like send a. They'll
like
send
a
like
red
a
receipt.
No, they'll send like a code to your email.
Oh wow!
Or
Yeah. It was like password protected.
Password protected, exactly. That's how secure. Yeah, it's almost like Deloitte or one of those.
I was
going to
say, I thought you might have Price Waterhouse Cooper doing this thing.
That was a Joe Milton clip from when Pitt played Tennessee with Kenny in 2021, and it was Pickett versus Milton. And Pickett was the far better quarterback in that game. Milton got booed a ton, actually, until he got hurt and was replaced by Hendon Hooker in that game as Tennessee quarterback. And Hooker never gave the job back, really, by the way. Joe Milton was the 6th-round pick of the Patriots last year. And he is the apple of many Steelers fans' eyes for some ridiculous reason. I'm not really sure why, other than the fact that he can really throw the football far and hard. No clue where it's going, though. Report from NFL Hall of Fame reporter Tony Grossi that the Browns asked New England about Milton, and they were told, you're going to need to cough up a 3rd-round pick for him.
Get the hell out of here.
The Patriots have a 3rd-round price on Milton, who stepped in and played in that Week 18 game against Buffalo and was 22 of 29 for a touchdown and no picks. It was a good game, but it was against garbage guys for the Bills. They didn't care. And it has almost flashbacks to like Matt Flynn. When Matt Flynn would go in and relieve Aaron Rodgers or something like that, and he would put up big numbers.
Well, he threw for like 500 yards in a game, and that got him a deal with the Seahawks, and then Russell Wilson got drafted.
But this has similar vibes in that on an extremely small sample size, there are a lot of NFL fans, and notably Steelers fans, who think that this guy could be the answer. Notice I keep saying they and not including myself in that category.
Smart.
Because I don't want to give up a 3rd-round pick for a guy who's already had a year told on his contract and did almost nothing in that year to prove that he could be your answer at quarterback, and you could have had him in the 6th round or the 5th round of last year's draft, and you chose not to pick him. I don't think what Joe Milton did against backups in garbage time and in the preseason would be enough for me to think he wasn't worthy of being picked early on day 3, and now I'm going to give up one of my – I only have one day 2 pick left. I traded the other one for DK Metcalf.
I'm going to go 1st round. I'm going to go pick, 21 to pick 121, and in the interim I'm going to have used those picks to acquire DK Metcalf and Joe Milton. I don't even care if they were to trade George Pickens and try to recoup something like a 2nd or a 3rd for him. DK Metcalf and specifically Joe Milton – there's a lot of Joe Milton fascination in the YouTube comments as well. I don't get it. Cool, he can throw a ball 85 yards, or he was throwing balls over the uprights from midfield, like from his knees or whatever, from a seated position. So what? His one game that people are citing is a good game, don't get me wrong. Matt Flynn threw, I will refresh everyone's memory since people making that comp like you just did. Donnie, do you know what Flynn did in the final game of the 2011 regular season?
I knew he had 5 or 6 touchdowns.
31 of 44. 480 and 6 touchdowns.
Let me give you a next-level stat on Milton from his final year in college. Throws beyond 10 yards. Okay, so this is a guy with a big arm.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, beyond 10 yards, he completed 38.6% of his passes.
What was the national average for that? Do you have it?
I do not.
So 4 out of every 10 passes beyond 10 yards were completed.
Yep.
I would love to know what the NFL average for that kind of thing is. If it's over 10 air yards, I probably could find that.
But his arm is bazooka.
His arm is a bazooka. Wonderful. What good's a bazooka if you can't hit the target?
That's a good question. It's really not useful in the NFL.
Name me one player in the league who is known for having an inaccurate but howitzer arm who's had a great career. Josh Allen had the best arm in the draft when he came out. He only became this Josh Allen when he got much more accurate.
How about Lamar Jackson?
Does not have a bazooka arm. Has a good arm. Not a bazooka. If anything, Lamar Jackson's only issue is that he throws with, not enough steam headed to the outside parts of the field. He throws with nice touch over the middle. Justin Fields kind of throws like bazooka throws. What kind of a career has he had? Jeff George had a bazooka arm.
Jeff George. Now, there's some recall.
I remember when I went to Penn State, they were so excited that they had pried Anthony Morelli away from Pitt because of the Palco connection at Pitt.
I knew we weren't far away from a Morelli story. Keep going.
Well, but that's the guy I always think of. It was Anthony Morelli could basically throw a ball through a brick wall. You know what? If the brick wall had hands and was wearing a Penn State helmet, he would have missed it every time. It just doesn't, yes, you have to have a certain amount of arm strength to play quarterback in the NFL. Obvious statement. Accuracy and being